for over a year now. And that game has haunted me for a variety of reasons. Most notably, the most notable reason... Hello, Draco. It's been a while since I've seen you in here. The most notable reason why Thirsty Sword Lesbians has haunted me in my dreams and I am unable to fully escape its incredible nightmare. TSL, and my video on it, is by far my most viewed video. By a factor of hundreds of thousands. We've almost hit 4,000 views on the TSL video, their little opinion, and over 1,500 on the Curious Case itself. That's the 2.5-hour video of it. Over 1,500 people have viewed it. Yeah, no. The Chronica's got 40 likes, and the Chronica's doing great. But what is Thirsty Sword Lesbian? Why is it here? Why does it haunt me so? Well, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, for those who don't know, was a Kickstarter success story, raising almost $300,000. 300,000 United States dollary dues back in, I believe it was 2019. No, it was 2020. Oh, yeah, almost $300,000 of hard-earned American United States dollars, as done by Evil Hat. I did a video on it. This is a gigantic game. It was actually when a lot of people knew about it because they tweeted out a big thing. What's it feel to TSL being the most watched? It makes sense for this exact reason. TSL, the guys at Evil Hat did tweet out a big thing, being like, oh, we don't support bigots, we don't support that, which, I mean, but they use TSL as an example for it. Now, TSL is an interesting game, and it's a fascinating entity just into the collective psyche of what we would like to call 2020s. Just that horrifying nightmare that we can't escape, and how everything we do is always going to be completely derived from what others want us to do. Now, as a refresher course, this is Thirsty Sword Lesbians. This is the original full book. You can actually get it for free on their itch.io, because guess what? They have community copies. You should get that right now. Wink. But this is Thirsty Sword Lesbians. It is a game about being thirsty sword lesbians. It is written by Gay Spaceship Games. Now, who is Gay Spaceship Games? Let's just do a big thing right now. Right here. Here's April Kit Walsh. She is the main person behind Gay Spaceship Games, and this is her itch.io. Now, as you can probably, ascertain, she's probably done a lot. Wait a second. So these are the three things that she's actually done. A storytelling game, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, and Catch Feelings, which is a move for masks. Thirsty Sword Lesbians by itself is a masks game. That's pretty much all it is. It's really nothing more than that. I should actually put the addendum with the strings mechanic from Monster Hearts. And she's a perfectly functional individual. I mean, I got nothing against her. She is a fine human being. She does a lot of stuff there. It's a lot of things. Does have its website. Here's a website. You can buy it right here. Everything you ever need. But we're not really going over TSL. This isn't the part about TSL. No, because TSL got stretch goals. Over 40 stretch goals. And every single one of them is written by someone else. Every single one of these have different people in it. All of them different. All of them slightly different. So, what is this? What is Advanced Lovers and Lesbians? You may be wondering, no, Pat, what the fuck what are we going over today? Well, Advanced Lovers and Lesbians is the I actually saw this because they were saying like, oh, we're going to release it. We're going to release it. They did release it. This is the collection of stretch goals. This is all this is. This is Advanced Lovers and Lesbians. This is the Kickstarter Stretch Goal Collective Edition. They launched a Kickstarter for another almost $100,000, almost. And this is a collection of all of the stretch goals put together, which, alright, this is just for the physical copy. The reason I even have this copy is because they sent out the digital copy to everyone who already backed it. Alright. 272 pages of full color expansion. We have a grand total of 10 new playbooks. Alright. 21 new settings. And 4 detailed adventures. This is it. This is the monument to my sins. Big Coat Man agrees. He looks in complete disdain. He knows. When I saw this, I needed to go over it. I said I would, and I will. So, what is Advanced Lovers and Lesbians? Here we are. Here's the book. The cover looks popular. It's a fairly parody cover that's been on a lot of different books way back in the day. So, hello, Varric. Drink my 1.5 liter. Yep. Score. Are you based in Big Coat Pilled? Hope the art will be better. Manlia, brother, I love you, man. This is a... Oh, I didn't mean to click that button. So, what is this? And how are we going to do this? Because this is a lot. I'm not going to lie. This is a lot to go over. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a second to just go over some things with everybody before we even really begin. 2 things that we're going to do. Well, there's a few things we're going to do. So, people probably want me to go into this game with and stick its head on a pike and dance around with it, because that's what everyone wants. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And that, I believe it. I understand. I understand this is what you want. You want me to put this goddamn thing on a goddamn pike and parade it around the entire town square. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm going to be the bigger individual because I am a good person. I believe in the goodness of humanity. So we're going to go through these as objectively and as clinically as possible. I think that is important. I think this is an important aspect of what I want to go over. What I'm going to be saying is very simple. I'm going to be ranking every single thing based off a few different criteria. Now, I can go over the playbooks. The playbooks are interesting. But the main thing... Oh, I mean, hit that button. Wrong button. The big thing what we're going to be going over is I am going to be ranking every single setting on these 5 metrics. Thirsty, sword, lesbian, independent, and gameplay. Now, thirsty is our relationships between the settings meaningful, with sex and eroticism being at the forefront. Effectively, is the setting important? Let's just say that. Is our relationships important to the setting? Sometimes they aren't, sometimes they are. Sword. Is combat and sword fighting essential to the details of the setting? You will be docked points if I can just use my 9mm and to solve most of the problems. And lesbians, are women and their relationships essential to the narrative beats of the setting? Those are the main ones. My 2 other ones are independent and gameplay. Independent is, if you were to take the setting away from TSL, is it interesting enough to stand on its own? And gameplay, is there actual playable setting here by any remote metric, or is it a glorified writing prompt? The top 37 sword lesbian adventures. But number 1, Burger King foot lettuce. Yeah, no. So, And one thing I'm going to do, because I actually got accused of this, that I didn't really go into everyone and that I cherry picked some odd ducks. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through every single writer of every single one of these. And I'm going to go through all of them, and we're going to go over what they've done, how they've done it. And have I rated every single one of these based out of 10 on these metrics? Yes. Did I spend 3 days going over almost every single one of these? Yes. Do I do it for you all? Of course. Why? Because I love all of you. So, let's get on with it, shall we? So, as you can see, Advanced Lovers and Lesbians actually has quite a few different writers. All of these are various interests and various people. Ironically enough, actually, April Kit Walsh has only done 2 things in this. The actual writer of Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which does prompt my original theory a little bit more. And these are the original cast. Scoundrel, Trickster, Nature Witch, Chosen, Beast, that's Spooky Witch, Nature Witch, Devoted, Infamous. You want to know why I remember all these? Because I've read TSL far too much. Sexy Lizard, we don't know about Sexy Lizard. She just wants to, I don't know, we're going to deal with it. So, these are just something we got to deal with. So, let's get going. So, a bunch of, we have our basic introduction, very queerly yours, April. And I just want to say this is what's going to be very hard part about this thing, is that there are going to be some that are just difficult to go through. So, our first playbook is the Bloody. Now, the Bloody, his entire gimmick is that they are this tired war hero. They've seen some shit. And I've seen some shit is that they literally have a mechanic called scars. Now, their big thing is fighting, being in there, and, being a wandering sword lesbian, a folk hero, a tired veteran. And they have the idea of my reputation precedes me. And that they have to answer a bunch of questions as people make upbeats and downbeats on the figure a person out roll. Now, some of these are actually pretty interesting, but it's a lot of, you kind of already have to know what your character is by the time you hit that point. And you have scars and, victories, and I gotta answer all my questions. If you answer all your questions about your victory, you get +1 to your daring. If you answer all your questions about your scars, you actually +1 to your spirit. Alright! I'm the Juggernaut, love! Mark condition during a physical conflict, you may upgrade your next fight from... Alright. Better bundle up among wolves. How's that milkshake taste? Oh, I've seen things you wouldn't believe. Does hearing about my past help you? Wolf and Cub. Yeah, hilariously enough is that you can say no, you can lose a string you have on them, or market condition. You can literally be sad that they don't want to listen to your bullshit. And that's pretty much the Bloody. Now, my opinion on the Bloody. Now, the Bloody isn't actually that fascinating because it's the Infamous from the original book. The idea is that the Infamous is supposed to be like this evil person and, who's kind of striking back against who they were. The Bloody is more like I'm just a pardoned badass now, ha ha ha. Now, my notes on this one is that it's alternate take on the Infamous, one of the better playbooks, but relies heavily on you need to be a fighty setting. If your setting does not include fighty moments, the Bloody stops making a lot of sense. And by not making much sense, because it's because we're going to look at one setting which is called Queen Pins Queen, and that one's about chess. Does the Bloody make sense in chess? No. It's I'm this hardened badass. Yeah, I put a queen on. My God. No, it kind of loses a certain amount of impact with this. So that's kind of all right, okay, the Bloody's fine. And honestly, to a certain character, certain person, this is going to be okay. I don't think a lot of people are going to like it. Mostly because you're going to play someone's mom most of the time. Next, we have the Dream Mirror. by Christine Fremon. Be the person of their dream, and theirs, and hers, and the other person's too. The dream mirrors knows how just to be what others want. Their central conflict is not knowing how to be themselves. How can they even begin to untangle their own desires from those around them? It's like, oh, all right. It's kind of that idea, like you're a puppet person or something like that. You're always matching what people want from you. I'm like, all right, pretty cool, all right, kind of weird, not gonna lie. They also ignore an entire set of mechanics. The entirety of the string system, they have an entire separate idea behind it. And the most thing is that when someone asks you to do something, you can gain insights or take conditions, and it's like, oh goodness. And if you gain enough self-reflection, you are allowed to take. You are allowed to play the rest of the game effectively. You can use XP from string advances. Others can use strings for +3. I'm like, all right, like it's thematic, but some of their playbook moves are be their dream. When you mark a change to yourself and gain someone's acceptance, affection, or interest, ask if it worked. And so exchange strings. You had 3 strings this way. You stagger. Very much you get knocked on your ass. Not very good. Group hug! What's procession? You offer emotional support on a 10+. You may forego your choice of benefit. Instead, let others clear a condition if they meaningfully join in to open up to you. Everyone group hug. It's like, okay, all right. Some of these are pretty good. And then you have, like, an antique. This is an entire move. Choose an aesthetic and a past. You literally just choose your past of an antique. You're obsolete. Who replaced you? You're once close to someone. Why are they no longer around? When someone says or does something reminiscent of your past, if you open up to them, exchange strings. If you don't, take a condition and give them a string. Is this literally an entire mechanic to have people talk to you about your backstory? Yes, it is. Now, this is the one that I wanted to go over because I think this is a completely bizarre move. Like, like in the critically acclaimed Swedish movie. Oh, Jesus. So, get down, sexy lizard. So, they have a move called the New Black. Declare a new trend, activity, or event, or cultural phenomenon. Spend a string on someone influential. Each member of their group must describe what makes them want to participate. Then describe what you'll have to hide or change about yourself if you participate. This is literally an entire move dedicated to saying, everyone likes to wear hats now. It's like, this isn't really a move. Mostly because you aren't really... He's like, oh, what you'll have to hide or change about yourself. So is this really you doing it? Or is it more like a theoretical thing? Or things like, sorry. When your looks appear unacceptable, oh no, you get a bunch of problems. You can choose one. When you fight for someone else, roll heart instead of daring. Ha! Now, the part about the dream mirror that I was like initially like, okay, I kind of like the idea behind it. It's kind of a weird idea. Now, this playbook is a love letter to those of us whose humanity has been sacrificed for others' comfort. Autistic people, especially those raised as women, are forced to mask and camouflage. This is the autistic playbook. Is this the autistic playbook? Yes, this is the book about being autistic, apparently. Like, oh, sweet Jesus. Again, I kind of see it like they have their own, like, entire thing. Like, this is an entire paragraph of, like, let's talk about all these things. I'm like, this is not the way to do this. This is the incorrect way. We live in a fancy world since Spain exists. Yeah, no, and mind you, the artwork isn't actually half bad. Like, I kind of like the look of this, but we will see her again, actually, and she does not look like that half the time, and it's very weird. She is kind of like our nature witch in the original book. Then we have the Ensemble. The Ensemble is actually by April herself, the main person, the central figure of this entire nightmare experience, and the Ensemble is Garnet from Steven Universe. What, did you expect there would be more? It's Garnet from Steven Universe TM. That's literally all it is. Their main gimmick is that they can form together and form a unique bond. As you can tell, these are the two above. Look, you can definitely tell them. I mean, that looks similar, right? Now, the big thing with them is that they have to use the harmony track. No, Ajax, no. Yeah, that's a Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, no, Now, their big thing is that they have to deal with the harmony track. Starts at 1, if it drops to 0, you can no longer activate any of your powers. Require you to spend harmony. At 3 harmony, you begin to lose your individual selves. So, the good point is 1 and 2. Those are like the good 2, but there's nearly no effect for 3 and 4. You decrease harmony when one of you is smitten with someone, but the other isn't. One of you feels neglected or scorned by the other. When you accept an invitation to an activity, the other can't or doesn't wish to attend. Because this doesn't necessarily mean a romantic relationship. As you can see, it's a, well, fusion, but that's just Steven Universe, a battle couple, or BFFs. Last time I checked, I don't want to merge into a singular, unthinking abomination of God with my best friends. I think having 2 swords would be more useful for that, but hey, what the hell do I know? Because one of the weird things about the Ensemble, oh god, it's a toxic relationship. Honestly, yes, Mr. Y, and they do address that. They do address that, actually, which I do actually give April that. I'm going to give you this, April. Not much else, but I'm going to give you this. You did actually address that this is kind of toxic. Playing this, though, would be a fucking nightmare, though. And I want you all to remember that this is a hard thing, because you control one character, technically. By all technicality, you control one character, but you share health pools. Because that's one of the major gimmicks, is that, you track X conditions and XP jointly. You are interdependent enough that you can both are affected by conditions. Unless you take the compartmentalized move, you track strings and smitten separately. Each of your cells can have 0, 1, or 2 strings on each normal PC. Your cells do not take strings on each other. It's technically, you have to do the very odd situation of either you are playing 2 characters at once, or the GM plays a character. Pretty much the GM plays half of your character, which can be a little bit weird. Remember that this is an actual game meant to be played. Yes. Now, the big thing is that you can synchronize and form together to create Garnet. Now, this is actually kind of interesting because it's just like, oh, well, you may roll Harmony instead of the usual stats, and at Harmony 0, you must leave your synchronized state. You choose to unmerge at any time, unless you choose the addictive drawback. For some reason, they made it like actual mechanic. This is a written mechanic that you can't unmerge unless you take the if you take the addictive drawback, you can't unmerge willingly. But you just get 2 features and 1 drawback, which, okay. And that's like, oh, you may spend 1 harmony to do this public display when you become affection for one another. Invent a cute pet name and roll spirit. Choose 2. But an onlooker becomes jealous, obsessed, or concerned. An onlooker is inspired to confess their feelings. You warm someone's heart. They clear a condition if they affirm your relationship. Increase your harmony by 1. If they say, oh man, this relationship isn't completely fucking weird, it's fine. But if it is kind of weird, no. Is this the book just a place for the deranged being all the bad ideas? Yes, to a degree. Oh, good Cheshire have enough. Well, honestly, like, yeah, if you were to, like, I would say, like, in the right game, this could actually be kind of an interesting idea. I would say you would have to make the entire game based around this idea. If you made the entire game based around this idea, kind of did what Glitter Hearts did, where you take like one aspect and merge with the other, that could be kind of interesting as a PBTA game. It's probably out there, but this isn't really it. Yeah, Wingmate otherwise makes you look good. Yeah, they actually say, now, this is the part I want to bring to everyone's attention. This is actually a very important part. 2 distinct characters represents that, this isn't just any relation. So though, in keeping with the game's theme of messy lesbians, this is from the writer herself. The game's theme is messy lesbians. This relationship has some issues. Yeah, no, this is an odd book. I mean, if you're playing by someone good, I mean, you need to play really good to make this work. You also cannot do this in a modern setting, obviously, because if you tried this in a modern setting, you create a Cronenberg monster. This sounds like an obsessive, toxic relation with conforming. Yeah, there again. This is kind of a yeah. Last again, you could make this work. Don't get me wrong, you can make this work, but it's either they become like the protagonist, like this becomes like a protagonist book, or it's kind of like they have their own. Like you need to have a good fucking player. Like what's my notes on this one? Yeah, an amusingly confused playbook. It relies heavily on the harmony mechanic, and the GM having to either balance a character or a literal schizophrenic delusion. Like it's kind of that weird thing with anytime you have to play two characters at once. It gets weird. So this is the first of what I like to call the specific books. Because all throughout these, there are a few playbooks which are built in purpose for one setting, one of the settings. Hologoddess is technically one of them. Now, what is the Hologoddess? They are a machine, a training algorithm gone wrong, a digital assistant, a deity from a civilization long dead. They are a machine who fights loves with mathematical precision. Notice that occur, but they are a machine who fights and loves. A conflict lies in their inability to relate to organics and the loneliness that stems from this detachment. Our example archetypes are the embodiment of social media. The aloof mainframe. But Doctor, I am Pagalici. Also, don't insult Kusanagi. Don't you insult her. Just give me the VTuber settings. Yeah, this one would work if there was a really focused setting for it, but like half the settings it doesn't work in, like at all. Because the main thing is you summon your digital body from the holographic representation of your ideal self. What face do you present to the world? What style? Choose one. And then you have Imperatrix, Roman armor, six skirts. Alright. Stardust, short skirt, long lap, pocket protector full of dreams. Idoru. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get rid of that. Frills boom mic. Now, Prime Mistress, Shoop Star Line, Pen the Crown. Oh, cool. Now, some of the bonuses are pretty good. Like whenever you reach a new place, you may declare that you're a fan, you're moderately helpful. You lack the ability to hide. You're an ideas person. If you ever act in crisis, you mark a condition, which is health, effectively. Uh, let's see. Oh yeah, the Prime Minister. Whenever you take time to give someone else emotional support, say what political or tactical edge or opposition gets as a result of your divided focus. It's like some of these are very weird, and I'm like, all right, but it makes sense for the setting it's actually going for. So yeah, now your playbooks things are antivirus, the emptiest orchestra, and cartographer. I can't even pronounce that. Force multiplication. Now some of these are actually they're pretty decent. Adjusted through precision. When you fight, you may mark a condition. Choose an additional option. Like, all right, please state the nature of your psychiatric emergency. If you roll +10 offering emotional support, you can ask the person you're supporting about what they hide from everyone else. However, you can't help but overshare in response. And then you have things like training drone, which is really stupid. But you can summon an exact holographic copy of yourself that provides you with the opportunity based on distracting, intimidating, or confusing others. You roll +0 to see which bug manifests. No bugs! The drone can't be dismissed for the rest of the session, and it's playing your most embarrassing music from your secret internal playlist. And always laughs at your jokes. It's like, what? Who, is this a meme? Is this like a meme? Is this like a funny haha somewhere? Also, thank you, Hex and Winter. I don't need it. Thank you for following. The truths of heart and blade compatibility check when you submit to someone, say why, give them a string. Are they incompatible with your operating system? Search engine on, like, you are very much playing a sci-fi character with this one, and you are playing a weird robot person. Can you try to play something else with this framework? You can. I'm not going to say you can't, but it's a very particular kind of character, and you're going either hardcore fantasy or hardcore sci-fi. I can't run the chess game with this, for example. Like, that's just not a thing. And if you try to, I will punch you. Like, that just isn't a thing that kind of, style bone drama sets the tone for the character, which pretty much you get a bunch of different characters. Next, The Investigator by Cheshire. The Investigator investigates. This might prove to be an amazing fact. They also get the hilarious mechanic of suspicion and trust. So, suspicion and trust are pretty simple. Pretty simple things. Now, suspicion is that you have a burning question. Start at 2 when another player defines 2 clues that the investigator already knows about each toxic power. The toxic power suspicion score rises at a clue related to and what's been discovered, and refine the question aim more keenly at the heart of the mystery. And you increase suspicion when a PC calls on a toxic power. An ally flirts with someone attached to a toxic power. A toxic power connection to a PC is discovered. You learn a significant new detail about the power. Now, you may be wondering, wait a second, are we just increasing suspicion anytime my friends do anything related to the bad guy? Yes. You do. Anytime they do anything remotely bad to the bad guy, you are encouraged to raise suspicion on them. Can you play this character technically as this paranoid individual who is constantly jittering around, being like, I gotta find the answers? Yes. Which makes it even funnier when you have trust. What does trust do? Trust is special. Trust is a special kind of disaster area that you can't really get away from. What? Good. Kill your local journo. Now, the big thing with trust, how trust actually works, is you decrease your trust score when they roll upbeat or downbeat on figure you out. If they roll an upbeat on figure you out, roll a downbeat on figure them out. They flirt with someone attached to a toxic power, right here, and that they call on a toxic power. You increase your trust when they take unnecessary risks, you make a mistake and they support you, they are vulnerable, you share something deeply personal, and you receive compassion. When it's trust 0, you've uncovered definitive evidence of the toxic power's influence on that character. On what evidence the investigator is interpreting a connection, increase your toxic power suspicion by 1, add this clue to your investigation. So you're -2, ongoing, putting yourself at risk with that character until trust rises again to 3. Is this literally a mechanic to accuse your friends of working with the enemy? Yes, it is. It is a mechanic to say, hot diggity damn, I've discovered that you are working for the villain. Being like, it's my dad. That you are the problem. I will not defend you. You are the villain. I am the noble one. Unless you hit trust 6 and then suddenly you're the villain. It's like, oh sweet Jesus, Mother of God. Like, this is going to take, like, rules is written, this is hilarious. Because you're pretty much supposed to be a paranoid individual around everybody. It's like, oh, the big reveal, you're free, formerly aligned, This is a kind of a playbook you need, like, this changes the game in a significant way. When you have things like, just in one more thing, it's like, oh, okay, like, it's a very specific kind, like, my notes on this one is, hilarious who played Rise, you pretty much need to be a paranoid individual, especially if your allies, they really are a campaign changer. Like, your entire campaign can be completely skull-fucked very easily. This is the Legion, another one of those very tied to the setting. Does this actually do anything for any other kind of character? No. Because in the setting, which we'll be going over... Oh, hi, Averey. In the middle of a hot fight. My God, you son of a bitch. I know about your offshore bank account details. Yeah, then you have, like, their big thing is that you're supposed to reach for your tragedy. You know, hundreds you fought in, your memoirs, emotion, intensive ages, from multiple hues. Every decision, bad, good, restorative, or painful, made by your reincarnations follow you like your own shadow. The idea behind this is that you're going to have your tragedy, and your tragedy is something always going to go on. And it's bad. You gain frightening power, but you lose grip on your present identity. You choose an important memory to your current incarnation. You lose that memory until the next cycle. And yeah. Now, note this one. You say the one you will always become a Hellsinger. Hellsingers are actually fairly common in that setting. Nowhere else. You know, in Queen's strategy, hurt Thor, defeat a Hellsinger. Fulfill your tragedy. This is literally a way for you to make yourself feel bad. Because that's what this book is about. It's about making yourself feel bad about being an immortal. Have collective wisdom, once per session, tell a tale of your tragic past. It's very tragic. From each point, tragedy, like, this is literally an entire playbook about being sad and making sure that everyone knows that you're sad. And it is also tied to a setting. So, can it be used elsewhere? Not really. The Matriarch. Now, I would show you Alexis, Sara here, but Alexis actually blocked me on Twitter, so I can't really show you anything like that. Yeah, that I noticed that as well, Sam. You know, it submits out of all the special abilities for the new characters, or just fill the bar and get the thing. Yeah. Why is it like that? I don't know. Maybe that's just... Amazing. That's literally just the Doom from Masks. Why is the angel in the lesbian game? It's for a particular setting. So yeah, this is the Matriarch. I actually kind of like the Matriarch. I think she's a good addition to the game. But her way of doing things is kind of weird, because the idea is that you have to define 3 members of your family, whether it's like a kind of representative of a bigger part of your family or not, and each of them have a specialty. But they also have needs that you must, you know, take care of. You know, you need your specialty, and they, you know, ask, you know, each family have, pretty much the idea is every time you call upon their specialty, you have to increase their need. And sometimes their needs are things like, I just need affection, I need love, or it's like, I need food, or I need to not die, or like, I need medical attention. It's things like that. Alright, these next time, they'll have to deal with the consequences. There isn't really any, like, necessarily thing. So, can you have your family members be other PCs? No, that's not really a thing that you can do in this particular game. It's more about having a conclave of other NPCs that follow you around because you're mom. Current situation, if you take their advice, clear a condition. If not, choose someone who prefers your course of action, give them a string. Strings are fairly important, don't forget, because they let you level up and influence people. I like the idea of the book. It does take a very certain kind of character and a very certain kind of person to play this, by the way. That's kind of like my note on it, which is you have to work around having this particular character in place. If you don't work around this, it's going to be really annoying, and sometimes the GM will just forget it, especially if you travel a lot. Yeah, it's not really like necessarily like family and like that way. It could be just people you care for. They say like it could be like a gang or something like that. So I'm not really gonna like, you know. This is the Naga. The Naga is another one of those very much tied to a particular setting, as it's literally based around them in all ways. Their big thing is that they have their Naga, their Nagamani, which is their crest jewel, which gives them magic powers and allows them to do crazy abilities. And the bad guys want to steal it from you, but if you increase it too high, oh no! You know, you unleash your venom, which is your fucking devil trigger, effectively. But if you hit 0, you could no longer transform. You lose access to all of your Naga playbook moves, which is pretty much everything. Now, I want you to all remember, when you hit Venom mode, and Venom pretty much means that you go sicko mode and kill, like, go nuts. This is what she looked like. And remember, gaze upon our one job. Yeah, now mind you, she's supposed to be the hero and we're fighting against the tragedy of this world. And don't worry, it's sad that they're being hunted down. I mean, do be good. I don't know. I'm getting kind of worried about that. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's their big thing is that they can transform into different people, fake identities, shape shifting people, hide no more. Their big thing is about loyalty. And I'm like, all right, it's fine, but it is very, very tied to the many missive setting. Very tied. If you try to play it outside of that, you're going to have a bad time. And then here we have the Sun Hand, which is kind of in the same boat. What does the Sun Hand do? They bake. They bake food. They bake magic baking goods. They're also ADHD because they actually have a fun mechanic called self-destruct. You pretty much take a free mechanic. You pretty much take a free move from any other playbook, and you start the self-destruct because you start using it too much and you become obsessed with it. And it's like, oh, all right. And anytime you do fully self-destruct, people are let down and everything's bad. But you can get it for any move you fucking feel like, which is actually hilarious. Now, if this was just that, like you just get this move and you can choose it, and then so it's like, because you get some other things like, oh, as your current obsession move, fast friends, hyper focus, know it all. Like, okay, this is pretty fun. But then there's this entire section on fucking baking. There is an entire section on baking bread and developing it into a solar art. Like, this, like, breaks the entire character to a very specific archetype. You are playing a very specific character. Now, the idea behind the ADHD thing is that you go from one thing to another very quickly. And yeah, some of these are like medical bread, solar crisp. Because I'm thinking like, can you in theory change this? Yeah, but it'll be kind of hard because you need to account for medical bread, solar crust, heavy crumb, close style, fortified, sugar crust, golden crust, bread bait, illuminated crust, hard crust. Hey, you want to break some bread that you can use as a club? Yeah, my thirsty sword lesbian game. Like, yeah, if you want to do any character, you have to accommodate those. And our final playbook is the Troubadour, which is, it's a bard. They have a patron. I think it's fine. Honestly, I think the patron idea is actually kind of a cool idea. Not for, like, every game, mind you, because the entire idea is that you are supported by your patron, and they pay your bills and make your life possible. The problem is that they can criticize you and get problems. It's like, all right. Here's also another bout of lizard people wanting to get shiggy with it. Am I saying that I have to allow this term, by the way. Yes, Varric? Am I saying last time someone was a furry in TSL proper? Yes. Am I saying someone is a scaly in this one? Yes. So, yeah, here are, does that woman, say, Mr. Big Coat, does that girl want to fuck that lizard in the end? Yes, he does. Yeah, good. Yes, I think I'm saying that's a she because it's thirsty sword lesbians. And that would be ridiculous having a male in here. Absolutely ridiculous. I like the Troubadour. I think it works, honestly. It is very much tied to a very particular setting, but it works. So, now we get to the fun part. Welcome to the settings. So, the settings is what we're going to actually have to go through things. So, Battle Bards of the Soul System, the entire idea is that in the far future, humanity has migrated across the solar system. They are diverse and divided, need creative diplomats to find harmony. Enter the Battle Bards! Wandering performers who travel the solar system, righting wrongs and bringing factions together for peace. Are they literally saying that rock stars will be the diplomats of the future? Yes, and that's some fucking electrolytes bullshit. It's great. And this is done by Bryanna Hitchcock. So let's do a little bit of looking around, shall we? So Bryanna, let me just bring her up real fast. She's a musician. Like, that's just a thing that you gotta know. She's a musician. Um, I couldn't really find that much about her. Like, if we go to like where is she's mostly a that's like how I like that's kind of how I found her. Now, what the fuck is her fucking name? God damn it. Because it's not spelled the way I would think it is, but I actually knew a Bryanna with this name, with this spelling before. She was a very nice person. Um, I couldn't really find on anything about her very much, except her Twitter profile. I don't think she's really worked on many things. If this might be the same person, in case she worked on a couple of cities, a couple things for Fate Core back in the day in 2017. Her latest one is for Icons. Cool, shine on. I haven't really seen anything like super like she hasn't published anything, let's just say that. And big thing, she's mostly a musician from what I can gather. Like, that's kind of a mostly about who she is. She is very much a musician, and that's how she operates. Do I know about icons very much? No, not really. Or supers. I know a little bit about the Fate Core and Empire City, but not much. But I haven't really found much on her. I don't even know if this is actually her. I really don't know. So yeah, that's Bryanna. And this is the Battle Bards of the Soul System. So we've established what the problem is. We are that solar system magical and weird. You know, each planet, multiple environments include different weather, unique creatures, creativity heals. We love to alter our consciousness. Humans love rocks. Reinforce interdependence. No person is an island, and no one can survive alone in space for very long. We have stories and conflicts that lead characters confront and embrace their interdependence. And this is the set. This is literally the setting. This is like it's literally a fucking paragraph. Living in nearly each world diverse and divided as we knew, though science and magic humanity may have evolved, many of us issues that plague us now, but great and lesser powers still follow us even in space. They need conflict resolution, and the battle bards are the problem. Pretty much, we've hired Aerosmith to solve our problems for us. Now, they go over all the planets, and I'm like, all right, some of these are going to be cool, but even these have altered by incredible sci-fi sorcery. Because again, we're in space now. We have space magic. Mercury's fucking Mercury, but don't worry. There's also the thing called the Embassy of Lights. Who the fuck are they? Who knows? We're not going to get any details on it. Don't think about it. Venus. Venus got terraformed. I'm like, all right. See themselves as members of countries' religious groups rather than as single people. Focus on internal issues. All right. Earth. Earth is a nature preserve with population centers that resemble history theme parks more than cities. As you know, as humanity would do probably, that we would just abandon. That, we would abandon our home world and this, yeah, I mean, fuck it. Who the fuck cares about anything on Earth? Yeah, who cares? Mars is like completely altered vast continents, bustling cities, Phobos Dinos. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, varied skin tones, both with red and green appearing frequently, because that's what happened on Mars. We have the asteroid belt. Jupiter's a bunch of moons. All right, everyone likes Jupiter people. All right. Demonstrate. All right. Here we are. Here are the battle bards. Because again, it would be idols who would be the future diplomats of humanity, which is unfortunately accurate. But let's be honest with ourselves here. Saturn, billions of people, hundreds of cultures, is a huge contributor to the media landscape. All right, pretty cool. Uranus, now herself is toxic, frozen sea methane on her 27 moons. All right. Neptune's a thing, cool. Pluto and the Dwarf Planet. This was the one that I thought was hilarious. Thaumaturgical miracle with family moons, Earth-like mountains, crimson snow, crowned by a heart-shaped glacier as large as a small country. Despite being smaller than Earth Moon, Pluto is dotted with cities and towns. Her 5 moons, Charon, Hydra, Kerberos, Nyx, and Styx. Pluto has become a hub for those who value their privacy and illicit businesses from all the dwarf planets with their varying orbits and vast distances from the sun. All business is run by a royal house of space necromancers that may or may not be plotting to take over the solar system. We're just going to talk about space necromancy and just ignore the rest. There are space necromancers. Why are they on Pluto? Who knows? Am I saying now, mind you, Barry, would this setting inevitably, be followed by, a very handsome Chinese man walking around super idol, the entire time? Yes. It would not be dominated by, it would be corporate bullshit. It would be Hatsune Miku as controlled by a Chinese super conglomerate. Yeah. And they even say further inspiration is immense mystery. Check out NASA's site for inspiration to appreciate science. Wow! Now, we have a few scenarios. We have band camp, cool. Candidates with one shot at fame and fortune. All right. Great scenario for one shot to kick off a campaign. Like, all right. Peace talks. New Olympus on Mars makes a great display of standing for liberty and fairness while hiding disturbing secrets. Okay, 2 factions on Mars. Oldest city on Mars. Is this literally one side says they want one thing and the other says they want another? And is New Olympus the bad guys? Yes. New Olympus is the bad guy. They are the bad people in that one. Same thing with War of the Worlds. People of Jupiter seeking inspiring but to halt the war. Pretty much Mars and Saturn are stoked the flames of hatred with war with Jupiter. Yeah, 2 issues central to the conflict. Star Trek is great inspiration. The sorcerer both will say war is destined. That's my asteroid. Is destroying our traditions. Their influence on my system culture is way too big. The genetic engineering has gone too far. Your biotic army is too big. The enemy must reduce their stockpiles of interplanetary weapons. Yes. I hate science. I hate science. Now, then they go through the names and custom moves. Planetology, pour your heart out in song and put on a show are basic moves available all players in Battle Bards campaign. These are pretty much Troubadour moves, but don't worry, this is built for Troubadour to a degree, so it's kind of weird in that regard. So you're alright. You put your heart out in a song, like, alright, that's fine. Like, no, like, these are fine moves. Now, my rating for this one, so I'm gonna bring this up here real fast. So, my rating for this, I gave it a 3 for Thirsty. Nothing is required. That's the big thing. Nothing is required at all for it. Actually, I don't need you. And it's like, okay. It's nice to have, but not necessary. Swords. There is literally 0 reason to have a sword. By how the setting is pitched, there is 0 reason to have conflict. It is about mediation and singing. That is what this game is. If you draw a sword, either you're a fuck up, a weirdo, or you are a violent sociopath. Lesbian dealing, everyone is a woman currently. It's fine. Is it mandatory? I think. Are we having is the Battle Bard group of NSYNC showing up? I can only assume, but kill other idol groups. Now, can you in theory have something a little bit like? Do you need it? No. But does everything portray them as women and idol groups? Yes. Am I saying BTS got BTFO? Yes. So, independent. I don't think you can actually make this setting work, really, because the setting is Eclipse Phase. It's a really shitty eclipse phase. Like, if you take it like that, if you want the setting similar to this, go to eclipse phase. Eclipse phase has a lot of more information, has a lot more detail, and is really interesting with the same kind of ideas present of kind of like the solar systems being colonized. Game, there's a lot of stuff to do in the setting. You know, it needs a lot more love behind it, and kind of like we've solved peace talks with fucking idol groups. Like, that's it. I want to see more. I don't think it's great, but I think it's on my rough assessment of redeemable or not. I mean, I'm going to give it like a solid, like, play Eclipse phase. Play Eclipse phase out of 10. Alright, so the Crystalia is the funny one. I love Crystalia. This is by Kreider. Kreider. Ash here has done a few things. Actually, I can actually safely say that Ash is a person who designs games. And now, this is Ash, queer, trans, non-binary game designer, publisher, and sometimes blogger, and living in Canada, God forbid. They actually have made some games. I'm like, alright, cool. Like, they've done some Kickstarter stuff. Alright, neato burrito. I'm down. The one that kind of caught my eye was Our Traveling Home. I remember seeing this game. I'm like, oh, this seems kind of interesting. I picked up actually a community copy, as you can see right there. Queer romance, found family, finding hearts. Like, all right, I remember seeing this on Kickstarter. I thought it was interesting. This game is not for TERFs, fascists, or bigots. Unfortunately for everybody involved, I am none of the above because I am not a German. Actually, I am German. To quote, now, I'm not a TERF because I'm not a feminist, because that would be weird for me, a man, to be a feminist. I'm not a fascist. I don't believe in that kind of belief. I'm not a fucking socialist. And I'm not a bigot, because being a bigot means that I hate you. And generally speaking, I don't hate you. I really don't. I pity you. But yeah, you're not racist. I am racist toward the Italian people. Yeah, mind you, 299 community copies. That's one from me the other day. So just bear that in mind. I am still a represented part of this right here. I saw that. It looks kind of interesting. I think it's kind of very PBTA. I might go over it. It seems kind of like me bait in that regard, so I'll go over it probably. That's all I can really do. I mean, looks pretty, I guess. The other one that caught my eye is Thou Art But a Warrior, which is a game which plays members in orders of Muslim knights who defend Islamic Spain at the beginning of the Crusades. All right, everybody. Well, we're gonna do a little bit of a combination, a little bit of a history lesson with everybody. Knights are a very uniquely European thing. Knights don't really exist outside of Europe. The common, knight etymology, a knight etymology effectively can be, Old English, Dutch, German, from a knecht, which is a boethius servant, which is effectively translated into a servant, servant of a person, servant of a lord. That's pretty much all a knight is a fighting servant, and it's kind of morphed over time. Serve sovereign lord, mounted soldier in arms, very particular. There were no Muslim knights per se. Age of Empires 2 disagrees. If you want a more particular term for what these would be technically, mostly during this time, they would be called a Ghazi, or at least that's how I'm kind of pronouncing it, because I'm fucking terrible when it comes to it. Now, what a Ghazi is effectively effectively a warrior of the Islamic faith. You are a Ghazi, and it does have some holy connotations to it, and it's kind of has this own thematics to it. And if you wanted to tell me you're making a game about Muslim Spain, Andalusia, as the fighting against, kind of that inevitable loss against the Christianity during that time, I'm like, cool, I'm interested. I'd love to see it. Calling the Muslim Knights brother, that is really colonialist. Come on, guys. We're better than this, aren't we, right? Aren't we, everybody? We here do not believe in colonial policy. We're good people. We are all good members of the faith here. Come on, everybody. Get your shit together. No community coffees either. Oh man, I'm gonna have to try to find this though. Thou art but a warrior. I've seen that a few times. There's a few other ones, like tragic stories about the fall of the Magic Kingdom. Ruined Empire. I'm like, all right, like there's stuff here. Like she has clearly done things, and I'll probably actually find this a budgeting tool for Kickstarters and stuff because I think that interesting. I'm like, cool. Recently, oh, there she is. Found it, everybody. I found the Patreon because you're gonna find out like almost every single one of these people have a fucking Patreon. Almost every single one of them has a Patreon somewhere. Which I find hysterical. I love it. I think it's fantastic. And I think you should all support them. Or me. Support me on Patreon, in fact. Give me money. You also have... Yeah, I make $6 fucking and I write fucking games on the internet for free. Yeah, you want to play the Abuser's Playbooks? Yeah, you want to do it? God, right here. All for you. But yeah, that is her. That is Ash. I have a Patreon because I am a sad, poor, miserable person, and because it gets me ass there. Give me money, Varric. Please. Though I have told people this, was like, if I ever get, like, good employment in this industry, I'll cancel the Patreon. Remind me why playbooks exist again. In theory, according to pretty much Vincent Baker's original idea, the idea behind playbooks is that they're supposed to fulfill a particular archetype. They're supposed to fulfill a particular role and theory in a story. They are you have something such as, okay, I'll use the driver, for example, in Apocalypse World. The driver is the driver. He is a person who has a car in this apocalyptic road warrior. He drives fast, he drives hard, and he's just this roaring rampage of, this badass road warrior guy. That's the entire point. He fulfills a particular archetype in a particular place for a particular reason. That's it. But what is Crystalia? Mind you, but people can abuse playbooks very badly and make them just a character rather than a archetype of a character. So, what is Crystalia? War has raged on Crystalia for centuries against the Necro Horde, who would resist its benevolent rule. By Lich Pride and his army of necromancers have conquered half of Crystalia. The elemental archons of Crystalia put aside their differences to form the Archon Alliance. I'm like, all right, I'm in. Show that evil is wrong, but make it hot. Like, all right. The Necro Horde is evil. If you haven't got the idea yet, the Necro Horde is evil. That's why they are almost always in every single one. Consequences are never subtle. On the cosmic scale, focus on empathy and human connection. Like, all right. This is literally... the entire pitch of the setting is that a evil necromancer ascended and he decided to conquer the universe. Is he from Pluto? Probably. Crystalia is one of those worlds, and Crystalia is full of magic and love. And oh no, by the elemental archons, a warrior's legendary powered. Oh no! You have some hilarious things. Where was it? Oh yeah. The confused and demoralized archons fell back and licked their wounds as the Necro Horde raised large swaths of Crystalia's forest. Lich Prime's necromancers used the resulting death energy to build necro halls for the Necro Horde. Yeah, evil isn't a thing anymore, unfortunately. So, this is also... Have I read Apocalypse World Burned Over? Not yet, Barrett. I need to go over that one of these days. Necro hoses in a race. It's a calling. Yeah. Pretty much 2 centuries have passed. Oh no, everything is bad. For the Necro Horde. Yeah. Be the... They're evil, and we must resist them. For the Necro Horde. First campaign we get. This is the... Lion's territory must gather information. And everyone is attending, dolled up, carousing, and kissing unlike anything ever experienced. Partway through the night, the ball is attacked by the Necro Horde. Oh no! Future's a high-ranking net is captured by the PCs and brought back to the Alliance, and the PCs are dispatched to make the future come true. Wait a second. Revolutionary girls. Yeah, no, they're not very subtle about this. Cultural sites. Setbacks. Like, okay. Crystalian refugee while on patrol in their friendly territory. Pretty much, like, half the ideas, like, half the people on the planet are like, we don't want to fight the Necro Horde anymore, so we're instead going to, like, just give up. Like, cool. Maybe... Yeah, here is, Can you tell who are the good guys and the bad guys? You can tell this is the good guy, this is the Archon, and this is the part of the Necro Horde. Did I think this character right here was a man for a very long time? Yes. I did actually think that for a while. Yeah, but that is Afflictor Adrian, up-and-coming necromancer. Okay. She carries no weapons but her ceremonial dagger. Her true weapon is her awesome necromantic ability. She also has Augustine the 10th. Sworn Storm, but oh no, she totally loves her. Oh no! So, these are the two sample Necro Horde characters. As you can tell, they're not really undead or anything. Do you like my feminine blade? Yeah, no, are the two sample characters here. Yeah, it's like, oh. She's heavy armor favored by most, tailored black robes and a pair of mirrored sunglasses. Yeah, she wears mirror shades as she is apparently a brick shithouse gorilla woman. And it's like, alright, so who are they fighting? Well, obviously, it's the Archon herself, Prince Luminaria. Oh, wait, no, not Prince Luminaria. No, not her. They're the good person, by the way. Leader of the Archon Alliance. Oh, that should be Princess, technically, but we don't talk about that. They're beautiful and lovely. Built against Necro Horde, she dons luminous white plate armor. Lightbringer! And then we have... This is going to be hard for me to read, but I'm going to try my best. Duchess Volcana. Volcana is the hot-headed Archon of Flames and heir to the throne of the archipelago nation of Firelandia. Zer's skin is black of volcanic rock, and Zer hair is continuously shifting wreath of magical flame instead of a sword. Z wields a humongous two-handed obsidian battle axe. Z is known for her dislike of politics and fearlessness in battle. This is what Z looks like. Hello. Hello, Ned. Okay, we Steven Universe. Yeah, no, that's who Z is. Duchess Volcana with the actually I can use her. That's what she looks like. This is like the full continuous scene where buff gorilla woman and willowy elf woman versus Steven Universe knockoff. All right, cool. Yeah, we also have the names like Cosma, Aurelia, Bale, Calliope. What is your power? What is your power? What is fearsome power? What is your element? Yeah, Ghost Conjuring. There's no rules for any of these. They just happen. Now, when you self-righteously engage in toxic or harmful behavior to support your ideology, the GM may tell you to roll plus heart. You realize what you're doing is harmful and know what you have to do instead. You realize that you are being harmful, but only after hurting someone you care about. You don't realize it's harmful until after you've done it, and the consequences are disastrous. The GM is encouraged to make a move that stings. So we've captured a bunch of the enemy. What do we do? They wanted to kill us. Execute them all. Please make me a move real fast. Like, oh, okay, I'll make my move because I'm being toxic. I rolled a 5. So, you don't realize until after you've done it. It's disastrous. I've killed all these people, and now I'm the bad guy. Like, okay, what's the problem now? I've literally just murdered my enemies and did my fucking job. Yeah, no, that's heading all right. Man, a Steven Universe game would be fun. Fuck though. Oh god. Uh, Steven Universe. I've seen people attempt Steven Universe games before. I think it's possible. I choose to fail my role. I reject my humanity. So, my rough start on Crystalia. Thirsty, again, nothing really outside the sample characters you need to have really strong relationships with. You really don't. That's the thing. There is no, like, prompt here to say, like, relationships are mandatory. It's a war story at the end of the day. So that's why Swords actually scored fairly high, and it's an actual combat is necessary. That's actually kind of interesting. You are in a war. You are in a fight for survival or a fight of complete conquest. Jesus. Lesbian wise, all the characters are women in this in some degree. Are they mandatory, however? Nothing is saying they are, but nothing is saying they aren't, so it's kind of in that blank zone. Kind of interesting, like, and overall, like, independently, this is a first draft. That is if you want to really take it as its whole, this is a first draft. Would I be interested to see second draft? Maybe. Interested to see a third, fourth, fifth after a dozen revisions? Yes. I'd be interested to see that, maybe, because there's actually something you could do with it. For a game, like, yeah, there's stuff to do. It's a little bit on the nose of who the good guys and bad guys are, and you could probably flesh out both sides a little bit, or just say fuck it and just not flesh them out at all. But that's kind of how you want to handle it. Next, we have Era's End by Emily Care Boss. So let's look at Emily Care Boss real fast here. So their main thing is that they are from a company called Black and Green Games, or Black Green Games, Black and Green, and they have actually done a game that I might be looking at here soon called the Romance Trilogy. This is one of their games. I've found it fascinating. It's literally a game about romance. I'm like, cool. They don't see the guy getting cucked in this bit, so I'm like, all right. Overall, they've done things like Dread House, the Sci-Fi Primer, Breaking the Ice. They've done a few games. I'm actually kind of interested in some of these. I'd be interested to see where they go with it. Twitter-wise, have they blocked me yet? They have not blocked me yet. Tree Geek, Neo-Pagan, Cis Queer, She, Her, Bi, Pan, and White. Hello, my fellow whites. Yeah, no, and it's the same shit as usual. Their main thing is they have a few different things that they're about as obvious as you think they are. Oh. Hi, Vincent. It's been a while. I'll get to you later. But, yeah, that's all I can really say about her. She hasn't really done that much. I'd be interested to see some of these. I want to read the Romance Trilogy because it seems interesting to me. Shoot to the Moon seems interesting. Under the Skin. Like, a lot of these seem actually pretty interesting. That's actually free. I'm going to pick that up right now, actually. No. Just give me the game for free, everyone. I'm buying it on for free, everyone. So we're live action. We're doing it live on, live on screen. Wait a second. I have to do that. No. Let's see. Thanks to Patreon. So let's see. The Patreon, has that been updated since 2016? No. Looks like she is not really doing anything anymore. She doesn't have a Patreon anymore. Cool. Yep, that's her. She's done quite a bit of things. I'm interested to see what she does. She's done a few games. She does also have a lot of games in development. Where are these? I don't know. Are they done? Are they not done? Will they ever come out? I don't know. But I'd be interested to see where it goes. But but that is Emily Care Boss for Era's End. And this is the, is this going on YouTube? Yes, it is going on YouTube. If you guys gotta leave and do something, go for it. This is a TTRPG equivalent to Abandonware. Technically an older game with defunct companies. Kind of have that limited, a very odd point of view where they are technically Abandonware. But Era's End is about your liege is dying, has yet to be named. The land of Dalmea has been enjoying peace for a while now because the marriage bond of the queen and her consort. You and your Spiral Walker sisters, a band of fighters, seekers, and diplomats, and also the Gestapo, have been entrusted with helping calm the flames. So, we have 3 potential candidates for who will be the next queen of the land, and here they are. Portia Silver Eyes, a goblin, and the right one. And when I mean the right one, I do legitimately mean the one who will win, because she's the only logical answer, for many reasons. Now, the entire idea behind this setting is that, again, we have a 3-way race for the Portia Silver Eyes. Wrong answer. This is the person of the Red Keep. We will get to why she will win. She will win. That's just how it goes. Dalmea is a fragile land of beauty and complexity. Breathtaking beauty and heritage worth living and dying for. And contrasting that beauty with the cost of generations who created it, sacrifice to make others enjoy it. Tangle, connect and deepen. Give time and space for emotions. Private moments or confidences, sworn secretly, emotions of these conflicts and devotions evoke. So, core idea is that these 2 nations, Dalmea and Bryanna, have been at war for years. And they don't tell you this, except later on they're fighting over a river, because if someone doesn't control the river, the other side literally fucking dies of starvation. So, yeah. But Sovereign Zila, who's shared her love with Reneth of Berlin, has brought the possibility of peace, is dying. She's spoken to her daughter and consort of the need of a peaceful transition and sought aid by bringing in the Spiral Walkers, your group who specializes in diplomacy and aid for those of war and crisis. You're oath-bound now to help this kingdom find a path forward that can help solidify their experience of peace and open the door for healing from centuries of pain and ruin. Your bonds of sisterhood and love give you the resources you need to offer aid to others. Now, this is literally the worst fucking way ever created by mankind to explain who supports who. This is literally how they explain who supports who. This is the stupidest fucking way, but I will do my best to explain it to everybody. Give me 1 second. I'm going to actually do this correctly. So, roughly speaking, rather than deal with that, we have Portia Silver Eyes, who is the queen's daughter. She has the supporting of pretty much the government and noble houses. We have, let me see if I can remember her name, because her name is fucking stupid. Let's see, and Lady Reneth. Now, Lady Reneth, who is the queen's consort, and also a fucking foreigner. Let's not forget that she is a foreigner from the rival kingdom we've been having centuries of war with. She also has support of the government and artisans. Now, why does she have support of the artisans? Well, because she supported a thing called, let me see if I can find this, Kerr claims bring legitimacy to their own positions, choice bureaucrats, where are the one? Artisans are loyal to Reneth, who, with Zila Nightbones, established the centers of study and created the title Pillar for treasured craftspeople. Those endowed with pillar status are supported in their creative efforts for life. Effectively, what Reneth did, what our benevolent ruler here did, the Queen's Consort, was start up a government-funded arts program. That's why the artisans love her. Now, the final one, though, He created government-funded Patreon, mind you. But then we also have General Helvine, who's a famous general. Now, who do you think that she has power with? The peasants, the military, the peasants, the military, merchants, like the actual down-and-out merchants who sell shit. And let me see, where was the other one that people have? It's, so, let's take a second to think about things real fast. Now, mind you, the other thing is, like, wealthy merchants support General Helvine, whose forces have created peaceful lanes of travel to bring in lands reach through bandit-ridden hollows. She does have a line in here, who does literally say she has a private military force. General Helvine here literally has a private military clique who she has established to be her own people. Her own people, I mean, she has literally established a military clique, like a Chinese military clique, as her personal army. She's a personal army. Now, before we even, like, get anywhere farther, I don't think they quite understand. Portia Silvereyes is the daughter of a foreign minister, effectively. The only reason the noble houses support her is because she has literally a direct line. Yeah, Chinese military clique. Pretty much, it's all the officers are people she knows, and all the soldiers are handpicked from her areas. You have Lady Reneth, who is a foreigner, mind you. Remember that. She is a foreigner from this other rival kingdom. Then we have General Helvine, who is a famous local born and has all these benefits and has the benefit of the people, the military, and the merchants. So the thing is, the noble houses will flip to her immediately. If anything, the government will probably collapse. The artisans probably won't, but you can win them over because you have the merchants on your side. Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, the setting is fucked before it even begins. It's hilarious. And land rich and forest plains, unique species, elaborate feasts. Oh my god! Now, the big thing has been rivals for the waters of the Crystal River. The kingdom of Benin, whose lands are often riddled with drought and pestilence, seeks to control the bounteous land of Dalmia. The enemy side over there, who keeps invading us, wants our fucking water because they live in shithole. Now, why haven't we burnt their entire civilization to the ground and forcefully annexed them? We don't know yet. We're not going to question that. Now, the big idea is this entire thing, is the idea to seize the throne. And the idea is that you are supposed to kind of, attack his launch on the border, is planning to use this as an advantage, stage a coup. The PC's mission is to prove the invasion has been planned to discredit the general. Oh no! The idea is that you're supposed to kind of take them all, and each of them are kind of bad in their own way, but good in their own way. You're supposed to help the person that you like, but literally nobody... like, I don't think anyone quite realizes that General Helvine is just the right answer. People will support her because she has literally the power of the military on her side. The people's will, and it's kind of like, oh no, the final stage of negotiation for the throne. Will the dying sun are testing their mettle, trial by fire, the choice. The liege is dead, the new leader must be chosen. And these are our benevolent choices. We have Portia Silvereyes, the consort, and the general in the back there, who, again, probably owns this person's, life and soul and could kill these three in about 5 seconds. But yeah. Now, there is also the answer of, did these two technically make her? Yes. Why is the consort fighting against her own daughter? We do not know. We're not going to question it. We're not going to think about it too hard. Now, the big thing is the Zila Nightbones is the queen. She is the ultimate queen, and she's a liege and leader of the Spiral Walker Sisters, having chosen each of you personally to raise and train the disciplines in the order. You are the Gestapo for the queen. That's literally what you are. You are the Gestapo. You are her private personal knightly order that she has chosen. And in this land is the will of the people who will choose her heir. That's a terrible way of going about it. That is a terrible, awful way of going about it. Yeah, yeah, it's painful. It's really painful. Like Portia Silver Eyes, Zila and Reneth, we don't really know why that's the case. We don't question it. Uh, Weakened, she's talented artist in her own right, deeply skilled in the art of metallurgy. Her sword is one forged from horseback, the saber of the north. She loves her land, but she's also a foreigner. Now, mind you, Helvine is a Zer. General Helvine has risen through the ranks, being the greatest general of the Dalmea. The Zer troops are loyal to Zer, so there's so fear they would place Zer on the throne, which they would. War is won through organization as much as strategy. A big student of the human mind, choosing Zer lieutenants and placing champions with a unique mix of innate and learned set of skills and characteristics. It's her private army. Yeah, I don't think anyone quite realizes that they are, like, that is just the win, the one, like, she's just won. Mostly because Reneth is literally a prisoner of war. You'll fall deeply in love with Zila. Because, yeah, that's how knowledgeable. She knows, loves both lands, and has supported among them Dalmea. She's, wait, where is it? In this land is the will of the people. It was under her reign that the war ended. She was young when she was chosen to rule and led bloody battles and merciless raids, wielding her sword of many stars, until she captured and fell in love with Reneth, Princess of Bryanna. Did Zila Nightbones quite literally sack and slash her way across the enemy country, kidnap one of their leader's children, and then said, yeah, I know you're fine. All I'm saying is that this is a perfect sort of fucking sorcery setting. Like, she is literally Conan. So it's like, man. Alright, fuck it. Yeah, no, here's my favorite scene where everyone marches outside Helvine's location as they just go on to fucking murder the others. Yeah, you do technically have diplomatic immunity, and the idea is you're supposed to duel other people, and you're supposed to kind of grant challenge ribbons to each other rather than fighting necessarily. I'm like, that's thematic, kind of weird. The big thing is you have popularity, because the potential heir is level of influence, and you have to build their popularity or reduce their popularity. Daring feats, anytime they do something, they can gain or lose. Pretty simple stuff. And the big idea is that you're supposed to support, and you want to get more and more and more. You want to increase the popularity, because whoever has the highest popularity is going to win. And then you get the coronation ceremony. The coronation ceremony is hysterical for all the wrong reasons. Because, based on the heir's final popularity. 12 plus. Everyone loves you. 9 to 11. Productive transition. Alright. 68. One head and people grumble and mutter over the choice. Feel new later may leave them back in the conflict with Bryanna. Fear and concern color the countryside. Take their leave. 3 to 5. Protests break out when the coronation is complete. Faction supported. And then 0 to 2. Civil war begins. The time of peace in this land is over. Bloodshed, otherwise known as Helvine, kills everybody. Again, that's the best part. Like, the noble house are like, we raise our soldiers, and General Helvine shows up, says, I'll let you keep your lands. I'll let you keep your lands. Everything will be your line. Being like, we will kill Portia Silver Eyes. Like, I don't think, was this setting thought out? That's like my big thing. Was this setting thought out very well? In some aspects, not really. I don't think they really thought too far ahead when it came to certain aspects in how the setting actually would play out. And I don't think they really thought it out, and I don't think that was like the intent of what they were trying to go for. Of like, you've given so much power to one character, like, oh well, you're supposed to win them over. Like, that doesn't really work. Like, fun fact, if I just kill everybody else, but it's like one of those things, like, if you were playing this setting as a Spiral Sisters, as, pretty much the Gestapo for the Queen, you'd have to ask yourself, who are we loyal to? Are we loyal to the nation? Or or are we loyal to the person? Are we loyal to the family? It's kind of a back and forth. And that's kind of a complicated and dangerous feat. They don't really explain that at all. That's not really like the point of the setting, which kind of hurts it. Like, let me just... It does very much hurt it, trying to make it work properly. So it's like, you don't really need... You play the fantasy Gestapo, you don't really need those relationships. Those are not important. Unless you want to have sex with someone, unless that's the grand master plan of, like, you want to fuck your boss's daughter. That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's how she's magically able to stay alive with her illness. Don't question it. Combat is present, but if you get into a fight, something has gone wrong. Lesbian-wise, yeah, you get high ranks simply because women are the only ones relevant or mentioned. Though I do mention, though, the settings are fucking awful. There's not a lot of explanation of how things work. It's just magic. It just works. Mostly because, again, the noble houses would immediately flip power at whoever wanted them. And a military coup d'etat would happen. Like, just by default, that would occur. More accurately, probably General Helvine would try to use Portia Silver Eyes as a pawn. That's what would happen. Like, that is just, like, clearly how things have put together, unless you try really hard. Yeah, independent. Who the fuck thought this was an actual idea? Good for one shot, single campaign at best. They do exist in some. Like, the problem with this game is that this isn't really a campaign, necessarily. This is like a very focused campaign, which you would normally, I would say, put in like a series of very dedicated playbooks for. But we have to assume every playbook is valid for this. So, yeah, it's not great. It's not my favorite. I thought it was really funny, though. So, the next one. Don't worry, we're not done yet. Is Gala.exe, which I like to call the holy shit, oh god, oh fuck, oh god, what are you doing? What is this dystopian nightmare we live in setting? But nobody acknowledges it's a dystopian nightmare, which is my favorite part. This is done by Katherine Cross. Now, Katherine Cross, she is sociologist, Minister of Information System, a techie trans Latina PhD candidate. Pretty cool. She's done some stuff. She has been working on a lot of different things. She is a PhD person, obviously. Yeah, she supports Andromeda for some reason. Objectively worst of these three people. Oh, yeah, she's a fascinating human being. And do I know any of her game design chops? Like, game design wise, has she done anything very exciting? I couldn't find anything necessarily. Her major focus is on online harassment, shame, and antisocial behavior. Unfortunately, I am a very social person, hence why I'm sharing all of her information with you all. She's also from Seattle. God, I hate Seattle. Actually, I like Seattle. I take that back. I don't know. There's many answers, Ed Boy, but not many at the same time. Yeah, I couldn't really find anything in particular about her. I saw some of her work, and it was like Gamergate stuff. I'm not shitting you. It's like Gamergate research. Cool. I mean, that's all I can really say. Is cool, fine. She wrote Gala.exe, which is, again, a dystopian nightmare. Let me just re-emphasize. So, centuries in the future, the galaxy is united under the banner of cybernetic democracy, all watching over by a matriarchal machines of loving grace. It's fully automated luxury space anarchism writ large. But this beautiful facade has been hairline cracks for ones and zeros, intrigue, sinister plots, endless waltzes in cyberspace, hyperspace, and subspace abound. Utopia isn't perfect. Do you need a sword in this setting? No, I have a gun. That's one of those things with a lot of these settings is, why can't I solve a majority of my problems by shooting you with a gun? Guns are very powerful. The principles, well, power never goes away. Well, mostly in a society of equals, you do not. Gods are real. And then, mind you, you live mostly in a society of equal. Gods are real, and they have merch. The universe where AI have become so advanced that AI collective have become equivalent, more or less, to benevolent deities, followings and fandoms. You are powerless. Let me remember that. For instance, adopt the persona of a water goddess, complete with relatable brand of social media. Be a cyborg and a goddess. AI robots are commonplace social and political equals woven into every aspect of life. Given the role AI playing government plebiscites, I can't pronounce that, of the galactic e-democracy, you might even say there was a robotic revolution and they won. NFT politician, so yeah, that's God, this is a crime. Open license, luxury was considered a vice, while the wealthiest, lower classes, prefers even meager's joy. Everyone's there. If you dream it, you can replicate it. You only need the most exotic resources to find, or especially rare items. It's easier said than done, sometimes. Now, here are some of the races. We have the spider people from Steven Universe. We have Hologoddess. Like, alright, space opera, hundreds of years in our future. By cybernetic e-democracy encompassing a vast number of planets and species where everyone's vote counts. It's perfect democracy, by the way. Everyone's vote counts. Everyone's. Do not question it. Do not question it, civilian. There's no parliament or Congress because everything is managed through a system of direct democracy with trillions of votes, mediated by towering AI that distill all acrimonious voices of billions to digest of information that guide and steer debates around a variety of issues. See, here's the hilarious thing, Velsonia. The issue with this is that Steven Universe had actually a little bit of lore behind things. That the gems were effectively, I wouldn't say enslaved wouldn't be the right word, but there was like a very strict caste system in Steven Universe. There were people on top and there were people on bottom. The diamonds were the ones who ran everything. The problem with this setting is that the AI represent democracy. They are the ones who distill all the information into perfect e-democracy, and everyone's happy. Now, let me think of something real fast. Let me just take a little sit down here and let me tell you something about people. Whenever you have to filter information through something, there's going to be problems. And problem with direct democracy, and I'll tell this about any time with direct democracy. Direct democracy is the system of government in which the majority shoots the minority. Like, remember that. Any direct democracy is a system of government in which the majority shoots the minority in the back of the head. Because that is what happens. If everyone, that's the problem with direct democracy, is that if everyone votes to eradicate a planet, and it was just that, they will glass the planet, because that is what direct democracy. The vast majority of people said that, but those people are just non-people. We make them go away. Thanks to direct minority. Thanks to direct democracy. Yeah, I did do that because of direct democracy, because the people asked for it. That's impossible for a galactic level. Now, Draco, you're seeing things a little bit weird. That's where things get really funny, because it's not that. It's physically impossible to actually do this in a way that actually functions. So what's occurring actually is, everything is done by the Commonwealth, has no single center of government, but, stigmata station. First constitution of the Pan-Galactic Federation was signed, otherwise known as, it's not anarchism, by the way. Focal points of remains focal points of meetings, conferences, debates, performances, and orgies. Opals below, state armies and mercenary bands decline, where elegant weapons came back into fashion. Swordplay, rather athletic, recreational, or deadly serious, has become commonplace. No, that wouldn't happen. People would still, like, in my fully automated gay space, if you give me the option to 3D print whatever I want, I'm going to 3D print a high-powered velocity, rifle, smart rifle, being like, oh no, my enemy is approaching, bang! Like, oh no, my enemies are here, bang! Like, anarchism needs weaponry. That's the beautiful thing. Anarchism needs guns. The Commonwealth is a series of distributed servers that house the AI that make up the direct democracy possible. Who owns these? Who knows? The constituent species of the galaxies have limited autonomy. From beautiful orange-gilled Quailans who command the scattered pearl necklace of stars held together only by libertage and smugness, to the Iburu rises diverse arachnid race of spacefarer thespians and theologians. Earth is gone. Here's some more. Yeah. There are nomadic traders and explorers. Though some have just static settlements like Little Sydney or New San Juan. You know, Sydney, Australia. The government is hedonistic. There is no government, Draco. The government is run by fully automated god AI. Remember that. Life is good in a post-scarcity society with no kings or masters, gods of sorts. The AI help administer society. They've also made it possible to do away with government bureaucracies and hierarchies who hear and translate the will of trillions of citizens in their many languages. Coalesce into sapient beings, like a curious kind of postmodern celebrity. And our anarchist ascendancy. I don't think they quite understand what they've written. Yeah, they've written a techno-theocracy with the vague idea of democracy. It's a Napoleonic democracy. It's actually hilarious. Pretty much everyone is said like, oh, here's my vote. And there's impossible to really tell because the AI can interpret anything they really want. Because remember, they're sapient. All the AI is sapient. Like, they can clearly understand these things, but they are also completely uncaring. They're gods. What are you going to do against them? We want to vote you out of power! No, you're not. I just interpreted 20 trillion people saying that they're going to execute you. Why? Because you committed a crime against humanity. And are you going to go against 20 trillion people? No. Like, good God, like, we've invented, like, this is a horrifying setting. Like, this is horrifying. Like, your life is dictated by God AIs. We've made it is a techno-theocratic, nightmare society. It's great. I love it. Beyond the thicket of nebulae of the Nastasa's veil, the hierarchs make their home on Throne World. They too are diverse, lot of alarming number of humans choosing to join them after the desolation of Earth. People are literally running away because people understand that we live in a nightmare area. We would rather submit to a fucking kingdom, we would rather submit to an alien kingdom than having to deal with cybernetic godhood. Because you don't have any standing army. But the Throne Worlds do, remember. They have a standing army. No one else has a standing army. And again, we're supposed to believe everything here is just fine. It's just fine. Do not think about it. Do not question it. It just works. And if you think it doesn't work, good God. So regional e-democracy has been malfunctioning. Yeah, this is the issue. Like, the first thing is, like, malfunctioning. Jesus. Is taking care of people's needs, Can your crew fill the void, helping others while you sneak in, betray, and flirt your way across curling with Ale settlement? And why doesn't AI have a sword? Because they need to realize it doesn't need you anymore. Hierarchy raiders, blocking, seizing cargo, find a way to heart of hierarchy. Reach the heart of the hierarchy's operation, where swashbuckling Captain De La Shatterstar is holding court. You can defeat a well-armed gang of pirates with the power of love, robots, and fancy footwork. Saga the Sorrow Bay needs your help. Server farm has been compromised. Oh no! Actively curtails her fandom by performing concerts. Yeah, she wants to cultivate a fandom because that's what you want your gods to do. Spider people are fine. I think they look kind of neat. Dance Your Revolution. Yeah. An Ibru princess by title, if nothing more substantial, wants to reclaim old privileges and power that her rank would have granted her in the days of her ancestors. King Crew show her the virtue of fully automated luxury space anarchism. Or will you get snared in a web of ascended anarchy and the rest of it? We live in an anarchy. If she wants to declare herself queen, who the fuck cares? Yeah, major gaps in public knowledge about significant historical events, up to including the destruction of her. Nobody remembers this. Why are we like this? Am I... all the settings so far. So a terrible place have thirsty sword adventures, and yeah, no, they are pretty bad. We probably should, let's. Wait, is this basically Dune for the Butarian Jihad? No, no, it wouldn't be that, because before the Butarian Jihad, we had all the noble houses and stuff. Uh, it's pretty much what would occur. I think it's hard to even like summarize how dystopic this fucking setting is, completely unintentionally. Because what we can interpret here is that potentially the AI erased parts of our memories effectively and just deleted public records because they have access to everything. So the thing is this: I'll tell you all I'll tell you all a very secret thing here. Take this. Actually, how best? Okay, we'll think about history. If you go through your entire life and you never learn that the Caliphate of Andalusia existed, that every single piece of information in this world just deleted the concept that the Andalusian Caliphate existed, would you ever realize that the Andalusian Caliphate existed? No, you wouldn't. You would never have thought about it. If you never know a word, you'll never have it. This is 1984 level shit. Like, this is why Newspeak exists in 1984, is because of they wanted to erase certain words. You no longer have the word bad. It's ungood. You know, this isn't a bad day. This is an ungood day. If you erase people's way of thinking and change the way they speak, they don't have it. If you erase parts of history that are bad, and then teach people forcefully that everything is fine, 3 generations down the line, those people are never going to learn about it. There's no reason 3 generations later they would ever even know about it, unless they really went digging. Am I saying that AI gods deleted history of them killing and enslaving everybody? Yes. And this is my dystopic setting. Again, I love this setting. This is dystopic as fuck. Lady Liberty, the ideal type e-democracy AI, the very first of her kind. Centuries ago, Lady Liberty was a prototype for managing elections on Stigmont Station. When the Commonwealth is young, she often appears as a holographic titan station. She is literally just a... She's the Statue of Liberty, everybody. She's just a Statue of Liberty, but an AI god. Then we have Emma, the next wave of e-democracy. Is herself an embodiment of all the Commonwealth is meant to be, not merely a warmed-over liberal democracy, but truly self-sustaining collective expression of the people's will, otherwise known as her will. Named after one of the great inspirations of the Commonwealth civilization, seeking to personify that idea. We don't know what Emma is, or what that means. Now, my favorite... She can summon a holographic gunblade whose gun function is purely for ornamentation, but is carefully crafted to look like a musket from the time of the French Revolution. Now, Emma here. This is one of the other odd things, is that they cite Earth stuff a lot, because Earth is just the... Earth is a cat's meow, and there's no other, all these other cool races and stuff of giant spider women, who I want to touch their many appendages, they don't exist, don't think about it. Who makes tomorrow arrive on time? Human language newsprint, she's a mysterious person who's like, she always knows everything. I don't know why she's here, she just is. Haruspex Vesa Corlix. Haruspex Vesa's river to the people flowing centuries of glittering spiritual wisdom of the Yaburu faith. I also have to look what this word was. Let me see. She is the figurehead of the Yaburu faith, Suv. Why is there a religion in this anarchist society? Because you think religion would go away at this point, because the AI gods would want it, but hey, who cares? Elected to the position. Many followers of Suv across the galaxy come together in a cyber conclave once every 30 standard years to vote on the new Haruspex. The great Cyril stands atop the highest properties of the holy city and sing to soothe the universe. Followers of the Suv. I don't know. Let me see. Oh yeah, the Quaylan economist who hates economics and wants to put a nail in the coffin. Nah, anarchist economics are still present. I don't think people realize that. You need it. Perhaps someone who can show that something they truly can't model. For some reason, she has a claymore. Don't question it. She just has a claymore. Now, this is the only representative of the hierarchy we have. Captain Dalla Shatterstar, a relic from a bygone age whose glory is in it. Captain Dalla is a space pirate who dresses like one. Her constant companion is her cyber parrot Paul Lee, a trash-talking holographic bird of paradise who, for some reason, knows the entire Gilbert and Sullivan catalog. Dalla is a red-coated lass who's proud of her rank and wants everyone to know it. She was also the first of a band of communist space pirates to declare they should venture beyond and intervene. Dalla is a closer student of Medics, Napoleon, and Sun Tzu than one might expect for a committed communist. Uh, uh, when you're debating, while you're debating philosophy, she tries her rapier, gleaming silver with the blade carved with the names of the great Marxists. You don't like space Bolsheviks. uh, See, it's like, oh, sweet Jesus. I read this, I laughed my fucking ass off. Because again, we don't know why Earth was destroyed, but apparently we have all this information of like pre-Earth, like pre-space, like 1800s. Like we're centuries past that. Like we're in like the like 2500s tier minimum, and we're just like, yes, Napoleon. Like, no, we are not citing Napoleon anymore. It feels like a spoof of a B movie, and that's what I was thinking of first. But nah, it's kind of hard. Vega Wolf, like, yeah. And then we have concepts, very artful names, like Capillary Politics, Delphi, Eleanor, Event Horizon, Flowering Manifold, the Karl Marx Experience. See, that's a character I need to put into a character, like this into a game one day. Just a full on robot who's just called the Karl Marx Experience. You'll never pronounce any of those, Quaylen. You'll never pronounce any of these. Yeah, that is. This is fucking Gala.exe. I adore this disaster area. Now, you don't need of any desire to form a relationship. There's no need to actually form relationships in this one. You just happen to be people who have a sword and kill people. Is there actually like your private military force? You're the private military force of AI. The first setting, setting so far for a stupid in-universe reason for swords only. Yeah, this is the only setting that actually justifies why you only have swords, because AI banned guns. You get 2 points for inventing. You get 2 points for inventing matriarchic and narco democracy. However, outside the first one, there's no reason to play a woman in this. Outside of saying it is a matriarchal. My stand, behold my stand, the Karl Marx Experience. That's a fucking goddamn it. But yeah, no, it's like, yeah, there's really literally no reason to play a woman in this. Like, if you were to play this straight, there's no reason to be like, let's play women. No, that's not really a thing. You just happen to play with matriarchal democracy. And if you take that part out, there's no reason. Mostly because they're fucking AI and don't really have that. Don't have to worry about that. When you are 1,000 inorganic servers, you aren't really concerned with gender, really. Um, independently functioning. If you treat it as a meme, I'm actually gonna put like I'm gonna do that 0/9. It's independent. It's a meme setting if you're trying to prove a point why absolute democracy doesn't function. I.e., you have to run through everything through a fucking dystopic AI, and the AI is going to interpret however you want. You know how many fucking AI they keep having to shut off? Don't worry. That's next. That's next, Draco. I'm ready. Now, and that's the horrifying part. You know, it's like if you treat it as like if you treat it as like legit, so like one for one, it's awful. It's a useless setting because you're not gonna play anything in it. Because what are you gonna do? What's there to fight? Oh no, we're fighting people against the tyrannical theocratic space. Yeah, no. However, it is a fucking 9 though. It is a 9 out of 9 if you play it completely straight. If you were to put me in this set, like if we were to pitch you a game like we live in like pretty much space anarchism, where AI run everything to the point where we've pretty much surrendered our own freedoms, and you are now pretty much the agents of the demiurge of our AI gods as they attempt to kill people, yes, then this is a... Hell, let me fight for the other guys, because apparently the fucking thing called the Throne World, they apparently allows communist space pirates to function. Fuck yeah, I want to play a fucking space pirate as like, right across anarcho space as we try to, overthrow literal gods. Hell yeah, I'm in. Fuck yeah. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking go. Yeah. But yeah, that's Gala.exe. You're supposed to play the Hologoddess in that one as well. I should actually mention that. The Hologoddess is almost built for this setting. Now, okay. This one's going to be hard. The next one is Gaylords. Now, Gaylords is... Gaylords. Just Gaylords. So who are we dealing with? This is Lucian Kahn, or Lucius. Or Lucian, yeah, Lucian Kahn. Lucian Kahn is, alright, he's a game designer. I've seen him do a lot of things, actually. His big game, he has 2 big games. He has Visgoths and Molgoths. Visgoths and Molgoths. Visgoths and Molgoths. Ooh. Yeah, this is his big game. This is the thing that you're supposed to love. It's kind of the craft, Empire Record, Bill and Tell's excellent invention, and clueless. It's kind of a meme. It's a meme game, and I'm like, alright, it's fine. There's other big ones. There's a Dead Friend, a game of necromancy. It's a collaborative storytelling game for 2 people. That's really it. That's it. Those are his 2 big games, and that's what he's run, like the Museum of Moving Images in New York City for gameplay between fantasy and real on Visgoth and Molgoth, and Ira Lichman for nominee for best setting in 2021 in the Indie Groundbreaker Awards. Yeah, yeah, Lucian Kahn is an interesting guy. I'm not gonna say any, interesting guy. I think he is a fascinating creature. I think he has some heart in his work. I think he wants to really show people, and this is his one fucking game, though. This is his one game. Visgoth and Molgoth is really his only big game. Cool, look at everyone. He won a bunch of awards for award shows no one gives a shit about. Congratulations, we did it. We did it, everybody. We are going to make it. So, what did he write? He wrote a setting called Gaylords. Gaylords! Now, first things first, we got to go over something. Now, content warning, it does have slurs in it. Reclaim slurs and mock stereotypes used against queer people. Be prepared as you read on. Do not carelessly repeat them, especially if you're not the kind of person they target. Now, I am right now. What we are doing together, and I'm going to say this right now and mark it here. 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 45 seconds. You can mark it right here. I am doing this as written. I am doing a review of this game for you all to understand what we're getting into. And so I know some of you are not able to watch. Some of you are on a different thing. You're just listening to my voice. That's fine. So I have to say these words because I care about my people. I care about all of you, and I respect you all to a very large degree. So, as I get that out of the way, as I express my devoted love, Gaylords is a fantasy setting about gay male warlords and rival factions. There, it's done. We said it. Factions. We'll say it again. We did it, everybody. This is hurt. I'll be honest with all of you. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with every single one of you. I walked into this game. I wanted advanced lovers and lesbians. I wanted to put it. And the first thing I opened up to was Gaylords, because I wanted to see how you make a Gaylord game. This is Thirsty Sword Lesbians. How do you make a game about men? You had 2 men in the previous book, including our man in the corner here. How do you do it? Come on. Hit me. I'm ready. I was expecting Gachi. I was expecting Anarchy. I was expecting, Van. That's what I was expecting. But so, genre is high camp, which is comedic and exceptionally homosexual pairing of melodrama and farce rooted in self-parody. Remember this word right here, self-parody. What that is saying is that nothing in here should be taken seriously, but you should also be hilarious for it. Your story takes place in the wild Flamingo regime. Indebted to the works of the Astrophans, Devo, George Etheridge, the Golden Girls, John Cameron Mitchell, Morley, Mozart, John Waters, and Oscar Wilde. I feel sad for every single one of you as you fucking power a turbine and as you roll in your graves. Now, principles: flamboyant fakeness. Abandon all subtlety and good taste. Everyone should be overacting. Do not be offended or be appalled or aghast. Don't be just entertained. Wallow in aesthetic ecstasy. Describe your outfit in excessive detail. Your character has an extreme opinion on every other character in the world. Do not feel so about anyone. Have no meh-friendly acquaintances. If you are someone, escalate the emotion to passionate camaraderie, burning desire. Escalate that to bitter envy or icy disdain. Now make a joke. Don't be polite, respectful, demure unless it's a diabolical scheme. Don't just sit down with other characters, process your feelings. The setting for staying up all night talking about your traumas. Don't be earnest, tender, or gentle, nuanced, or sincere. Be petty. Be pretentious. Put a mustache on it. Oh, yeah, no, and, this is the first image. This is the first image we see, everybody. Here's our Gaylords. Just soak it up. So you roleplay as a gay man stereotype, yes. Yeah, I was hoping for something more than literally just making fun of gay guys. I was waiting for something. I was waiting for it. See, you soak it up, Gachi. But now I was hoping for Gachi. It's not Gachi. I was so sad. I was disappointed. I read it and I was in despair. I was in complete despair. And my heart died a little on the inside. So, factional politics. Wields military, economic, and political control over his faction. You play as a Gaylord, let him be haughty and commanding, and believe he deserves his power. Quick note about here. You're literally in a seaside resort. You're not really a warlord. Just remember that. Like that, you're playing more the gay mafia than you are playing like a legitimate warlord. Remember that. Because these aren't warlords. Like, I don't know what Lucian thinks a warlord is, but they don't own, these are mob bosses. Play it as, again, like, you want to become a gangstar. That's it. Loyal subjects known as minions or bootlickers. If you play a bootlicker, feel strongly about your Gaylord. Your faction wants territory, resource, and followers of every other faction. Vie for it and don't compromise. Pursue forbidden relationships with members of rival factions, especially their Gaylords. All the strange rock and rollers. The gay and male world is incomplete without gay, trans men, and drag queens. Include them. Although the industries of the wild flamingo regimes mostly revolve around campy gay male culture, anyone else can be a Gaylord too, as long as they're forceful and garish enough to pull it off. Where was the funny one? Ah, yes. Lesbians and other queer women with cultural ties to the gay male world are also welcome here. Consider Ursula, the female bear. Nobody in the wild Flamingo regime has ever heard of our real world disputes of who counts or doesn't count as part of gay male culture. Our snobbery and fights are simply about different matters than theirs. Setting can't offer wholesome or morally edifying betrayals of anybody and maintain the catty high camp genre. I know you're supposed to not take this setting seriously. Here's the thing. You don't take the setting seriously. You can't really take it seriously. So, if you're not going to take your own setting seriously, I'm sure as hell not going to take it seriously. It's time to be funny about it. We're making fun of this because it's funny. And we have to deal with factions. So, the wild flamingo regimes, the toddy water on lakeside tourist trap, featuring ostensibly tacky, semi-urban, sprawling, gaudy but cheaply built architecture. A gay man's paradise. Yes, hello, fellow gay men. Hello, you gays over there. You gays. I made a point in my video, mind you. I made a exclusive point, and I wanted to make this because I felt this way very strongly during the original TSL, is that it felt like the original TSL was pointing and laughing more than it was actually celebrating. It was everyone pointing and laughing, saying, ha, 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 look, it's the gays, those funny gays over there, those gays, ha, ha, ha. Everyone was laughing, and I'm like, oh, I'm not laughing. I'm like, is this funny? Is this funny to somebody? Like, I can kind of get it, like, you want to kind of, like, amp it up and be kind of cheesy, but it's like, then don't moralize the whole rest of the game. That's the weird part. Because there's a setting in which the enemy forces of heteronormia are trying to invade. What? Like, play it up. It's funny sometimes. Like, it's okay to be funny sometimes, but not like, Jesus fucking Christ, people. Like, calm the fuck down. Like, this is, like, it kind of goes beyond funny ha-ha into, like, kind of like it does kind of melt into that, like, this is kind of getting a little offensive, and I'm not gay, but I'm like, even I'm like, ooh, fuck me, like, this is, who's this for? So, the rules of the region are Gaylords of 5 rival factions: Baths, Disco, Leather, Opera, and Brunch. Each faction controls one main area of the local entertainment and cruising economy. Hence why I say you're the gay mafia, not actually like warlords. Despite frequent duels in alleys, this is a popular gaycation spot for tourists who don't care about fruity mafia wars and just want to hook up with strangers. Because remember, that's all gay men do, remember? Pledging allegiance to a faction causes minor biological mutations, which may grow more dramatic as you rise in the rank. Did he put in an entire section about literally getting biological mutations about being part of a faction? Yes, he did put that in, and you're gonna like it. Lucian, a heart to heart, from one man to another. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I'm genuinely curious though. Like, I am genuinely curious. Like, is this like, what was the thought process that went into this? Like, it's like, oh god, like, yeah, like nobody caught. No one said anything about this. No one said, hey. And the thing is, like, there were people, there were like readers and like content readers and stuff like that. Nobody sat down and said, hey boss, you put in, minor biological mutations. Like, that sounds like you're catching bugs. Like, that would be my first thing. The second I read that, I would tell him, like, this is about catching bugs, isn't it? What the fuck, dude? No, we're not putting this in. You can put this in later as, like, magic or something. Make it, you have magic, you gain more magic as you ride through the rank or something. But not that. That is, like, that's a no-no. Like, A million of faction got custom move in addition playbook. So the opera, the small community opera house that doubles as an elderly ladies bridge tournament club on Sunday afternoons. Your mutation is you can't speak without singing anymore, and you're starting to lose control of your vibrato. Cherubino. Jump into anyone's closet and put on their clothes. You have +3 ongoing to defy disaster by deceiving someone into believing you are that person. As long as you don't leave the building. I'm like, alright. The baths. Bathhouse with teal floodlights and special massage tables. At first you grew a few scales on your arms, but now you develop fins, and you've seen a few guys who have them in intimate areas. You turn into a fucking Innsmouth villain. You hold your breath for a full hour, but you still try to do it after an hour. You immediately puke. Depending on your timing, it's very good or very bad sex move. Yeah, I genuinely do not know who this is for. Yeah, you think it's more for like drag queens or something? I don't know. But there's one part of this that interested me. That I was kind of like, okay, like we'll get to that. Disco, hideous wallpaper, but seriously funky sound system. Appear more and more like rotating disco balls. That's horrifying, by the way. Summon a light show that slows down time. Next minute for the rest of the world feels like 10 minutes to you. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Can you literally clap your hands together and enter slow-mo disco? Yeah, cool, fine, fuck it, I'm down. The Leather faction. Gruff, greasy motorcycle bar full of bearded bears and tattooed muscle men. And that lady over there, but we don't fuck with Big Bertha, she will fuck us up. First your handlebar mustache is growing in like that, and then after a few years everyone starts hearing the revving engine. One of you cough or clears your throat. The brunch faction. You haven't noticed any changes yet, but that's honestly even more worrisome. What does this society do? Alexis, I'd see for a brunch cafe and high tea room called the Gay Prawn. Cone of Taste. An area effect spell that lets you taste everything in a 60-foot cone from your current location. Ideal for buffets or orgies. Hold me, buffcoat man. I want to go to the saddest place. Yeah, no, Gaylord versus Gaylord, prestigious gay nightlife critic, because everyone's kind of going there. The two rival Gaylords have entered a passionate, dominant, submissive relationship with each other, upsetting the balance of power in the wild flamingo. That's how the three other factions must face the potential military, political, and economic danger of a unified mega faction. Can you break them up? Now, again, I don't know why they keep saying like this warlords, like military, political, and economic danger. You're fucking mafia. You are the mob. You go around, you own a few businesses, everyone pays their dues, everyone's happy. You fucking stab Big Tony in the back every now and again because Big Tony taking 10% off the top when he shouldn't be. You are not warlords. I am not marching my Leathermen across the border to raid your fucking farmstead. I'm not doing that. This is not Lisa. Then my absolute favorite, my favorite thing ever, and we're all going to have to look at it now. A mysterious tome appears, telling of a sunken civilization at the bottom of the lake. Ancient guardians of the butt plug of immortality battle other Gaylords to steal it first. Plus size Cody. Yeah, when I first read the butt plug of immortality, I died a little on the inside. I just pause there for a moment. You're just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, my life is in shambles. Please help. Like, speaking about that, I'm gonna grab a beer real fast. Actually, no, I'm not gonna grab a beer right now. No, it's coffee. Yeah, so, we have Bootlicker Rivalry, Handsome New Initiates, Aesthetic Schism. Alright. This is the part that gets me a little bit mystified. No other thing has this. Except So each player is supposed to be Gaylord party goons for a singular. It's kind of about back or forth. You become either. You can do either or. You can be like, I am a Gaylord and you're all my bootlickers, or it's just like you're all bootlickers for a single Gaylord, or you're all Gaylords. Because again, there's no mechanics for it. It's just what you're saying you are. Hence, actually, ironically, the Matriarch would be really good for that. The Matriarch playbook. Now, is this ironic or serious? Now, this is the weird part about this, is the Thirsty Sword Lesbians Holiday Special. This is in no other playbook. This is in no other setting. And this popped up, and I was really weirded out, because I thought I read a different setting at first. I'm like, what the fuck is this doing here? Did someone format something wrong? No. This is quite literally a section about how to bring in your lesbians from the base game in. You know, Thirsty Sword Lesbians, Tourism Corporate, Conquer the Wild Flamingo, Heterosexual Tourism Corporation. Because remember, the heteros are the most dangerous enemy of all. But the 5 factions are too embroiled in their petty rivalries to fight them off. Use your obviously superior social skills to help the factions resolve their disputes, learn solidarity, and form a unified resistance front, and join them in their battle to save the Gayborhood. I don't think Lucian wrote this. Here's the thing. I do not actually think Lucian wrote this section. Use your obviously superior social skills. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's like, what the hell? Ex-boyfriend of every Gaylord, the brunch faction, past and present. His hair looks like like a perfect liquid wave. Jack Sebastian, Gaylord of the leather faction. Oily jeans, knee-high boots. Connie and the Bonnie Rosenblatt. Reigning champions of the Wild Flamingo Regime Senior Citizen Bridge Club. An elderly Jewish couple who avoid the lesbian community due to scandals so juicy. Even the town gossipy gay men haven't captured the details yet. Which I find this funny because this is clearly now taking place on Earth because we have the Jewish people are here. So again, this is on Earth now, or this is in reality. Just remember that. Dressed in hottest fashion of forgotten century, frills, flippery Maxwell gravitas. He has a poodle, trans Kafka, existentialist, gender fluid performance artist who performs a disco on alternate Thursdays as a sexy cockroach. Codfish Steve. A mini of the bathhouse spent 22 years as a loyal submission turned into a codfish. Yeah. They kind of go over all the recommended playbooks. Again, strangely enough, they don't mention how, the Matriarch would be brilliant for this. Because, I don't think they, wrote this. Maybe they are fantasy Jews. Fantasy Jews. So my opinion on Gaylords is, you're gonna be amazed when I tell you this. It's literally setting about being gay as fucking anything with a pulse, because fuck it, why not? There's no reason for swords to be in the setting. This is a bad thing. There are women here, and I don't want women in my faction game. -1. This is the only negative score in the entire game for Independent. Holy fuck. It's not really about the pitch. It's more about being gangsters and doesn't really do any particular... Again, it's not... You are not really playing a, warlord game. You are playing a... a mobster game, which isn't really what the pitch is and what I wasn't actually interested in. I wanted Lisa. What is the I for? I is independent. Like, can this game work independently? And G is for gameplay, which is like, can I actually run a setting in? Like, can I actually run a campaign in this, or is it kind of like a writing prompt? Because there are a few which are just like, this is just a writing prompt. Now, the next game, the next one is from, let me see, is Greasy Goblins by Averey Alder. Now, Averey Alder is very interesting, because if you know that name, it's actually because she is pretty much one of the main people at Buried Without Ceremony. And I like majority of their stuff. I haven't really read, Dream Apart or Dream Askew, But like the Quiet Year, I adore the Quiet Year. I think it's great. Monster Hearts, people do not like Monster Hearts, and for good reason, mind you. But I actually like Monster Hearts. I think the idea works, but you have to kind of play it right. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I mean, they have a lot of really good amount of stuff here, and I respect it. Like, that's the one thing I kind of gotta always say. Like, I really respect her work, and I think it's, it's good shit. Like, honestly, good shit. They also have the Goblin Friendship Club. I didn't even see this the other day. Game designer, queer goblin with a keen care to build community tenderness in Marsden's scary world. Let me do what I do. Oh. This is literally her Patreon, by the way. This is just her Patreon, by the way. Because she doesn't have a real Patreon. The more you know, everybody. And I'm like, okay, I would like to go over some more of their stuff. Quiet Year, I've always been meaning to go over Quiet Year, but Quiet Year is kind of one of those weird games. It's hard to go over because of what it is. But yeah, that's Averey. She wrote Greasy Goblins, and I really like Greasy Goblins. Yeah, independently. Yeah, it's like, can I take this setting and do something else with it? That's kind of how it is, Mr. Y. Now, Greasy Goblins. I like Greasy Goblins, actually. The entire idea is you're pretty much in a city, and you work on the docks in kind of the shitty little area. And I like the artwork. I like the ideas behind it. I think it's pretty interesting. Like, cool. Create a world that haves and have-nots. Always leave room for hijinks. Make solidarity risky and rewarding. It's kind of the idea of like, yeah, you have like a clear set of like, I'm a person who lives in shithole town. But it's like the Imperium, like they kind of say like, oh, the Imperial area isn't necessarily bad. It's just a government. And they don't really give a shit. It's more of like people are being assholes with people. People are just being assholes and people who aren't very nice. I'm like, oh, kind of neat. The nameless coastal city of the Imperium, one is rapidly expanding and industrializing. Oh no, you gotta live in Low Town. Low Town sucks. Now, this is actually one of my favorite parts of this game, and actually one thing that I actually have. One thing I actually enjoy is the longer you spend in the place, the more you become it. It's not that all the goblins happen to live in Low Town, it's that if you spend too long enough scrambling in crooked alleys of Low Town, tinkering and scheming, you become a goblin. Your ears get dagger-like, your laugh becomes high chitter, your luck becomes a wild and unpredictable affair. Low Town is full of strange sorcery, harebrained schemes, and tactical audacity. They keep saying goblins, scoundrels, and queers. The scoundrels always change. For some reason, they've exiled the gays down there, because one of the ideas is that, where is it? One thing that I thought was kind of funny in its own way. Let me see. Because they effectively say that being in the rich side of town allows you to choose what kind of gender you want to be, whether it be man or woman. While in Low Town, you have to switch. Literally, you are too poor to afford a gender. I just thought that was fucking funny. I'm like, oh god. But I actually really like this little part. And I like this idea a little bit because you can play around with it a little bit. Because they even kind of talk about it like, oh, the Golden Lane, the lustrous time. Spend long enough in time and you become absolutely Elven. Because there's some actual storytelling you can do that isn't necessarily just whatever the hell this is. There's some like, yeah, hey, you are if you spend too long on the battlefield, eventually you'll become something suited for the battlefield. That's the only place you can really function. If you spend too long in the mines, you become a dwarf. If you spend too long in the highlands, you become like an orc or something. Like there's some actual kind of some interesting storytelling you can do here. Because you can immediately tell who somebody is right off the bat. You can tell, hey, you are, you're a noble. You can't really hide it because you're a fucking elf. Like, oh, okay, you can do some Arcanum and Steamwork stuff with it. I'm like, oh, cool. I like cool. That's fun. Hence a pride in Low Town, remind the denizens that the ramshackle is beautiful, and any place where queer and goblins congregate is lucky to have them. Yeah, we live in a shithole! It's like, oh, no. yeah, no, being in the poor section of town is not fun. Nobody is like, oh boy, everyone's happy. No. No one is happy. Alright, see you, Mr. Y. Oh, bilinguistics. Again, everything will be uploaded to YouTube. Don't worry about that. I know this is a long one, so... Oh, hello. Who are you? Let's see. So, adventure ideas. It's pretty much just being solidarity or being Merkwretch's minions. Oh, no. Like, alright. And that's like the revolution! Yeah! Viva la revolution! We'll install communism and get shot! Yeah, I don't think they quite, again, realize that, like, this is what 95% of these usually end up in, is people getting shot. It didn't work before, it won't work here. But yeah, I actually like the setting. I think there's a lot to do here, but it's kind of like an underused setting, kind of that, like, industrial revolution. No one is happy, everyone is fappy, yeah. Like, the Barnacle Boys. Yes, the Barnacle Boys are rioting. Boardwalks leading the curvy town are being torn up plank by plank. Commotion ripples through the city. Do the PC attempt to leverage this explosive moment of unrest? See, they try to make it out like they want you to be like, it's the revolution, we can do it together. I don't think they quite understand that the Pinkertons are going to come in and shoot someone. Like, and everyone's going to start running away. But, like, there's a story to tell in this setting. There are stories of, like, it's a mass industrialization going on, and you're at the bottom. You are not the be-all, end-all super people that everybody loves. You are a bunch of fucking idiots that happen to be in the... And people happen to tolerate breathing now. You also have something anti-ember, fire eater, witches. Like, there's some magic going on. Mechanist. Alright. Underboss Merkwretch. Oh, he's a bad person. Whimper. Scrawny goblin. Again, but I like the setting. I think it actually works pretty well. Now they don't really use it as well. And does being a TSL playbook assist this game at all? What do you mean by revolution getting shot, Pinkerton? Pinkerton agents were they were a company back in the day here in the U.S. who pretty much broke strikes up. Anytime that something would happen, the government or the business would send in Pinkerton agents. And Pinkertons would go in and beat the shit out of you until you got back to work. Most of the time when people try to launch these beautiful communist revolutions, they either got shot by the government or they were fired. Like, these revolutions don't usually work. There's a reason none of them did. Yeah, like, if you were to give me an entire book illustrated like this, kind of the cartoony style, little bit cartoony, not super cartoony, but kind of like this, kind of have the goblins and kind of the fantasy creatures be a little bit more cartoony than the humans, but like always humans are always kind of slowly morphing into monsters and stuff. All right, I'm down. I would play this setting. This seems like a fun setting to do stuff in. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm cool. I'm down. I want to see more. Which is why in my notes here, I have, if I go down here, there's nothing to really say, like, it's time for sexy times, but it's important to have relationships. And I like that. I think that's one of the better parts of it. Swords, it's not combat focus. And you can add options, though. Like, you can actually have gang fights in the middle of, Lowtown and stuff, between, a bunch of goblins and, retired soldiers. Cool, that's fine. There's also zero reason to be a woman in this setting. There is absolutely no reason. Yeah, and then just same thing. Like, I want to explore. I want to flesh out, get some real game mechanics. Again, if this was a real game, I'd play it. But it's TS fucking hell. And that's something we have to deal with. But yeah, Greasy Goblins is probably my favorite of the settings, just because there's a lot of actually stuff going on in it, and I like it. I like all the stuff being presented here. Yeah, it's some damn good art. Like, there's some good art throughout here, but I would want them, like, separate. It feels really jarring to put this in here right after this. Like, it feels really jarring. Like, it's like, But that is because there's no art direction in this series at all, and if anyone, the art director should not have a job because there's no art direction. But yeah, no, I'm interested. I would like to see more. Next, we have perhaps the strangest of the books, perhaps the absolute strangest of the settings. This is Hyenas. This is a game by Alex Roberts about playing hyenas. And I'm not saying like metaphorical hyenas, but literal hyenas. And it's done by Alex Roberts. It kind of goes back and forth on how Alex Roberts. They've done some stuff actually, and I actually, they have a Patreon. They have a few games. Can I get a better set of games? No, they have things like For the Queen. Like I see a lot of card games and some like few role playing games, but a lot of micro games. Like they've done stuff obviously, and you'll play more Playful World, and it's like okay, they have stuff, not much, but they have very small amount of things. Not really like super hardcore games, but that's fine. Cool. What's your backstory? Yeah, this is their main thing though, which is for 3 years bi-weekly interviews from the most fascinating folks in role-playing, artists, scholars, community organizers, and more. Hey, Alex. Hyenas, famously the sword lesbians of the animal world. Say, Alex, your boy Notepad here and Mr. Big Coat. I would love to have an interview with you. I'm genuinely curious. I'd love it. So just cheers, love. So, what are we working with here? What is Hyenas? What is Hyenas? Hyenas is literally a game about hyenas. That's the first world. That is the first thing you see. Your hyenas. Krakuda, spot a hyena specifically. If you want another amphamize these animals, go right ahead. They're scrappy hunger and constantly shifting web of domination, submission oneself to everything from hostile corporate takeovers to post-apocalypse scrounging or girl gang politics. But I'm going to tell you how to be real, actual hyenas, embroiled in matrilineal loyalty games. You're not real, actual hyenas, by the way. Let me iterate that real fast. You are not real, actual hyenas. They change things. Like, quite a bit. Like, they love the hell out of each other and stick together even when they're at each other's throats. Principles. Use your bodies. Hyena characters can't talk technically. Expand interest in the story along, use dialogue, but that's not what most interesting about hyenas. Don't rely on it. Characters interacting, do other things. Like, okay, that's fine. Sounds and smells, laugh it off. It's hilarious. And, it's because mostly, hyenas laugh. That's one of the things, and it's been impossible to figure out every single kind of different laughters mean. Sometimes they mean one thing, sometimes they mean another. It's actually kind of interesting. Leave nothing and no one behind. Conflict serves conflict, all-consuming, maddening, and fun at the same time. Keep something. Hyena gender. So, your hyenas can be agender, intersex, trans, non-binary, reflect any other aspect of human gender you want to express in the game. Much of literature setting is referred to real-world hyenas in gendered terms by referring to their genitals. Do not equate gender with genitals in your game or let gender be confined by the binary that ways hyenas are described. Yeah, they literally, this is the only bait you'll get on male hyenas. No, Mom, I am a real hyena. You don't understand. Hyenas, you're fucking hyena. You're hyenas. Now, they kind of reflect that, and then it's literally like, it's on hyenas. And they go over how hyenas function, how hyenas dominate, how hyenas reconcile, sniffing each other, grooming each other, rubbing their heads. Now, I have to say this because it is in the game, and this is important to understand about what the game fucking is. Very progressive scavengers. Again, they go over it. This is all very relatively well researched. Again, you have to kind of you're kind of having to accommodate the fact that you're fucking hyenas and you still need to play a game. But then you have ritualized clitoral licking. That is a term. I'm going to read it. I'm not going to read all of it. But yeah, this is here if you want to read it, right here. If your group of players is explicitly and mutually enthusiastic about integrating this aspect of hyena society in your game, include genital licking. God. I don't know why they mutual clitoral licking has yet to be recorded in the field, but would certainly constitute a reconciliatory act. Yeah, that's there. I'm gonna let it just sit there and let everyone understand that was written by a real human being, and that's something. Yes, Pinkerton still do exist. Campaigns. You want to learn? You want to learn about how hyenas function. This is literally an entire book about how hyenas function, how you fight with predators, how you deal with lionesses, how do you deal with trouble with prey, and how everyone fucking hates zebras. Yeah, because apparently the zebra. Remember, kids, the zebra is the patriarchy. Zebras are the only animal that fits the size and shape of good prey that hyenas go out of their way to avoid. Humans really don't know why. Here's the thing. Zebras are jerks. Unlike hyenas, they have a simple and concentrated hierarchy, a handful of alpha males, and a big herd of subordinates. What's worse is that they use this physical intimidation and real violence to strictly enforce this rigid system. They even do this in broad daylight, sleep at night like chumps. Blunt, short-sighted, inelegant. It's embarrassing for a hyena to see. No, because zebras will beat the shit out of a hyena, but that's literally the reason. They will beat the fuck out of them. Invading the territory. Yeah, no, bring lions, which makes no sense, but hey, what can hyenas do about it? Face off against a herd of 50 zebras. Have lion who literally eat zebras for breakfast. Put aside the distaste and decide on a solution. Yeah, no, here are the characters. You want to learn about Chokehold the hyena? I want to learn about Lightning the hyena, Sunrise, Broadpaw the lion, Prowler the lion, Snaggle. Yeah, and then we have all of the various. Does she have a literal full bibliography? Yes, she does. You can find them. They're there. They're present. You can it's the big thing with like how zebras are fucking scary. Like, I want you all to remember this. All it takes really, like, zebras are not tiny creatures. Like, they're horse sized, and if you get 3 of them to kick you in your ribs, you're on your ass. So yeah, hello. We've gotten through a good chunk. Now. What are my thoughts on hyenas? Hyenas. It's present. Nothing is mandatory. Hell, it's more accurate to how hyenas actually function without males, because again, males do not exist in this setting. Swords, you're fucking hyenas. Lesbians, you're fucking hyenas. Yeah, I do say it's kind of sucked of its own ass right now, being like, it's this, oh, it's this. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Does this work as a Thirsty Sword Lesbians game? No, it fucking doesn't. Why is it here? Why is the hyena book here? Why? I look at it, I'm like, that's cool. I mean, it's cool. We get a full write-up how hyenas function and what they do. That's awesome. Why is it in a game where I can be the spooky witch? Why isn't it a game explicitly about Thirsty Sword Lesbians when I neither have a sword or am a lesbian, because I am a fucking animal? I am a literal hyena. I am going to chew someone's bones off like that. I would be interested to see this as a game, but like this though, I'm like, no. Interested. That's kind of my big issue with this one. Cool idea. No idea why it's here. Next we have. No, this is actually another good one. The one I actually kind of enjoy. The last love songs on Earth. So, the last love songs on Earth, if we scroll down a little bit, is by Pam Punzalan. I believe that's how you spell your name. Say your name. Apologies if it isn't. This is truth written on blood and bones. Everything is ending because of the Nightborn, Void Sword, Closer of Doors. The world must be killed in order to be born anew. Yep. As the world spins away towards oblivion, sink to the skin of a heaven blade, soldier chosen by fate, the last line of defense against the Nightborn. Draw your sacred weapon, face off against Hellsingers, and push the apocalypse back step by step, year after year. All right. Okay, poggers. I'm in. Kind of a weird pitch. All right. So who did this? Pam did this. So we go here. Let's go visit Pam. Hello, Pam. Everyone, wave. Hello, Pam. She has two particular things that she's working on. She has this Buko Juice game, Filipino-inspired RPG content. And I'm like, okay, hello, my name is BJ, Buko Juice Games, Patreon page, BJ Games. This is what she works on. She's working on a setting book and the Ditwa Codex. Divine Entities. Alright, that's cool. Neato, like I'm kind of interested to see where it goes. They haven't really posted anything in about a year now. So I'm like, wonder if this is kind of a dead in the water kind of thing. She's still getting money, but it says per write-up, so that she might not have seen anything or it's behind a bunch of things. I don't know. She also has Ditwa Enigma Manila. If I can actually say that correctly. I can't probably. Tabletop games. She's working on the mini RPG called the Planted RPG and the bonus mini RPG every month and the Nethem's N running on the PBTA engine. Have I seen anything on that? Not really. They've been kind of working on things. I need to kind of look a little bit harder into it. But that's apparently what Pam is. She's a patron of these two things. I didn't really find anything on her, really, outside of that. Like, I wonder if I can... Pam Punzalan. The most I could find is, like, a realty company. And then we have this. She has a few games, but nothing really jumped out of me of anything I've ever heard about. What's so cool about the glorious gaze on battleships? Scary monsters and nice sprites. Never heard of any of these things before. Cool. She is also a sword dreamer. You know, that completely dead in the water thing. Feral queer. Ta-da! Ta-da! Like, that's really all I can really say. I'm interested. I don't know, maybe I'll try to find some of her stuff. Yeah, Filipinos are pretty big. I will say that. Like, I am fascinated by the number of Filipinos that are in the tabletop sphere. Very interested in that. There are a lot of them, though. So, last love songs on Earth. Cool. Cut away from the principles. Cut away at your dread. There's something going on there. We're all gonna die. The red strings of fate bind tight. Oh no, antagonists will also consent and just sexy. It's necessary. A masked leader of Hellsinger doesn't want to harm you because you're the reincarnation of their lover. Let your love story set fire to the night. Cool. The setting, pretty much the idea is that there is a giant eldritch monster beyond our comprehension, beyond the colors of time. And she wants to destroy the earth. So she chose a bunch of people called Hellsingers, and she wants to destroy the world by detonating everyone's ley lines. Cool. All right. Neato Burrito. So pretty much the alternate world, her chosen enemy chose the Heaven Blades. And as the Heaven Blades, you must fight against the Nightborn and the Hellsingers to save the world. But you keep getting reincarnated, effectively. That's kind of the main gimmick. Like, cool. You know, if you survive the last war, you take up your sacred weapons again, prevent others from bearing the weight of destiny. Cool. It's kind of like a yearly thing at the end of every year. All right, kind of cool. I'm kind of in, kind of weird, but all right. I would be a little bit more into it. I would be interested to see where this goes, because there's also like there's the alternate world, parallel shadow world of Earth called the Aria. I'm like, all right, shadow world, cool. Everyone's asleep, cool. This looks kind of neat. Like I'm in. I'm in. That's the thing. I'm in. It's kind of Persona. Like, it's very Persona. Don't get me wrong. It's very Persona, but it's a fun look at Persona. That's the idea. I would say more Persona 4. It's actually more Persona 3 by way of 4. We don't fight fair. Destiny doesn't pull punches. Heaven blades you face off Arya is someone you know and care about. For some of you, these might make your heart sing. Stand opposite side of the symphony battlefield. St. Celestia's Academy. Oh no! Armistice elegies. Oh no! Oh no! 100 symphonies for the family. Very dramatic, very pretty. I would love a book like this, honestly, with this kind of artwork. I mean, it's a little bit dramatic, but okay. I'm down, kind of thing. Like, I'm down with how this looks. Very pretty. Kill your gods, not your darlings. He's the queen. Among Hex Heaven Blaze, about voice crying for help within the aria. They wonder if it's a missing half of the symphony, a cosmic being that could have matched the Nightborn in strength. They gain the Guardians of Earth. Alright. Unnamed Tower. The Blade King. Sacred Weapons, Commando Blood Magic, Distinctive Violet Eyes. Is he someone's OC that they've drawn yaoi hentai of? Yes. Yeah, his victory over her may be the reason why he reincarnates with perfect recall of all his previous memories. Thus letting him increase in power every time he comes back around. He makes it his business to mentor Heavenblade and also try to stop Hellsingers from doing things they'll regret. The Dove of all spheres, you live on. Like, alright, I'm like, okay. Like, cool. You have sacred weapons that you have to draw, and it's kind of, I can see it in my head. Kind of Revolutionary Girl. This is the idea that you have to kind of draw your weapon from yourself. I'm like, cool. Good as car lesbians. Yeah, these are sword lesbians. Now, I'll get to that at the end, though. You don't wield weapons spun from fate. Each of you are weapons, bring with intent and heavy with purpose. You manifest a bit of power by pulling at them from your body. Now, that's kind of a cinematic scene, isn't it? Literally ripping a blade from your own chest, being like, I'm going to let's fucking fight for destiny here. A rapier, kind of like what it looks like. And again, whoever did the artwork for this, love it. I absolutely adore this artwork. Kind of I would say 2010's webcomic look, but I like it. I think it works. I think they should probably add in maybe a little bit more nuance to things, because they obviously are kind of drawing from the magical girl look. I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm down. This is also the one where the Legion playbook comes in. You need to play the Legion book in this one. Like, someone needs to play the Legion. If you don't play the Legion, you're kind of missing out. And you're the second Hellblade. You're a second Hellblade or second Heavenblades. Second time in just history. Magical queers and the power of destiny! You can exit and enter the area, leap great distances, wield power of one sphere of magical influence. They see even cite Sailor Moon or Final Fantasy. Like, okay. Take my heart. I actually like this one. The trust between soldiers of destiny is when you draw sacred weapons from each other's bodies. The strength of the love between you and the weight of your shared intent imbued with new weapons with awesome power. Alright. Plus heart. 7 to 9. Clear conditions. You get string of Hellsingers. And there's some actual, interesting things going on here. I'm like, that looks kind of neat. However, there's one little issue. I'm gonna put this up right here. So, relationships are fairly important, but nothing overtly sexual, but it's present. Like, I enjoy the settings of this one. I actually enjoy Last Love Song on Earth pretty much. Violence is pretty present in this one. Swords are very, needed. Yeah, no, it's right there. Very pretty. Very, very nice. Now, nothing says you have to be a woman, but there's implicationally in the magical girl lore. Now, I was thinking about this actually when I was, kind of going around today. You could actually make this a pretty interesting setting for a lot of different reasons. Hence why I put this. It could see this interesting, but it just keeps being about 2 steps from being interesting. Quite a bit going, a lot of work to make the GM side and make it work though. If you were to pitch to this setting as you are literally reborn soldiers of a destined war, that it's just this constantly, going back and forth, and you hell blades and heaven swords, and you are always destined to clash. That could be really interesting. You don't necessarily need to make it about women. You don't need to necessarily make it about men. You can just make it about people, because they even say like, oh, the Blade King is like up there, because that's kind of a cinematic moment, isn't it? Appearing for the first time, being like, we meet again, my old friend, being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh, you don't remember me. But, rip sword out of his fucking, rip a sword out of his fucking chest, being this like, I killed you once before and I'll fucking do it again. You have like that, there's a kind of an innate story there. I like this. This is fun. Just damn shame it's Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Like that's always like one thing you always gotta remember. It's a damn shame this is PBTA. I would like if this was something else. Maybe, honestly, if you wanted to keep it within the same thing, I would say Blades in the Dark would probably do better for this. With the idea of you can use the flashback mechanics a little bit more dramatically. It's not a flashback necessarily to 3 days ago. It's a flashback to 4 incarnations ago during the 1800s, where you fucking stabbed him in the fucking chest with your sword, and he's like, I'm gonna tell you some secrets about how this functions because I'm a nice person now. It's like, what happened? Oh no. I like this setting. I just need more. I want a lot more to really make this sing. And I mean really make it sing. Give me 1 second. Before we go to the Lesbians of Avalon, I'm gonna grab a beer. Alright, hello, I'm back. I'm ready to get gnomed! Got stabbed by her GF, what a bitch. You fool. You fool, you fell for my classic ruse. And yeah. The Lesbians of Avalon. Now, who did this game? This is by Kira Magran, or Magrin, or Magrana. Sephiroth, holy fuck. So, Kira Magran is by Serpent Cyborg Games. She's actually done a few things. I'm interested. She has contributed a lot, though. That's the big thing. She has contributed. Her big 2 things are a cozy den, it's something is wrong here. But I'm like, alright, like, she's contributed a lot to a lot of things, though. And I'm like, okay, like, that's fine. Like, oh, kids on bikes. Wickedness, Eat Trash, Be Free, and all these other games. I'm like, cool. Don't you think I can escape you, fucking hashtag feminism? Never can. Never can. Yeah, a little bit of Blue Rose, Want the Cursed Blue Knights. Yeah, I'm like, she's done stuff. And I respect that. Cozy Den. I haven't really heard anything about this. You're about lesbian snake women. I'm like, cool. Lesbian snake women. Something is wrong here. I don't know what's going on here, but it looks like a card game. Cool. Poggers. But yeah, this is who she is. What's your role-playing games? Goth teen. Vampire for my girlfriends. Katherine games. Art form, which is my identity. Cool. I'm in. Cool. She wrote one of the shittiest settings in the book. Lesbian snake women, holy shit. So, in the mystical time of knights and fairy folk, Christian monarchs threaten to destroy the land of magical waves of the lesbians of Avalon. Defend your queer brethren in this Arthurian legend-inspired romantic fantasy setting. I don't know why they keep... There's this very odd thing they keep mentioning Christian. Like, it's Christian monarchs. You didn't have to put that in, because it's not in England. Remember that. It's not in England. It's in Avalon, which is different. Imagine every Arthurian legend you've ever read or watched. Now make it queer! All the green knights, ladies in the lake, enchantresses, unicorns, nymphs, and other sort of beasts and fairies were often villains in fantasy tales. Because yes, I remember all the time the unicorn was a villain, or the lady in the lake was the villain. I remember all those times. Yeah, I remember when the Green Knight was a villain. Green Knight really isn't a villain. He's more of a force of nature, more than anything. Yeah, no, Can I play as a Christian monarch? Oh no, not the Christians. Oh no. Yeah, romantic and magical, queer community. It's setting, position the main characters as an oppressed group of fairies, beasts, magicians, witches, and humans within the Avalonian Isles. Again, it's not England. Remember that. It's not that. It's Christian. And a Christian monarchy. And it's like... If you, like... The thing is this. Like, traditional Arthurian lore... it's Arthur kind of is in a weird state, because he's in the midpoint. Is that he has the old ways, and he has the new ways. And that was like one of the big things about the Round Table, is that he had people who were pagan, and he had people who were Christian. No, she is not. She's not named Christian, I know that much. And it's kind of that back and it's kind of that interesting. Certain stories, you know, it's more pagan, it's more mystical. Others of them, it's more Christianized. And that's like one of the beauties of Arthurian myth, and why it's kind of lasted as long as it has, is because it's very open to interpretation, and you have some very fascinating things. I'm like, okay, I like it. You know, like that's what makes Arthurian myth a little bit good. I do like this though. It's more like a song, poem, or painting than a story concerning semi-historical battle facts. However, accordingly, this version focuses on a lesbian cast of characters with romance, magic, and swordplay. The queer community. Now, for a different game, I would love this artwork. I think it kind of gives that storybook feel. Now, it's here among the trees that Latangel was built. Magical Avalon, a refuge for persecuted beings of any kind, magical or otherwise. Here they build community, preserve their mystical ways. All who mean well may enter the magical mist that circle the sacred place of hope. This is where the PCs live and what they defend, as they themselves are magical beings. They fight the constant harassment of the Queen of the Crees from Terleon, not Camelot, Terleon. Spirit light of the Christian god. Now, mind you, this is the one thing I also find amusing. It's not Christian capital G God, it's Christian and the lowercase god. That's just a little subtle hint there. That, you know, clergy wield uncanny white fire they are blessed with by their faith. Monks appear to bear the sign of the cross to cry the old ways of magical Avalon. Those who practice it openly of devilish witchcraft and dangerous queerness. No one, honestly, here's the thing, like, if you were to pitch to me, like, yeah, no, it's, we're doing a little trolling here. And that's, like, one of the things, like, if you were to kind of pitch to me, like, hey, you are, like, this person who, like, isn't that kind of a cool character, though? I mean, like, yeah, I'm a monk of the faith. Like, yeah, I'm a monk of the faith, and, give me 1 second, you clap your hands together, and you become the Human fucking Torch. I'm like, alright, cool, I'm down. You know, you're kind of, you know, it brings a different definition to the, to the definition of Firebrand Preacher. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. Like, it gives you magic. I don't think everyone's like, well, shit. Dangerous queerness. Creatures have gone into hiding, only revealing themselves in secret at night. Oh, no. While there is no formal ban on magical creatures of the Vorth, they are mistrusted, shunned, and treated as exotic outsiders in common society. So, Ava, my good friend, we are going out hunting today. Oh, look, it's the mythical white deer. Ah, what a beautiful, marvelous sight. Oh, Jesus, look, everybody. Oh, Jesus, there's a giant monster trying to eat us. What should we do, Mr. Eivor? Eivor, no, he's dead. Oh, no. Like, yeah, no. I don't think anyone quite realizes they're called monsters because they're fucking scary sometimes. They're supposed to be like, don't go into the woods, kids. You're going to be eaten by the monsters. They are literally going to rip you limb from limb and devour your bones. It's like, well, shit. Eivor, no! Queen Rule, small rebellion exists in secret. Oh, no. Yeah, again, like, if you were to pitch to me, like, this is kind of like a storybook game, like, alright, I'd be kind of interested in this. You know, kind of have, you know, things like this. I'm like, alright. The knights in shining out. Knights go on against the scariest beast of all, you. It's a bit of a traditional Tagagle to have fun outwitting the knights in ridiculous macho endeavors when they attempt to best you every year. The Queen's Knights and Defenders of the Tangle, that no one be slain. Said the Knights must return with evidence that they've bested a magical creature. And also they're super hot in their shining armor. Remember that. Hey, like... yeah, all the magical creatures want to the BSK. You know, that big sexy knight. Don't go into the woods, they'll turn you gay. Oh god, they're poisoning the woods to make us gay. You know, the knights set up camp at the edge of the forest. Sound all kinds of nonsense. Strongest monkeys come out and fight. Honestly, they're kind of beautiful with their long hair and huge muscles. What is this? I didn't read this. I didn't read this too hard. Go answer provocation with some action of your own. Sacred art being a calculated ribbon, a glowing sword or something. You've never heard of it. But you can tell them all that loud, obnoxious leader is going to go along the plan. To your side with education about who you really are? Holy shit, it's a giant monster that wants to fucking eat us. Kill it! Let's see. Escorting some mysterious fancy ladies of renown. Their wagon breaks down just along the mist. Do you help them or leave them to fend off highwaymen on their own? So, yeah, remember the queen, her lover, and her knight, and some tumultuous triad. The lover and knight are leaving together behind the queen's back. Others say the queen has gone to secret adventures with her knight. Oh no. The winner will get to spend one day and night in her attention. The competitions include jousting, sword fights, and feats of strength. Quite an entourage of ladies, a keeper of coins, a personal guard, a mistress of ceremonies, and her lover are never far from her company in palace. And be on her side, whispering advice, keep her confidence. Perhaps you can be sway one to your side. Gain the heart of a valuable spy. Learn the queen's plan for you and your brotherhood. Albion, the Green Knight, fearsome of warriors among the forest folk of Intago. Before the magical Miss Barrow was set, they led a battle after battle against the invading Christian forces. Yeah, no, here's the main character. It's the Green Knight, by the way. The water nymphs, Griffin Cardock. Yeah, I don't know why you have a sword if you're a fucking griffin. That's the thing. I don't know why you got that. One with all life. It's like, alright. Here's Queen Evin, the creator and ruler of Isle of Avalon. New monarchs of Avalon, though the war is long over. Reminders that sent the new religious conversions of the new laws and cultural shifts. Avalon is Christian now. Itself is neither religious or magical. It's like, oh, and don't forget the queen's gay too. Don't think. Don't worry, we can write complex poems. It's fine. Let's see. Yeah, the queen's knight. Like, yeah, no, everyone's a woman in this one. Remember that. I'm surprised they didn't bring Astolfo in here. Merrick's knight, though, to be a werewolf. Custom rules, old magic. Alright. You know, you can use old magic. Cool. Go and do some magic. Not especially unless it's a feature of their playbook. Christian magic. Then when Avalon speaks, GM will answer any questions. GM encourages to make a move that represents Christian oppression of the realm. Is this trying really hard to be about Christian bad? Yes, it is trying very hard to be Christian bad without kind of seeing... It's a forest through the trees. Their relationships are important, but again, nothing sexual. Everyone of relevance is a woman. You're not really supposed to use them. it's a poor rendition of Pendragon Sagas. If you want to play a game like this, you play Pendragon. Honestly, just play Pendragon. It's a better game. It can work for a few games. We don't get much because we can't. Like, and that's one of the things. Like, we can't really get much information on this setting, because if we get much more information on the setting, we realize that it's just a shitty, poor man's Pendragon Saga, and it's like, oh, that kind of sucks. Because again, I like the storybook angle. I like the kind of look of things. I want more, but I'm not going to get that. So, we got Astolfo because he's not a girl. Astolfo, the manliest man in Avalon. This is the Manny missive. This is one of those other ones I'm like, what the fuck? This is done by Mariam Ahmad. And let me just bring her up real fast. She goes by Media Junkie on Twitter. Here she is. Miriam. Let me see. Third Raccoon. Let me see if we can bring up everything that she's worked on. Her big thing is the Sarzamin. Or I should say it's their big thing. Apologies. They also work as the head of the Mustafirs podcast. The Mustafirs podcast is dead, so we're not going to talk about it. This is the big thing. It's fantastical, fictional, alternate reality based on a medieval period of South Asia. Cool, awesome South Asian fantasy setting. I'm like, all right, I'm coming in. What do we got on it? Do we have anything on this? Oh wait, we'll see you later, Mr. Hodes. Don't you think you can get away from me? I can't really find much else on them. They are an artist, freelance content creator, mental health issues, all that jazz, So I can continue my projects. Cool. If you want to give me to continue my projects, cool. You can violate, you can violate voting rights. Access my game as patron. My first game, September 23rd, Flats and Fangs. Okay. Do we have, what's it about? Nothing. I don't know, but apparently she does have they do have a game. Flats and Fangs. Cool. So they have worked on things. One of their big thing is that they also work for Utopia, which is a TRPG streaming channel. For technically, this is not correct anymore. BIPOC is on the incorrect way. It's BIMPOC. Remember that, everyone. If I don't, maybe they didn't get the memo. Maybe they didn't get the understanding. I don't know. Maybe she just doesn't like mixed race people. I don't know. As someone who cares about everybody, I see you and all your horrifying needs. La creature. So, she wrote the Mani Missive, which is her setting. It's the setting that she'd been wanting to write. That's literally it. South Asian folk tales and myths come to life, manifest in godly ways. Oh, humanoids and animal folk. There's always animal folk. However, a community of serpent folk, known as the Naga, both in plural and singular, are being hunted and exploited to extinction by a large, infinite collective of bounty hunters, known as the Genna Gang, through their magical ghouls, known as the Nagamani. You'll tell the story of love and perseverance through oppression and misinformation, finding friendship in unexpected places. It's the furry game. Hey, everyone, do you want to... Hey, kids, want a yiff? I don't know what's with Thirsty Sword Lesbians and the fucking furry artwork. I don't get it. I don't see it. I don't understand it. A lot of furry artwork. We don't question it. Don't think about it. We're saving the words. So, effectively, the idea is that, as we went over before, about 3 fucking hours ago, it is the Naga. It's not a debate. They are never meant to be vilified in earnest in this setting. It's a deplorable capitalist and colonialist organization that leads to predation and exploitation. Outside the fact that they can go sicko, they can go beast mode and kill everyone. We don't talk about that. Ignorance is the true enemy. No community is a monolith, and viewpoints are fluid. All right, I mean, this is fine. Unexpected can be found in places filled with bigotry and hate. All right. This is important, actually. So, the setting is effectively, it's Southeast Asia, and a wealthy and politically influential treasure seeker and bounty hunter guild known as the Gana Gang effectively owns the government and everything else. Naga are a threat to greater good with unchecked magic. The only way to prevent them from conquering the civilized world is to make the sure the focus of their magic, the Nagami, the Crest Jewel, the lucrative bounties replaced in collecting the Nagamani, and soon the Naga were decimated, forced into exile, or hiding. Why does this literal treasure seeker bounty hunter guild have so much political influence? Because they are the bad people. We don't talk about that. Can only be harnessed by the Naga. Oh no! Vulnerable Naga into doing their bidding or returning for not destroying their knot. Turning them into the Gana game. This isn't actually quite correct, as they can technically do it, but not. Predation, exploitation, many underground resistance groups like the Serpera and the Vishkanya are formed to assist and give sanctuary. Key locations, my favorite. Genpa, the home for the Gana gang. It's an abundant land of natural resources. It gave the guild endless supply of wealth to launch the Manny missive. Now plunge this region in the current era. It's not a gang at that point. It's not a gang. That's just a government. That's just the government. Don't call it a gang. What's a good game if you want to play as Final Fantasy Gilgamesh? I don't know, Mega Fantasy maybe. Billy Bog, Catfolk City, the rest. These are my favorite three. The three locations: the city, the other city, the rest. Now, these are the setting-specific flirting ideas: sharing street food, having eating contests over street food stall crawl, getting doused with liquid color, and smearing each other with color powder during the Festival of Colors. It's like, what the fuck? Cool. G marks the spot. Yeah, cogs of big court. Baby adventure starting out reason colonized by the Gana gang. It's not a gang, it's a government. It's just the government. You want to take bounties. Oh no, we're trying to find bounties, but we're all bad and we're not really supposed to at the same time. Here there be Naga and double dipping and Venom and Velvet. We're the bad guys. Oh no. We're the good guys. Oh no. Yeah. One of the big things that you want to try to like get over things, and if you want to run a campaign, you do this one. As you do this, you start here, you do this, then you end. There really isn't anything else. Like there are 3 acts of this setting and 3 acts of this story, and that's that. You want to do anything more? No, don't do it. There really isn't anything else to do. Changing minds, opening hearts. Oh no, general public. They don't really tell you anything. Though the head of the Gana gang, Puraj Kumar, no pronouns. I'm down. This man's got it. He has an ego. He's got big dick energy. Let's see. Man, my homebrew setting for a game I once ran is better. Like half of me thinks a lot of these settings kind of fall into an unfortunate trap of being very specific and having like really weird guidelines they have to follow, and like having to be in like a very certain way that they don't really get time to explore any of them, or they're just bad. I generally don't know. Am I in like there's some where it's just like, oh, here are the custom rules. These aren't rules. These aren't really rules per se. They're just like, oh, these are just things that they say that are true but not. Like, cool. Like, and it sucks because like I'd like more South Asian folk tales and myths and stuff. I'd love a fantasy India setting that isn't written by someone from fucking California. I would love an Indian. I would love an Indian writer to write an Indian story. I think that would be very fascinating because I think there's a lot of work that could be done there and a lot of cool ideas. We just don't really get that. Relationships are common enough to be needed, but nothing says anything inherently romantic. So, violence is necessary in the setting. By Jingo, it's a Naga. Am I saying, can you play the colonialists and just start hunting Naga as a full campaign? Yeah, you can, and it'd be hilarious. Nothing can stop you. Women aren't really necessary to make the setting work. If you really think about it, if you cut out all the women, nothing changes. You just change all the name. Because Naga aren't necessarily all women or are all men. They are just the Naga. They are just a people. No, it could be interesting, but it doesn't really have anything to really work off of. Because, like, one of the issues is, again, there's 3 locations. There's the good guy city, the bad guy city, and everything else. And it's like, you want a little bit more there. And I'm like, maybe you could give me a little bit more. But, like, you know, there's a few options, but weirdly enough, joining the gang is technically like the nicest way of doing things, because you're just like, yeah, the Naga are bad, and like half the factions for the Naga that we see are like, we want to hurt people, or we're like the Poison Sisters. Like, yeah, I mean, that's where you're gonna actually get like bounties and stuff. I'm like, all right. Next we get one of the weirder ones, because I don't think this is a real setting. This is the Monster Mash house party with the Bean Goblin and a Spider Woman. We don't trust Bean Goblins in this house, and your beautiful vampire spider Queen October, and her name is Queen October. Zur name is Queen October. Gotta get that right. Hosting the ultimate Halloween party is Zur Gothic Mountain, and every monster is invited. Oh. Oh. A little bit more. Yeah, I say that a lot. Again, I'm trying to be nice. Here's the thing. I'm trying to be nice. Like, I'm not really, I'm going out of my way to be kind, but I'm doing my best to, like, see the good. And the thing is, like, yeah, I'm kind of interested. I would like to see more of a setting like that, but I'm also always down to see more settings in places that aren't European, because I like them. I think they're funny. I think they're interesting. Not funny. Now, this is Ash. Let me see what her full name is, because I already forgot it. And Ash Cheshire. And they've done a few games. They have a Patreon, of course, because they all fucking do. And have I heard of any of these games, really? No. But they definitely have games. There's the cat game. What's the cat game about? You can has cat. You want a cat. If you already have other cats. For $1, you can LARP to have a cat. That's oh wow. I mean, Lager. I love Lager, by the way. Beautiful. Yep. Here's Ashcan Games. This is who she is. A lot of things that she's worked on. All right. Maybe not the. Am I going to say she is one of the most, like, prolific people in the world and she's done a billion things? Not really. She definitely has games. These God, I think they're games. Let me guess. Is this going to be Microscope? It's a storytelling. No, okay, we're not gonna, we'll just click out of that. We're just gonna click out of it real fast. So, this is Monster Mash House Party. Camp it up, be movie enthusiast, expand and improve upon monster metaphors. I'm like, okay. Feel free to define monster lore personally meaningful. Be sure to take time to consider how you can make your concept anti-oppressive. Bring in a respectful guideline to apply to all thirsty sword lesbians play. Remember, we believe in anti-oppression, but we just don't believe that, men should hold power, or the Christians shouldn't own our land. No Christians in our land, by the way. So, explore the Infinite Mansion and its grounds. It's a party. Focus on people. Cool. All right. I like the bellhop. I like him. I don't like anyone else really. Everyone else looks kind of weird. The idea is that it's a Halloween party. That's literally it. It's that. Yeah, it's a Halloween party. Oh no, there are monster hunters coming in. Ta-da! Problems of their own. Oh no, neutral ground. Everyone's fighting. Oh no. Now, one thing that I find kind of interesting is that the mansion itself is a character. I'm like, okay, it's kind of that idea of like, yeah, the mansion is a living entity, or more accurately, it is a magical entity that came from outer space, and it's a living spaceship. Cool. That's kind of neat, kind of a weird thing to kind of bring up, but all right, neato burrito. Queen October themselves is a spider girl and is a custodian, more of a custodian. Cool. Neat. There's the bean goblin again. Look at the bean goblin. Why does she look like? Why is her head a bean? Why is her head a bean? Yeah. Now here's the secret with this game, everybody. There isn't actually much here. Like, yeah. No, this one is I can't really go over it that much because there isn't really much to say. It's a house party and there are monsters and everyone happy. I put it my note on it is very simple. And they're not mandatory, but some of the implications are important at the same time. You can fight, but nothing lethal. Pretty much all the sword motifs are incredibly tacked on. You don't need a sword in this game, honestly. Outside of 2 residents, it doesn't really matter who or what you are. And I do put this in here. It's a quirky one-shot. There's literally nothing more and nothing less you should write this game for. This is not a campaign. I don't know why this isn't in the adventure section. It's really weird in that regard, how it's in this particular section of how it is it's a campaign. It's supposed to be, something that you can explore. Like, you can't really. This is very much an adventure that you can host. You can have a fun adventure, don't get me wrong. Like, this could be a kind of a fun sided thing, but I don't really think you can make like a campaign out of this. I guess if you tried really hard, you could try to make a campaign, but this won't last more than like a session or 2, maybe 3 if you really draw it out. Beans. This dude's eating beans! So, this is Queen Pin's Queen. What is Queen Pin's Queen about? Well, it's the 1960s. Students on college campus protest the Vietnam War, the Cuban Missile Crisis begins, shift dresses and kitten heels are in fashion, President John's Civil Rights Bill. Oh. The name Nona Gap Prashavalzi and Ala Kushner is on everyone's lips. The world holds its breath, and then pawn to d4. It's the chess setting, everybody. It's the chess setting. Now, you may be thinking, no pad, buddy, old pal, comrade in arms. What the fuck? What is this? What is? It's a chess game. Like, yes, it is a chess game. It's a game about chess. It was written by June Lalonde or Lalonde. June here. June is she is a artist. More accurately, she is a kind of musician. I've seen listen to some of her stuff. Not my particular jam, but all right, if you want to do that. Couldn't really find anything like necessarily like it's time for game design or anything. More music. She's also a furry. That's the only thing I could really kind of ascertain, maybe. She is very much a furry. But hey, you know what? I know a furry too. I know plenty of furries. They're fine. Furries are fine. They're a little bit tiring, but that comes with the territory. Well, yeah, that's who she is. The main, fuck. The other one was Sean Nitter. Nitter. Sean is actually one of the main guys at Evil Hat. He is one of the main people behind Evil Hat and everything it does, and he was also the co-writer to this, which is interesting, and you can kind of see all the Evil Hat stuff. Don't worry, Evil Hat, I'm always here for you if you need help with anything. I'm a vile, inhuman monster, and you should know this by now. He's got a few things. Like, he does have a website. Like, what's on his website? Actual plays from like 2018. Yeah, no, he doesn't update that site anymore. Yeah, that is the two people who wrote that. I mean, do you like Evil Hat stuff? It's him. Like, imagine working for Evil Hat. Fucking cringe. I mean, Evil Hat used to be kind of the good guys for a very long time there. Like, they were like we are the proud. We're the indie guys. I'm like, cool, yeah. I used to like Evil Hat. They were always kind of the good guys. Yeah. Now, the pen is mightier than sword. We win together, and chess is life in miniature. When playing a game of chess, set dressing for the scene has nothing to do with the game. Describe your game as it fits the conversation. Taking pieces, performing maneuvers are innuendos for something else. Whatever is really on your mind. Chess may be used as an instrument to perform another move, but the winner of the game is not important. We are in a chess tournament, but the winner of the game is not important. Don't worry. Don't think about it. World Chess Champion 1960 now. Now, Clio is not real, mind you. The Chess Learning Empathy Organization. They are not real. There are organizations like Clio, though, like those things, and that is why we see a lot of chess hustlers on street corners. Shine on, cool. Celebrate chess and people who play it. Again, it started in the 30s from marginalized communities. So effectively, the people who, this organization was very grassroots. You can say very grassroots. Unified under creating opportunities for members to learn, travel. Members of Clio celebrate chess and the people who play it. All right, cool. All right, maybe from a single country and international counterparts for the first time. There's two members that challenge Clio to either fit in the mold or cease to exist altogether for some fucking reason, because it's fucking chess. They often use political figures in world government. I don't know why. Like the Religious Chess Coalition, much needed financial support and social clout to chess players require they play by a moral code that follows the RCC's divine guidance. They have charged to root out and expose. Like, what the fuck is this? Chess hustlers are actually fairly common around at least states and cities. Usually what occurs is that they challenge you to, you'll play a chess game against them and you'll put a little bit of money on there. And these guys are usually like, they bullshit you sometimes. But usually these guys are like really fucking good. And they just kind of bullshit you until the very end. And they take your money. That's really it. Like, that's all it is. They're chess hustlers. They bait people who they're usually older guys, like real older guys, and they try to take your money. That's really it. The thing is, like, if you're a really damn good chess player, you can win probably at any time against someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Like, these guys are like grandmaster tier, or like really high fucking up there tier, against some random college punk who puts down $20 and then you beat the shit out of them at the very end by just playing badly, but you already you're planning 5 steps ahead while they're only planning 2 kind of thing. I've played against people who are really damn good at chess, and they can make you look like you're winning the entire time and then beat you immediately. It's nuts, fucking bonkers. I love it. But yeah, the other one is NARC, a renowned chess program of Warbly Carl, which focuses on teaching chess methods that are brutally efficient. One of the biggest issues with this setting, one of the major issues with this setting in general, is that they have to desperately try to make chess interesting. Chess is interesting for a variety of reasons. But chess is interesting as something broader. It's a look between, if you've ever looked at the amazing the chess computer machine. Let me see if I can remember what the exact name was. It was down the rabbit hole. Deep Blue. If you ever get curious, look up the Deep Blue, the one of the first chess computers ever created, and kind of the story around them, the story of how that happened. It wasn't about chess. It was about technology. It was about people. It was about how we do things, and just coming crashing together for just a singular moment. And that was a fascinating thing. That is what kind of made that part of chess interesting. It wasn't really about chess. It wasn't about the people who were there. It was about it wasn't about the game itself. It was about the people involved. And I think that's what they were trying to do here. But it doesn't quite work because they try to bring God into it, or like, here's the bad guys who try to make you play chess efficiently. What? What? That makes no fucking sense. The defectors, special agents inside of Cleo. What? What is this? It's a fucking chess organization. This isn't like some amazing fucking espionage thing involving no. This isn't how that works. Exchange encoded messages. They use tournaments as rare opportunities to face their rivals. No. Borrow bluster, sneak their way into the tournament, make contact with Scottish player Dublik Ross. Change in style, which moves away from Narc brutal efficiency. Narc wouldn't give a shit. Here's the secret. Narc would not give a fuck what you do as long as you produce results. If you can win, they don't care. This isn't like you have to follow the efficient way. No, that's even worse, arguably. The brutal efficient. No, that's arguably worse. You have to go for your own openings. You can't really give away who you are. If you're known for going for an Italian opening or something, then people are going to know how to counter that. Because again, even what you said, Mr. Y. Even what you kind of said. Let me see. Chess is an overhyped memorization. Yeah, to a degree. And it's a back and forth. Paris game open. Oh no, she's been disappeared. Oh no. Oh god. See, then they have things like this. Singers drove into becoming a spy. This seems more like chess is a side thing. It's not about chess. And then why have an entire setting? Why is it in the chess game? Because this seems more like an intrigue thing. This could be fine and kind of cool. And it's a side note for a fucking a research thing on a investigation game. But then you have Chess Masters of the Universe, and my favorite one, the Magician from Riga. The PCs are forced to travel to Latvia. Fuck. During the 60s, mind you. 1960s Latvia. Yeah. What was 19? Let's do a little bit of an investigation here real fast. Let's do 1960s Latvia. Oh, wow, everyone. When did Latvia become communist? Wow, everybody. Oh, wow. They were under the Soviet Union. Oh, wow. There is no Latvia during this time, really. They don't mention the Soviet Union at all for some reason, even though that would be a fairly important part of this setting. But they just don't. They also reuse art here, which I thought was funny. But yeah, no. There's the main writer's persona. Just remember that. That's her persona. And yeah, you remember the 1960s where there's rat people and goblins and a furry, oh yeah, here's this goblin creature. Yeah, man, I fucking love the 60s. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's the fucking chess setting. They are playing very I'm gonna say it's gonna be playing a little bit hard, because you get things like check, where it's here you're trying to send your opponent a coded message. You can choose to. You can win the game, but it's an option. Just what? what? No, 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 no. This is not this. Why is this here? That's my question. Like, why is this actually here? Is like that fun? Is this like supposed to be like an entertaining thing? Yeah, that's why it's chess. It's chess. It's chess. There's no swords. Lesbians really mean nothing. Some of the best grandmasters at the time were men, who were a reason why. I guess relationships matter. Like, this does not exist world without someone masturbating into themselves. How cool chess is and how girls can do it too. Literally, this I don't know. This game does not exist. It's a great goblin hood purge. Yeah, like man, I remember 1960 when we killed all the furries. Jesus. Yeah, that's one of the issues with this one. Queen Pin's Queen is weird because it takes place during the 1960s, but it's also like it's in Thirsty Sword Lesbians verse. Nani? Like no, no. That's not how any of this fucking works. Can you make a cool chess game? I guess. I don't know why you would. Like that's the thing. I don't know why you would. There's no reason for it. So, we are almost done, mind you. We are almost done. When I meant there were a lot of these fucking games, I was not lying. There are 21 fucking settings. And I'm going to go over every single fucking one of them. Because I can. And I've been here for almost 4 fucking hours talking about a bunch of fucking games. Yes! Because you want it. Though I can kind of zoom through the circus one, I guess. This is by Christie or Fremon. Fremon or Fremon. Let me see. Did I get blocked by you? I don't believe I got blocked by you. No, I did not. Here's Christine. Or Christie. She's a TTRPG designer. Cool. She actually made the Tempered, a brand new, completely different playbook. Unique TM. Nothing different here for $5. No fucking clue why. I can't actually show you trans comics. They blocked me. Hi, Alexis. It's me, your boy. Notepad and on. Hey, been a while now, love. But yeah, Christine, like, cool. Like, they exist. I haven't really been able to find anything else about them, really. I don't know if they have, like, they're hiding something behind it, or, like, maybe, did I see an itch.io? Like, here's an itch.io, okay. Tempered, two-handed mark, left feet, monster making game. Like, these are the only things that I've really, been able to see about it. Like, is there something else? I don't know. Maybe she's hiding something. But I haven't been able to find it. Again, I wouldn't be surprised, okay, wait, no, I'm seeing right here. Okay, cool. Contributors. Okay, I'm seeing Catching Bubbles. Cool. Issue 1 Romance. A queer lit magazine. Oh. Okay, so this is hers. Why did you get blocked? Probably from the first video of me saying I probably ended up calling her artwork Goblins, which would be correct because they are goblins. So, what is the Rainbow Scarab Circus about? It's the Scarab. It's a circus. It's a dream circus. It's a magic dream circus in 1950s America. The heavily diverse and welcoming people of 1950s rural Middle America. Evoke marvel and wonder, dream deeply and vulnerably, a safety net found in family. I don't know. Great Lumen to create a tent fabric connecting the dreaming to 1950s Middle America. I have no idea why the fuck they thought this was a good idea. Because the idea is like, you're a troupe of circus performers, and you're kind of from the land of dreams, and there are some powerful Newmen there, but Newmen are things like mirth, memory, and time. But it's like, you also have things like Dreamkin, but also influencing the area is based on, it's the warp. It's the fairy warp. That, my friend, is a child. No. Yeah, like anything that looks like fantasy is from the land of dreams, and I'm like, cool. That's a cool idea. Um, Fine. I'm interested, I guess. Like a safe and inclusive circus. Now, this is the funny thing that I found hilarious. Everyone together. It's equal cooperative, community owned, without elite financiers or bankers because you're a fucking dream monsters. Cool, cool, cool. All colors and cultures are represented. The circus celebrates black and brown people. Remember, everybody, Asian people don't exist. There are three kinds of people in the Thirsty Sword lesbian verse: black and brown, white and other people. We don't deal with those Asian people. The Asians aren't allowed here. They're with the white people. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, all colors, black and brown. Yeah, no, it's multicultural aesthetic, not just white. I don't like. I'm not Asian. I'm not black and brown. I'm white as can be. I'm Caucasian as fuck. They're brown, according to these people, I guess. Now, do not claim to be inclusive and shit like that and then pull something like this. Guys, think ahead. Think 5 steps ahead for 1 fucking second. You can say multicultural aesthetic, not just European, not just European. Cool. The circus celebrates everybody. Celebrates all cultures. Cool, because immediately, like what this tells me, celebrates black and brown people. That means we're supposed to celebrate. Fuck everyone from Asia, I guess. Oh, sorry. Oh, hey. Oh, Li Hua. Oh, my friend Li Hua. From China, Han Chinese. How are you doing, my friend? Let's shake hands. Sorry, you're not represented in this game, apparently. You do not exist. You do not matter. Come with me and we'll join and we'll make a fucking wuxia game together. Come on, Mr. Buddy. What the fuck? Guys, please. Get your shit together. Don't put this weird white isn't a culture, it's an ethnicity. Tell that to the Irish. See, okay. I have I'm a beer and a half in. I can rant about this and claim I was drunk. Being white people don't exist. German people exist. Frenchmen exist. It's what was it? Men do not exist. Frenchmen exist. German men, Germans exist. The Englishmen exist. The Irishmen exist. Those exist. The Spanish. Are you gonna call a fucking Catalonian the exact same as a fucking someone from Castile? No, I'm not gonna call a Catalonian Spanish. They're two very different cultures. I'm not gonna call someone from fucking Siberia the same as exactly someone from fucking Moscow. They're different cultures. They have different ideas. There's dozens of cultures across the world. But people have a very bad tendency of saying there are white people, black people, brown people, and Asian people. That's racist as fuck. Come the fuck on, people. This is 2021. Let's embrace people. There are Scandinavian stories I'd love to hear. There are Italian stories I'd love to hear. There are German, there are French, there are Spanish. Those are very different cultures. Very different people, very different histories. I would love to hear about all of them. This isn't even dealing with the fucking Middle East. What, you think I just want to hear about an Arab story? Fuck no, I don't want to hear about just an Arab story. I want to hear about the Pashtun stories. I want to hear about Turkish stories. I want to hear about all the unique cultures that are in there that form the Arab culture. Because there are hundreds of them. I want to hear your stories. But to these people, there are black, brown, white, and Asian. Or maybe I should call them yellow, according to them, because they like colors. Is that right? I don't believe that. I think that is disgusting. So, shine on, I guess. Fucking assholes. Let me hear your stories. And I always say that to everybody I come across in these streams. Actually, let me see. I'm at 3. I'm gonna write this down. So, I'll actually wait for this just so I have the exact timing down. 1, 2. I fully believe that every single culture should be represented. I don't care if you are Italian. I don't care if you are Sicilian. I don't care about if you are Russian. I don't care if you are Japanese, Korean. You know, there are millions of cultures out there. There are thousands of different cultures, thousands of different people with stories they want to tell. I want to hear Arab stories. I want to hear Indian stories. I want to hear Naruba stories. I want to hear, Ibu stories. I want to hear Boer stories. I want to hear all these stories that you have as people. Cultures of unique individuals. That's what I strive for. That's why I like going over different games from different parts of the world, because every single one of you is important to me. And remember that. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you believe in. You are a unique individual. No matter what they say, no matter if you just get put into a simple camp like these people want you to be. I care about you. And I want to hear your stories. I want to see your games. So, let's get on with this. All bodies and minds, all bodies. Animals are loved. Animals educate and foster empathy rather than promote exoticism and luxury. Animals are lovingly cared for, never intimidated or mistreated. Animals have access to their families and only separated by choice. I don't think they understand how these fucking circuses worked back in the day. Oh, small town, big hearts, midnight hurdy-gurdy, mysterious force books, prohibition league. Crime flamboyant costume and modest lifestyle. Things escalate when several young kids are blocked from entering. How do the PCs help the kids see the gay circus? Like, that's something you always gotta remember. Like, they clearly say, like, it's a queer circus, and this is 1950s America. Come on, guys. Says Vita Power, flamboyant costume and modest lifestyles save the day. Sensuous sword dance. The rival circus. Beyond the dreams, double-edged fortunes, creeping miasma, the unexpected Clepsdara. Oh no. I also like the fact that they have to mention what they are. Because again, there are only so many kinds of people in this world. Mystery Mazarine Mazzy Blue. Larger than life ringleader. Didn't you say? Yeah, no. Ringleader in dreams. Gay have blue. This is literally their pronouns. Remember this. Gay have blue butterfly wings and skin. Upon the waking world, gay have a limp. Gay have a limp. God, that's a... Oh, God. Rumor is Baby Mazzy was brought into the circus by a rainbow scarab, along with a rune-covered metal slab. No, it's Mazzy's sword camp, still bearing the strange runes. Is this someone's OC? Yes. Cannoneer Calamity. Italian. Oh, God, Italians. Okay, we gotta skip them. Tala Cinnamon. Sita Gender Fey. Persian, Irish, Asian drink. Yeah, I found them. They're just... Oh, God. I love it. I love it. Like, again, it's also the funny thing. Again, it's like Asian dream kind, not like, again, Persian, very specific. Irish, very specific. Asian dream kind, only Asians. Bruises easily discernible, torn between her duty circus and shrine memory, the land of dreams. Land of dreams. Also, I find it funny her name, last name is Cinnamon. Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of like the dreaming aspect of this. It's like, yeah, you're a fucking... I am literally a scarab beyond the colors of time. I don't really need a fucking gender. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, like, I don't know why yeah, no, the illustrated manticore. Like, okay, like Mirth, townsfolk, ran Rosalie de Ortiz. Rosalie is feckled and cherished in her community and family. 1950s America. Just remember that. 1950s Middle America. Just remember that. Especially her trans granddaughter, Maddie. God. See, okay, again, you gotta remember this is 1950s United States America. Did you forget that halfway through? Did you just not want to deal with it? Because that's actually kind of important during this time. Because that wasn't really a thing, per se. And a older African-American woman at this time which her granddaughter, so she's probably at least in her 50s, 60s. No, that child would get the shit beat out of her constantly. I don't think you quite understand that. That child would get the shit beat out of her. And that was like, Jesus. I mean, cool, I guess. That's Reverend Williams. Civilian woman, British dream kind. Attractive, evil hypnotist. Yeah, don't gender woman. These aren't a rule. This isn't a rule. It never was a rule. Oh god, what am I doing with my life? The wildest dream. Yeah, this isn't like. I guess like the dream aspect's kind of cool, but again, it. So here's the thing about this setting. If you were to pitch to me, the concept of the setting, this the base idea, I'd be kind of in. I'd be kind of in that setting. Like, you are in 1950s America and kind of like this weird dream circus. You are kind of going beyond the colors of time a little bit. You have a little bit of mystery and weirdness going on. You know, the acts are kind of real, but kind of not real at the same time. You're always kind of having to deal with this alternate world as well as your own world. Why the beef with the Italians? I gotta make fun of somebody. Nah, the Italian people are fine. So yeah, Italy is actually really fascinating. Italy is one of those places I would love to visit. Most notably, I'd love to go from south to north. Now, I would probably get stabbed in Sicily, but it would be worth it. But like one of the like I like the idea of this game. I like the idea of the setting. I think it's a fascinating setting. I think there's a lot you can do with that. It's kind of like you're a traveling circus. It's kind of a weird idea. There's a lot of settings here. There's a lot of concepts. Cool. Cool. I'm down. I'm interested. It just doesn't do any of that. Like, you get a little bit when it comes to the, like, oh, we're talking about, like, the dreams and stuff like that. But, like, its notable note is, somewhat a notable note. Like, it's there, being thirsty. It's there, but not. You don't really need to, but you kind of need to. Now, swords serve literally no purpose. Combat is not really encouraged in this game at all. Like, it's just like a non-factor. You use swords for, like, these fun and exciting little side shows. That's really it. Lesbian-wise, like, it is explicitly stated to be a queer circus or a lesbian circus. So, like, that's important. Yeah, dream world and real world mingling. Cool, I'm down for that. That'd be kind of an interesting setting. Use the circus. Cool. Hell, even a game about the circus, kind of 1950s America, could be interesting, because the circus was a fucked up place. There's a lot of shit that went on. Yeah, it's like, and even said here, like, more in the line, like, you're the members of the 1950s circus, then what's really being proposed? Like, I would say, lean into the fact that, like, you are this traveling circus who goes around, because you can't really stay in any one place for very long, because the longer you stay in a certain place, well, the more infected it becomes. You infect it with dream time, effectively. And just slowly and steadily, you start losing more and more part of it. It's like, oh god, we've lost so much, and all our friends are gone, and we lose the magic if we stay too long. But then the dream world becomes infected. Like, there's actually some things that you could work with there that can make a fun game, but, like, as presented, So, next setting. Oh, God. A Sea of Pink, White, and Blue. The Sea of Bunis is by Maria Fanning. The Sea of Bunis is one of beauty that is before the Imperium Navy made the rough shot across the land, implementing draconian laws. In particular, those who were gender different than the ones assigned to them at then faced persecution, and the Imperium refused to acknowledge who they truly were, but not really. But when things seemed the darkest, the Tuath Alliance rose, a band of transgender pirates who seek to transport medical supplies to their oppressed siblings and protect them and strike down fascist marines where they stand. You guys are really shitty pirates, is what I'm getting at. This is by Maria Fanning. So, Maria, let's find Maria Fanning real fast. A lot of they mostly did things through Cannibal Halfling Games, where they did a lot of their work. Like cool. They did a review on Cara Dune. They really liked it. Oh, wait a second. I moved towards superhero games such as math, more relation character driven. Oh. Look, everyone. They reviewed it. Maria Fanning reviewed this game. And also wrote for it. And probably got paid for it. Do I know if that's the case? No, I can't say anything in particular. I'm a good person. I don't think things like that. We're all good people here. We don't believe in things that people may or may not. And like, let me see if I can find. Where are you? I can't really find much on her. Like her big thing. The only thing I could really find on her was here. Like the jam, and she's like, okay, Maria Fanning, that ace gal's gone. Like the account doesn't exist. I don't know where they are anymore, but they have worked on things, and mostly with Cannibal Halfling. Let me see. Where was they also did a Kickstarter real fast. Where's that Kickstarter? There we go. Hero 2 Super Edition. This was back in. Apparently, this has come out. It should have anyway. Let's see comments. Oh. I don't think it ever came out. Oh no, I don't think this game's coming. Oh no, I don't think the game is out. Oh wow, who would have fucking thought? Wowzers. What else have you done, Maria? Tell me. Okay, wait, she's got an itch.io. Good news. Okay, found more stuff. Here we go. This is what she's worked on. Let's see. Firebrands. A trans superhero team, Hero 2. Masks, World Generation, Masks, Superhero, Trans Angst. Their translator, and have a sword. Oh. Hmm. Oh, cool. Fan game written by someone who loves Warhammer Fantasy but also hates it. Oh. And being harmed by it will travel across and balance the civilization of the land that are behind the carnage and fighting. Yeah, okay, so as we can tell by this proud lesbian female representation on the media, let's do this. Card game playing RPG and she based up. That's questionable. So, what's with the Yanks and being the Empire equal bad? So, here's the thing. Here in the U.S. anyway, traditionally speaking, kingdom good. The kingdom is good, the empire is bad, because we dislike the British Empire and things like that. And through a lot of our history here in the U.S., the idea of imperialism has been kind of a bad word. We as Americans never practice imperialism. No, of course not. That's not a thing we ever did, according to school and stuff. Like we never committed imperialism, except we did. That's one of the big things when it comes to like kingdom versus empire. It's just a wording thing because empire usually sounds a lot more menacing. It's been reinforced over the years. It's kind of like saying the rebellion is noble and good. Same thing. Just years upon years. So, okay, trans solidarity. The blade is useful, and you're not alone. You are not alone. Setting, see a view, let me see. It's pretty much like One Piece, except everything is by many pockets of violence from small countries. Though the Round Table, a group of like-minded expansionist nations formed a coalition together that a deadly unity formed. So pretty much someone decided that we should organize our trade lanes and make a shit ton of money together. Yeah, any opposition conquering the separated nations. So effectively, it was a coalition of governments who gathered around and decided to subjugate all the other nations. Because they could. Fierce free thinkers, they don't. Imperium is arrogant, the one thing they always know, belief is stronger than any weapon. Not ideas within their draconian and brutal laws. The idea of a transgender people was the epitome of their fear. It was not. They saw them as those who were not shackled by any fear or idea. Wow. The Imperium instituted laws to oppress and marginalize trans people, restricting medical transition supplies and any organized meetings. Man, I love the fantasy world. Do you like this fantasy pirate adventure? I got nothing on trans people. But this is a little... I'm going to say this is a little on the nose, folks. Little on the nose. So, yeah. So they decided, transitional herbs to those who needed them. Yeah, at best... You can argue that this is literally a game about being pirates, being smugglers, smuggling HRT into places. I'm a terrible human being. I need fucking help. They're also pirates. Pirates. Symbol of the Two-Earth Alliance. Trans people began bearing the tricolor of pink, white, and blue, mirroring the colors of the sea itself. This became the symbol of the Two-Earth Alliance. Leader of the Satana Harbingers, Kylos Merrick, who's a man, stated, "We are the children of the sea, for we are varied as drops of the water that make us. When we bear these colors, no king, no god, no law may stop us from flowing free." Alright, cool. I don't give a shit about the rest of it. Yeah. Unite the cause, oh no, we need desire as a symbol, the earliest record of a trans man's history to help unite his brothers, the necklace of Elias. The only problem is that it's located within Fort Trax. Oh no. Messy breakup, lead of the Morgans, McCool runners, or the monkey about piloting a fleet of wind sloop. Two other lines with Captain Leon. Feels that they may overlook with the grander state of the two other lines. Miss the days where simply helping her sibling next door. Time to show her that this alliance holds that belief still. Strike down the aggressor. Pretty much kidnap someone and murder him, probably. The Grey Mountain is being depleted of natural resources. Oh no! Karen Tycho sent word to offer peace talks. War is more than just blades. Wager where the elected champion each sex to play a game together to decide by the other sex. Oh god. I'm alive. I live. And yeah, it's a little on the nose. Separate groups of transgender people call themselves true loyalists. Now, this is the odd part. This kind of breaks the setting in a way. A separate group of transgender people calling the true loyalists, called the true loyalists. Okay, that's a weird word. Have begun allying with the Imperium, claiming that unjust laws are, well, just. They're harming the movement, drawing impressionable trans people to toxic ideas. To the PCs to prove the true scum group wrong. Now, I actually had to look this word up, true scum. I've never actually heard that word before. And if we go to the official... now, I did this because I needed to actually learn about this. Let me see. So, trans medicalists are sometimes referred to by others or by themselves as true scum, a term coined by Tumblr meaning the true transsexual scum. Colloquial trans men, counterpart for those who believe gender dysphoria is not required. Counterpart term for those who believe that gender dysphoria is not required to be transgender is too cute, meaning cute, too cute to be cisgender. Pretty much the idea is that they believe that you have to have gender dysphoria to be truly trans. That is what true scum are, according to Tumblr. I'm not going to say yes or no to that. I'm just saying that's in... yeah, objectification. Yeah, a little bit. We don't talk about that. Terran proved safe haven for transgender people even before the Two Aunt Alliance found is under siege by the Imperium. Oh no. Yeah, we have Kylos Merrick, a former blacksmith. Cool. Alright. Yeah, like, there's some fun ones. Like, Kylos is kind of an interesting character. He is a transmasculine sect of the Alliance, or the Ten Harbingers. Teaches his members not to fall into toxic masculinity. Always be aware they're not the same as though they want to oppress them. The moniker is a quiet storm. That's him right there. Kylos Cold, vibrant typhoon, a former private in the Imperium before realizing her own gender identity. Having the biggest and most vibrant smile of any soldier within her backs. Femme, the maiden de Grand, teaches her fellow sisters they must scratch and claw to get their freedom and must never leave a sibling behind. And yeah, no, it's good-natured trickster. Every time it's fucking trickster. Having worked as a sex worker within the Imperium-occupied town, Lavelle used the information gained, you know, all this. The Imperium Grand Admiral, Karen Tako. Anyone expressing creativity that I can't control. Allows anyone to espouse dangers to the peace, originated law, strip the rights of transgender people of any land underneath the tyranny of the Imperium. Something as free as ever discovering his gender identity would be impossible to control. Some throw their fellow oppressed to the ground and step on them to bow at the foot of the oppressor, leading the true loyal class. A trans woman claims the two ethnic line, nothing more than misfits and terrorists. The worst for loyal trans people. Oil serves propaganda piece for the Imperium, turn the common person against the Alliance. Will Clara genuinely believes what she says, or is simply a grifter is unknown. Comes from those who experience the same horror as you, saying it wasn't that bad. So, there's one distinctive little problem here. Also, here's the one collective rule. What does being trans mean to you? Because everyone is trans. That is a default. That is just a thing that you have to accept. So, there's one big issue with the setting. Because the entire setting is built upon the idea that the laws of the land effectively forbid being trans. That is the collective law of the land, and that's something we have to accept. The problem is the true loyalist exists, which does two things for the setting, and I don't think they quite thought this through all the way. Part one is they exist as, it's a propaganda piece, and that goes against their own laws, if their laws are as they say. Because you said you are not allowed to be trans. You're not allowed to do these things. However, here are these propaganda pieces of trans individuals. What that effectively says is two things. Either one, the laws are not as draconian as they said, and you can be trans all you want, doesn't fucking matter. Or, B, the government is weak and is kind of lying to its own people, and it's just like, well, you can be, except if you're not, and the laws don't mean anything. Both of those are bad. Well, one is bad for the good guys, and one is bad for the bad guys. I have a feeling they were meant to be like, don't like true scum people, don't like transmedicalists, don't like turfs or I think it was that. I think that was a pretty significant part of it. However, in setting wise, I have a feeling that what they were writing kind of creates a strange plot hole that I don't know if they were intending on. Because again, is the government weak because they can allow these people, or arbitrary, the rule of law doesn't mean anything, or are the pirates literally interpreting the law, saying whatever they can do? Because remember, these are still pirates. These are people who sail the seas and rob people. Like, you can be an innocent merchant, being like, I don't really give a shit who the fuck you are, please, they just want to trade my goods. No, I'm going to shoot you with this gun I have, bang, they're dead. Is that a thing? I don't know. We don't really get that in the setting, and we don't get exploration of that in the setting, because we just don't get enough of it. And I think that kind of brings it down. However, I have a kind of, let me see if let me bring this up real fast. So, nothing is explicitly stated, but that's where they're going. You are pirates, and that means pillage, plunder, murder, and rape, and all the other unfun things that pirates do. Because you're a fucking pirate. if you're not a pirate, call yourself something else different. You are a pirate. That's what pirates do. They kill people for money. They only got a 4 that are dealing how everyone is trans. Women are somewhat underrepresented. Hell, one of the main characters is a man, and there's only technically only a very few amount of women actually present. Women aren't really that important to this narrative. They aren't. Independent, perhaps the narrative we see is perhaps the least interesting facet of the setting. See, here's the thing. If you were to pitch to me a setting like the Imperium is expanding, there are these tyrannical organization taking over free islands, and you are members of the Free Islands, your Free Island Alliance, you are desperately struggling against this, but you can't bring out a full navy because legally speaking, you'll get your shit rocked if you do, so you're kind of like these privateers. That could be kind of interesting. Like, you're these privateers of the Free Island Alliance, you're fighting against the man as these, desperate last stand, as you kind of always have to go back to things like Port Royale and things like that. They're cool. It's like, there are stories to tell, problems, and it's that those stories rely on you being invested in the narrative, which is somewhat weak. Seriously, how strong are these people? Which is one of the issues of the Two Earth Alliance, is both portrayed as being a major force of problems and also 5 ships. What is it? We don't really get that. And I don't think that was the intent. I don't think this was really thought through all the way. I want to hate the Imperium. I want to hate them because they seem like assholes, and that's the point. They're a draconian empire trying to take over the world. And cool, let me play pirates trying to save the day. Cool, that's fine. Except like the setup is sometimes a little weak. That's all I'm gonna say. The setup is weak. I want more. So. Next setting. God, we are almost. Oh, God. So, let's do this. Oh, God. Alright, so here is Shinsei Galactic Poresu. Revolution, the Final Engagement by Ali I'm going to say Booston. I have a feeling that's not your name. However, I apologize for mispronouncing it because I'm Bustian. Bustian or Boostian, kind of depends on what you emphasize. So, this is her. Tabletop game designer, misbehaving. What have they really done for tabletop game-wise? Here she is. Oh, there's her Patreon, because of course all of them have fucking Patreons. Even I have a Patreon, give me my Patreon money. So, they've done quite a few games. Alright, I'm cool. Poggers in the chat, everybody. Have I heard about any of these games? Absolutely not. I've heard very few of these games. There aren't that many. Most of them are GM official tabletop role-playing games and things like that. She looks like she has done quite a few, a lot of freelance work. A lot of Pathfinder, more Pathfinder, and Sea of Legends. This from Guildhall Studios. I went over them a little bit last time. I kind of glanced over them because I wasn't focused, but this is Sea of Legends. Vengeance of Empires. This is actually a fairly big project, which I'm happy for them. This is a big project that they've been working on, and it's about pirates, which is weird that the pirate one didn't really do this, but hey, what do I know? And it's kind of like a board game more than anything. So I'm interested. Sea is your sandbox, Monster Smitties. I think I actually saw a video on Sea of Legends. It looked kind of interesting. I would like to see more of it, perhaps. This was the one that was that had a big Kickstarter, I believe. And then we have this one, Noble War, Noble has final power and breaks out between 2 rival kingdoms. Like, okay, this is kind of cool. Got a lot of artwork. Sea of Legends, kind of same thing. Cool. I like Guildhall Studios. Shine on. I saw the video I saw of Sea of Legends. I was really interested in, and I think it would be a lot of fun to play. She worked on that one as, let me see. Yeah, Guildhall Studios writer. She wrote the adventure arc for the Atlanteans. And Final Engagement, Kickstarter stretch goal. And Kickstarter stretch goal, Blinkwood, Blood of Tyrants, short story written. Yeah. Is what she's done. So, what is the setting that she actually wrote? She's a big wrestling fan. I want you all to remember that. It's wrestling. Everything is solved by wrestling in the future. Why is it wrestling? We don't question it. Final arena conflict. The ring is a funhouse mirror Yeah, everyone fights for something. Points of reference, and they literally go over every single, like here, go over what these are. And setting is exactly what you think it up. Society has progressed to the point of pro wrestling, and we're gonna fight. Everyone is apex predators, and you kind of gotta know wrestling terms. If you don't know wrestling terms, it's gonna be a little bit weird. Big one shot. We got one shot ideas, symphony of fists and souls, both person and the persona. Like, oh, okay, like cool. Like, there's nothing more I can really say here. Like, that's kind of the thing. I like what am I supposed to say here? It's literally pro wrestling. It's a pro less wrestling version of Thirsty Sword Lesbians. And instead of swords, you wrestle. Let's say a sword by any other name, like tournament triumphs, custom rules when you have to book something. Um, that's really it. Ta-da! Like, I can't really say anything else. Like, not de facto gender neutral. Luchador follows the example of Latin. Like, yeah, it's. Do you like professional wrestling? This is the set. I literally cannot say anything more. My notes on it was like, they're important, but they're wrestling relationships. Swords are no, but the entire fucking setting revolves around wrestling. There's also zero reason everyone cannot just be Triple H and just Triple H everybody and just, or be the Undertaker. There's zero reason. Um, it could be interesting to expand out the wrestling aspect. It's a gimmick. That's what it is. Um, yeah, it's a. You play this one as a gimmick. You play this one being like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna run this game because I think it's going to be fun. And you play one time. You play one time. There's stories you can actually play with, mind you, but those you get one story, and you're kind of a one and done. If you really like wrestling, and I mean adore wrestling, and that's your thing, you can get a few more games out of it. But oh, being too gimmicky. Yeah, I mean, it's like in comparison, like it's not a thirsty, like it's Thirsty Sword Lesbians, but it's really not like who cares? Like it's not really about that. Like if you do not like wrestling, you're not gonna like this. The Sundew Garden Bakery by Jan Martin. Jan Martin is an interesting duck of a human being. Why do I think Jan Martin's an interesting duck of a human being? Because this is their website. This is their website. You like their website? What, you don't like this? You don't like this? Let me see. Let me bring up his fucking name again. Not religious education. Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Tenmare. Yeah, this is what he's done. They've done. I believe it's they, right? I believe it's they. This is what they've done. Solo RPG, Fun Song Solo. This is literally a soundtrack. Religious text, JPEG, which was originally discovered in JPEG. Fucking compression. Cat Dream Adventure. A game to play with your cat. Oh. Yeah, this is who this guy is. Do you want anything more? Like I can try to find something more. LinkedIn? No, I can share the LinkedIn. I can share the page on my LinkedIn page. I'm not going to because I'm a decent human being and I don't want anyone else to see my LinkedIn page. But yeah, he doesn't really do much. Sundew Garden Bakery is one of the Sun Hand. Let's see. On the bog planet of Columia, sword lesbians of Sundew Garden Bakery work to save the environment hostile to them. Marooned by a colony ship years ago, they are in constant conflict with a group of ex-colonists stuck there with them. Respect your low rank on the food chain, do good by nature, and does good by you. It takes a community. Because the gimmick of the setting is literally you've been dumped off by the colony ship, but the colony ship planted scary, big, invasive wheat on the land. That's literally the that is the lore of the setting. Sort of invasive grain planted by the colony. They tried to terraform the planet, and the planet didn't like that. There are two major settlements. There are the Sun Hand, and there are the ex-colonists. Don't worry, we also have the Clo, which are frog people. They're here. And lumbering wasps, which are jokers and tricksters. If I see another fucking race or person is saying that they're a trickster, I'm going to lose my shit. What the fuck, people? It's... Do I enjoy these... Like, it's like, oh, like this... The setting is like, oh... by voles, mosquitoes, bog martins. Like, the... Yeah, flora and fauna of Colomia tend to be tens of hundreds of times larger than typically seen, and are much more dangerous. Like, alright. Is there a reason they're like the not weird alien species? Yeah. No, there isn't. There isn't really. Yeah. Shellhands going weary having traveled by giant insect, and they'd be secretly mining underwater cave system. They plan to use the minerals to build solar-powered boats. The PCs will need to stop them from bringing technology to the world, because we live in a fucking nightmare. Want to hate on tricksters? Tricksters are one of those descriptions that everyone and their fucking mother that's what their special fantasy race is that these are a race of tricksters. These are a race of tricksters. Oh, she's a trickster. It is the most fucking tiring description you could fucking have. It's annoying. It's like, good God. You know, it's liking for bread and house baking tournaments, unexpected return. It's like, oh, okay then. It's, how do I want to word this? Is this setting worth anything? To a degree, but I don't like literally anybody else. I legitimately do not care for a single aspect of how the game is like trying to portray itself. Because it's like, oh, hey, you're oh, like here's the shovel hand. It's like, there's an interesting story here. They just ignore it. Because you have the Sun Hand. The Sun Hand people want to keep the grain in check. That's what they want to do. They want to cut off the grain, and they want to bake bread, and they want to keep the place safe. The ex-colonists apparently are the evil people who want to be evil on the evil murder planet. They're evil because they're bad and they're colonizing. And then the colony ship are just colonizers, so they're bad. Nobody really, like, processes that maybe, hey, maybe if we introduce technology, we can help, deal with these. And also, nobody thought about inventing the gun. Which is always a thing that I always find amazing in these settings sometimes, is that nobody brings out the gun to the conversation. Like, oh no, there's a giant bug, what do we do with it? When you see Jan with his fucking laser rifle and blowing a fucking bug in half, being like, what, he's attacking me. I am, like... Humanity has managed repeatedly to climb itself back on top of the food chain, time and time again. This is a setting almost dedicated to being like, no, you want to be at the bottom of the food chain. Nah, let me colonize the shit out of this place. I want to be part of the colony ship. As I want to land on here, I want to fucking deal with these bugs. Like, and there's a story there, mind you. It's just like, well, how do we keep the environment in check? How do we kind of make sure that we can survive here? How can we, use the resources that we have versus the resources we need? Kind of that back and forth, back and forth. There's a story there, and it's interesting. But they don't want to tell it, but that's the wrong story. You're not supposed to tell that story. That's the wrong one. And that kind of sucks. And it's just boring. You're supposed to use the Sun Hand on here, hence the Sun Hand Bakery. the Sundew Garden Bakery. Like, this is like a non-factor, weirdly enough. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't. Like, you're technically a part of it, but you don't feel a part of it at all, according to the setting. I should say fantasy sci-fi. Relationships are fairly important, not necessarily romantic, but important. Combat is present. Solution to problems. Literally, swords are present entirely due to the name the book is in. Women are not essential to the setting. They aren't. Half-terraformed planet that stopped terraform. Neat idea. We don't get much. Tad predictable. You can deal with it. That's literally all I can say, is that there is a lot of things here that just don't go anywhere. It's like, give me something. But you're not going to give it to me because you don't want to give it to me. Because, I don't know, maybe you just don't want to make something interesting. Sorry, Jan. Maybe you just hate interesting things. I can't predict that. So, our next one, Super Science Sapphics by Emraz. They're Egyptian. Did I not write down his fucking name because I'm a fucking idiot? Oh my god. Okay. Give me 1 second as I bring up his name. I forgot to put his details in my little document. Because I am a silly duck. So what has this guy done? What have they done? Any pronouns except he. Remember this line right here. Any pronouns except he. What have they done? They have done, I'm tired of these people. Yeah, this is our game designer. I think they've done a few. I think they've done a few games or a few contributions. This is the big one, The Dream at High Noon. This is really it. I don't really know anything about it. For members of marginalized communities, I'm part of a marginalized community. Alright, you can trust me. Crunchy, yeah, like, I don't know, like, why he did this. The other one that he worked on was, oh god, where was it? I posted it, and now it's gone, and now it's 4 hours in, and I am very tired. Ugh. Where are you? Where are you? Did I post it in here or did I post it in another server? No, that might have been... Did I post you in another server? Oh, I'm going to be so fucking sad if I posted you on another server, son of a bitch. He also worked on another game. Let me just find it real fucking fast. Yes, the Chimera RPG. There we go. Now, this was the weird one. He doesn't put it anywhere for some reason, but he worked on the Chimera RPG. And initially, I thought it was this Chimera RPG, which actually looks kind of interesting. It is not. It is, this is the Chimera RPG. It is a powered by the apocalypse that blends multiple genres together. I thought it was this one. This looked a little bit interesting. This is actually from the, this is actually a Dominican game, if I recall correctly. And I'm interested in this one. I'm going to try to see if I can't find this one by Dwarf Fair Games. Because it seems interesting. Cool. I'm down. Let's see if I can find something about it. No, but we got a shitty PBTA game, which is not actually done yet. Apparently people have played it. You can get a community copy if you feel like. Seems like a kind of a weird game. Cool. Emmer worked on this one. He's one of the co-producers of it. So, as I blow my voice out because I'm getting very fucking tired because I've been streaming for like 4.5 fucking hours. Super science suffix. Well, let's see. We don't have that many more to go. Let's do it, everybody. We can do it. Yes, we can. We can do it. It's always fucking PBTA. Let's be honest with ourselves here. So, at Weha University, by day, students come to study STEM, not STEAM, which again, it's STEAM, guys. That's what it is. But only STEM. Only science people are allowed here, not art people. Fuck you. Go behind the fence where you belong. By night, it's... Yeah, here's our professor. Here's what we are. Cool choreography, awesome science fair. It's magical girl setting with science. That's what it is. It's a magical girl sentence with science. Let science be super, strive for better always. There's no true science. Which is fucking hysterical, by the way. Mostly because... let's see. Robots, medical advances, energy solutions, computer software, much more. All those and more are a huge part of the setting. These forms are very modern, often Western and colonial perspective. Because remember, medical science is colonial. Most of the history and rest of the world science has encompassed things from astrology to religion and even magic. All forms of science are used here. Cool, fuck it. Nature is not real. No, nature is not a real science, everyone. You biologists out there, you are... the professor's poor angles. Yeah, they're snapped in half, but who cares? Yeah, and also, there are no intelligence metrics, so you can't be a smart person or a dumb person in this one. Setting. The setting is kind of interesting, because it's like super science, super city. As you can tell, it's definitely not Pakistan or Egypt. It's definitely not either of those. What are you talking about? It's utopia. It's also socialist. Don't forget that. Very socialist. Built to create a socialist utopia. Restorative justice, constant innovation, and equality for all. Except the people have to grow things. Because someone pointed that out of who grows the food in this place, and the answer was the people outside the city. If they don't grow the food, we send the Super Sapphic Club to burn their house down. Community protectors. Why is there no police in this setting? Who fucking knows? We don't question it. Left undefined. Up to each group to decide how much little they want to engage with it. It can be reflective of the world and can send opposition to it. Whether or not conflicts external literally doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Here's the university shenanigans adventures. It's literally university shenanigans. You want to do a school adventure? Cool. Fuck it. Here we go. Want to go to prom? Here, we're going to prom together. Look how fun. This bitch wearing fucking Minecraft. This bitch is Minecraft. Cool. Minecraft is fun. It's like this bitch wearing fucking pixelated Minecraft. Yeah, pretty much we've hit the point where they don't explain really anything when it comes to the outside world, and since they don't explain anything of the outside world, we can only assume what we believe. So what I personally believe, what I personally believe is that outside the city of Weha, there is a dystopic nightmare place where they pretty much have to forcefully give the super city a bunch of food, because if they don't, the Sapphic Club comes by and burns their house down. That's my lore. Nothing can dispute it. So, good job, Weha City, you fucking monsters. Maybe the Imperial powers are the right good guys. Supervillains, and then it's like, as members of the community, like, you're supposed to be literally super. You're the X-Men. You're the science X-Men. They aren't common as the real world isn't comics. Deal with their fair share. Oh no, ethical science. Protectors of Weha City. Now, to give you an idea of how subtle this game is, rumors about that the capitalist is using her investments in Weha City as a front to steal technology and use it to cause harm on a global scale. Yeah, the capitalist is the main villain, by the way. She's the bad guy. Supervillains are arriving shortly by. Heroes. Yeah, don't worry. Superheroes. The superheroes are implement. Foreign governments are exporting their supervillains and superheroes to you. Oh man, I adore. Now, this is Muhammad Khan El Mahdi, Dean of the University. Notice this line again. Any pronouns except he. Is this a self-insert? of the main writer. Yes, he is the self-insert of the main writer. Well, they are the main self-insert of the main writer. And it was like, yeah, this is it. Do you want to see literally a self-insert? Yeah, it's a self-insert. That's literally all it is. You can't really, like, they cannot go against it. Wahida and Tanya Siddiq. No, this is one of my favorites as well. Everyone knows almost everything about the professor, from the fact that he's the faculty sponsor for the Super Science Sapphics Club, to the fact that he's a lesbian, or that he's a bassist for his band, but I repeat myself. One of these things is not like the other. Every field of science you can name. Yeah, oh, God. That's even worse. Arab Latinx. It's Latin. Just say Latin. It's not hard, people. Latino, Latina are there for a reason. Yeah, technically he is a lesbian, and so it counts, right? The Adam Hali Al Hakim, the secretary, sleep loss, dozen cups of coffee. Yeah, technically nobody has a sword in this except like very few of them, and I looked into this. Amina Amada al-Mashid, the imam, technically is legally possible to her to become an imam. By complete Muslim law, she is technically allowed to become an imam, but she can only preach in the female mosques, not in the male mosques. Very different. Remember that, kids. Anytime you go to a mosque, make sure you enter the male mosque or enter the female mosque if you're a woman. Do not enter the other one. That is bad, wrong, and you will probably get hurt. Shafira Nurid Ahmed, coordinator. All right, cool. Jonah D. Edison Jr., the capitalist. Jonah. Appearance, white, human, rich. If you're setting his outside standard, or she's whatever the most hegemonic affords her the most inherent privilege. Like, they are very direct about it. And can you, by technicality, play as the British Expeditionary Force and by Jingo conquer this city for the Queen and country? Yes. And would I play that game? Hell yeah. Arabic and Islamic bent, yeah. Custom, stand proud. NXP and give a string to a player hold responsible if you just stand proud. No true science. Cool. Sapphic science. Things go wrong. Things go right. Pretty standard. My thoughts on this setting is, let me see. Relationship's not essential. Literally no reason to have a sword because I invented the secret weapon of a gun. Major characters are genderless or non-gendered, so it makes a status. So making a story about, making a setting about women and their struggles is a kind of a moot point. I can play a man in this and nothing changes. Literally nothing changes in this setting. I'm interested in the setting, but I'm more interested in what everything has to do except with the School of Magic and Science class. I want weird Arabic shit because I find that fun. Because as I said before, it's an incredibly underrepresented setting that has been historically kind of shat on for Arabian Nights. It's a superhero setting, so it's good. Not much anything outside of that, but it's TSL. Like, it's TSL, so take that as you will. To Lay Down Life's One for Another by James Menden-Jorez. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm excited. This was one of the ones I was excited for. I was actually kind of excited for this one. And if we go to James Mendez-Jorez, we actually saw him before, actually. So he got cited. And I'm like, who is this guy? Filipino-American writer, game design, cultural consultant, and martial artist. From New York. Yeah, he does have a Patreon, because they all fucking have a Patreon. Subscribe to my Patreon, by the way. You want more exciting content. Did he write? Yeah, this is him. He's done a few things, games wise, writing and development. He's a senior developer actually for Avatar Legend, the role playing game. He is a senior developer on one of the highest grossing Kickstarters of all time, and I'm cool. All right, neat. Is he literally just taking a system that already done? Is he like a senior developer? No. But don't worry, as a proud Filipino, I believe in him. I believe in him. Yeah, that's a gunpowder and betrayal. I'm like, all right, cool. Samurai warfare, drama, tragedy, powered by the apocalypse. Uh, I'm interested. This looks interesting. Iron Street Combat for Fate Core. He's done a few games. He's done a lot of writing for for other things. So like Monster Hearts, Aegon. He's done a lot of contribution work. Cool, that's fun. Hello. So, yeah, yeah, this isn't a good one. This is not a good one. So, this is actually during the Heian period. In Heian Kyo, special blended beautiful city we know Kyoto, living god rules from his imperial palace surrounded by ministers, advisors, and noble pedigree. This is during a very fascinating part of Japanese history. This was before the rise of the samurai class, effectively. This was kind of that moment, as Japan made a distinctive change in culture and ideas. This was during that era, and it was interesting. Like, this is a very fascinating point in history. This is one of those like major turning points that you could say in a historical sense. And it's pretty interesting. It's like he kind of goes over some of it, but it starts getting a little bit weird. As thirsty sword lesbians, more likely tragic bow lesbians, you come across age romantic heroes, a lot of them song for centuries, and stories to come. Their loves or clash will define the ideals of Japanese chivalry forevermore. I wouldn't really, and this is kind of like what I said far earlier when it comes to the terms of knights and things like that. That's very colonial. Do not use those terms when it comes to things like these. This is gay. This is also really fucking hard to read because he writes it very informally, and it's kind of, he is just like, you don't know much about history, respecting romanticization. Kind of goes over, some very things like, oh, swords aren't important. Japanese nobles expressed fiercely and fiercely. Groups and families were important. Oh no. He also goes over. This is also a very odd thing. This is an entire thing about homosexuality among men, which actually has some historical precedence in Japan. There is literally an entire section on it, entire paragraph. We get like this on women, which half of it is about men. I don't know why he decided to do that. It's kind of a weird thing. The setting did feature an extreme, often precedented binary. He even says he doesn't really give a shit. Setting specific flirting ideas. Cool. Yeah, then it's like, they get shit like this. I actually cry about them during after a bait or a battle or a quarter period, pretty much any time. Remember, everybody, if I catch you writing text speak in a book, I will hunt you down and murder you. This is a threat. Yeah, no, don't do this. Don't write fucking text speak. It looks incredibly unprofessional. And that's what this entire fucking book is unprofessional, but that's its own. And that sucks because the artwork's actually really good. It looks shit. Uh, yeah, it's mutually dunk on some, like, it's like these really unprofessional way of looking at things. Like, guy, just write things normally. It's not hard. Now, the thing is, they go over the idea of, what you're actually going to do. And that's fine. Japanese war horses, you know, what they kind of are like. They might take your suggestion. Now, again, people, it's not a knight. It's not a knight. Japan never had knights. There was never a knight. Knights are German. They're German French. Don't call it a knight. If you want to talk about, the level of culture and how it's, we should be, open and we should respect others' cultures. No, it's not even a samurai. And the thing is, this is before the samurai, Mr. White. You gotta remember this. It's, and Italian, can't forget about that at night. Like, this is before the samurai really came into existence. However, you can give them another term. Give them another term that you can kind of, put it. I use the term senshi. Senshi is pretty much just warrior, and that's what they were. They were warriors. But hey, you're playing a senshi. You are playing pretty much this brave ass warrior marching out into the world with both hands up saying, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck everything. I am a one-man apocalypse on a goddamn horse, and I have a bow and a knife. I'm ready to fuck you up. Cool! I am in. I am ecstatic. I always end up forgetting Conditori. I love Conditori, but I always put them like Conditori, I always end up putting them like 30 years above when they were, or like a little bit later than you would think about. I don't know why I do that. That's how you were effectively supposed to act back in the day. Like, you were supposed to feel like you were a big badass. Yeah, and they kind of go on to the, but again, you have like some of these very odd way, a knight's primary weapon is, again colonial, we're not going to talk about that. Fire from horseback, out of arrows, to draw your huge combat knife, or truly desperate, the Taishi hanging blade from down the hanger left side of your belt. Like, okay, cool, grants maximum coverage against arrow fire, fighting, but again, fighting on foot is for plebeian. Then again, fighting on foot is for the plebeians, like your squires, pages, batmen, and small army of ill-trained armored peons with glaives and spears. This is like me effectively saying like, I think the best way of wording this and how it sounds. This would be like me going into like fucking Zulu territory and saying, obviously your history was, completely defined by, the proud, glorious, fucking industrial revolution of the Anglo people. Like, this is hilariously fucking stupid. Like, holy shit, people. No, don't say these things. A proofreader worth dollars should be able to catch this and be like, do we have a different fucking name for these? Like, this sounds ridiculous. Like, I get it. Now, here's the thing. I get it if you're like, we want to kind of explain it. You have plenty of space to explain it. You can tell us about it. And you don't even need to really go that detailed into it. Like metal plates, yeah, it's kind of like metal plates. It's a little bit. Yes and no. They're really informal metal plates, by the way. Very informal. It's literally strapping a metal plate to you. It's not really that fancy. Like, if you were to just say, like, again, but then again, fighting on foot is for plebeians, well, like your subordinates. Subordinates or your small army of ill-trained Ashigaru. Then put a little parenthesis and say Ashigaru were just light peasant troops. Not small army, like pages and batemen and squires. You don't have squires. You don't have pages. You don't bait batmen. Do your fucking research. I'm not saying I'm going to do my fucking research. I looked into it a little bit. But again, come on. Come on, brother. Field engagement, sending fire to enemy castle never goes out of style. But combat between knights often involves conspicuous single combat. Ride out from your line, yell about how awesome you and your family are, challenge anyone similarly awesome to bring it. The person crows similarly about how awesome they are and goes to meet you in two kind of duel. This setting, like, the writing is shit in this. The writing is fucking garbage. Like, this is written by, like, a teenager. Like, this is like a teenager's fan fiction. A proofreader should honestly see this, like, these aren't the right words. Like, these are not the right correct words that you're using. Again, a page is not a thing in Japan. It isn't. Like, things like squires, pages, batmen, those are not terms in Japan. And this is something, again, that you should, again, for anyone, if you need to make a comparison term to something, if you need to make a comparison term, again, if you need to say, like, for example, maybe there isn't a term for this, but you need it to be someone like someone who follows you around, supports you. Don't call it a squire. Say maybe a follower, a devoted, ally, when in doubt, use a generic term for it. A follower is a universal term used across all of human history. Someone is a follower. You don't need an exact name. It's just a follower. A knight is a very specific term. It brings about a very certain connotation. Again, servant even. Like, having like a servant or something. Maybe you don't want to use servant in term. Again, follower, ally, helper even. Even like something like a sworn sword. Like this is just your son, like this is your best friend who accompanies around and fits you off with all your fucking armor all the time. Like, you've known this guy since childhood. Because again, you have like this really dramatic art. Like, oh, look how great and awesome. And then it's just like Lamau right out in front of them, how cool and awesome you are. Like, dude, you are writing for a teenager, but this is for a teenager. These are for fucking children. First type of duel, you ride around shooting arrows at each other, then ride back to your lines, probably underneath all the metal and wood you're wearing. Thirsty bold lesbian wishes to fight, but not kill an attractive foe should consider this option. Mounted wrestling match, you get out your big knife. Again, there's a term for this. There's a term for big knife, not big knife. Right straight at your enemy, grab them by their armor right there in the saddle, and use your superior strength technique to do one of two things. Drag them head into your saddle's pommel, and laborious saw it off with your knife, and sometimes gap in their armor. Almost inevitably led to a messy death, but among bloodthirsty knife lesbians, perhaps it might take a little bit more intimate dimension. Excuse me. Yeah, and he also apparently this guy just didn't know how to write fucking moves. I don't know why, because every single other move is, like, written actually, like, competently. Like, they have these very specific things. He apparently just didn't bother doing that, because this entire block of fucking text are moves. They are a combination of moves and how to do those moves. I don't know why he decided to do this. He kind of reads really poorly. Really poorly. Maybe he's just an idiot. I legitimately don't know. Lesbian in super heavy armor, crashing into a similar foe. Yeah, like, also, were you in Japan 1182 or so terrified, drunk on adrenaline? Now, again, one of those terms that you kind of gotta look at. Now, thing is, high-end period actually lasted for a very long time, which, because it lasted from 794 to 1185. He is kind of cutting it close there. Don't worry, you can give me a different name. Like, just come on. If you give me the setting, tell me about it. Don't do it. Like, don't tell me about it. Playbooks have changed, like Dream Mirror, the Matriarch, the Naga. I don't know why they would be here. Scoundrel, the Troubadour. All right. And this is actually the first one that says, like, don't play certain settings, like the Legion or the Seeker. Hilariously enough, they even say, like, the Seeker will probably, like, make you be stereotypical. And you shouldn't do that. And it's like... then he also does this. He changes them. Yeah. He changes almost a good chunk of the actual... like, literal playbooks, he changes. Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird because the Naga in the book itself is portrayed in that Manny Missive setting. The Manny Missive setting is a very particular look at the Naga, so it's kind of that weird, like, back and forth. Like, if you want to do it just right, that'd be kind of weird. Like, if you're doing it raw, it'd be weird. But then it's like, yeah, you're changing the playbooks. Effectively, these are, like, massive changes. Like, these replace major moves. Like, oh, hey, like, you get on a horse, no matter where you are and what you're doing, you call a horse and get on it, then continue doing whatever it is you're doing, just on a horse. When your stubby slaver and death machine charges through the halls of the Imperial Palace. Yeah, I I have no idea why it's very odd, and it makes sense too. See, this is the funny thing, because he changes all these because he needs to, because they don't fucking work if they don't. Oh, the devoted becomes the retainer. The Hologoddess becomes the phantom. Oh, wow. The infamous becomes the monk. Oh, no. Like, he changes almost every single one of them, which is very odd. And I find that fascinating, personally, because he's the only one that does. He's the only one that arguably kind of addresses the metaphorical elephant in the room, you could say. So, setting-wise, they keep saying they're important. They aren't really. And they are to this era, but for God's sakes, they make it weird. You're actively told to not use your sword. You're actively supposed to be a fictional warrior of women, but have the flimsiest reason to be one. They spend more time on men. 9, but I think I would like more stuff in this period because it's actually very interesting. It's time of change and mysticism. But it has a stroke. Like, it just doesn't commit to it at all. As above, playing a sentient pre-samurai Japan could be pretty fascinating, but it's not really about that. It's not about that. You're playing whatever the fuck this guy decided he wanted to be, which is stupid and dumb. You're welcome, everybody. Stupid and dumb. But I was streaming for 5 fucking hours. To Light a Fire in My Soul by Soup. Now, who is Soup? Oh, Soup. Soup, who are you? Oh, Soup. Darling Soup. Who are you? Well, Soup is a Korean-American tabletop game dev, podcaster, ramen enthusiast, and hermit. And I'm like, alright. What's her jam? Come on, Soup. Tell me everything I need to know. Come on, what games have you made? Come on, Soup, hit me. Oh, useless lesbian pinning each other across lifetime, pining a single page filling the blanks of poetry game about memory and loss. First Contact. There are 3 fucking games here, Soup. These are not games. What is your fucking poetry collection? You want to see their Patreon? Just right fucking here. Right fucking here. I'm tired. I'm tired of these devs being caught in the middle of their lives. Jesus Christ Almighty. This is Soup. I'm barely going to be able to go over their setting. It's Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. This is Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. That's all this fucking setting. I'm at Soup. What do you mean you're at Soup? But yes, this is Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Overall, all you know is small, oppressive confines of your village. Even your ambitions were defined by you, but who claimed to know better? The world out there is dangerous, full of tyranny and waste. But they say you're protecting you, but one day you will find yourself free of those limitations, free to go wherever you please. To Light a Fire in My Soul is a mech-based adventure about shattering as many limits as you can, preserving love and freedom as you come to know them. More than just scrap metal. The world is worth fighting for. Pierce the heavens. Oh no. Wait a second. This sounds awfully familiar. It's almost like it's fucking Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Literally, this is just what this setting is. I wish I was telling you differently. I really would, say anything else with this, but it's literally not. Like, I don't know who the fuck wrote this and was like, this is a good idea. Now, one of the ideas is that you can design your mech however you feel like, and it doesn't really matter, but world is worth fighting for. Culture to be shared, populated, like, oh, catastrophic event. Nevertheless, a shifting sense, people crawl toward the same sky waiting for them. Because you're all underground. Almost like Tengen Toppa and Gurren Lagann. Appearance, okay. To light a fire in my soul is a pure and simple celebration of the power and potential we all hold. The fragile, messy, chaotic power of the human soul, paling in comparison to the violence of divine authority, yet shining brighter still. Believe in the me that believes in you. Yeah, it's TTGL. Do you like Tengen Top and Gurren Lagann? This was a shitty version of it. Like, it's literally beat for fucking beat, almost. Even Queen Genesis. Like, Queen Genesis is that, these are damn near beat for beat. Who, yeah, it's the truth revealed about the final confrontation with Queen Genesis. Coming destruction of Lord Despair, a galactic. This is the anti-spiral. You have the anti-spiral. You have Oh my fucking god! Who the fuck are you, Soup? You fucking hack! Holy shit! Yeah, it's painful. This is horrifyingly painful to read because it is. Yeah, where was the one that I saw? Like, yeah, Lady Venom, General of the Genesis Kingdom, Lady Venom, for some long, straight, jet black hair. It's viral. It's viral. Titiana, General, oh no! I, this is the girl, I can't remember who it is, top of my head. I haven't watched TTGL in years. Queen Rosalind Genesis, Lord Despair. Somebody somebody had to sit down and say, we want the Tengen Toppa Gurren fucking Lagann audience, and this is what we got. What's my opinion on it? It's Tengen Toppa Gurren fucking Lagann. It's TTGL, it's TTGL, it's TTGL, it's TTGL, and they fucked it up. I have literally no idea what they were thinking when they made this. Did they think they would get away with it? Did they think that they were just being funny? Were they just making reference? Were they lazy? I genuinely do not know. But do you want a shitty version of Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann? Yeah, there's a fine line, as Mr. Y here says, there's a fine line between inspiration and a ripoff, and Soup crossed that line where there was no more line. And that's painful. It is fucking painful. Because I had to read every single one of these, Mr. Y. I had to read them. Alright, so, the tragedies of Waldron Hall. This is, this one's fine, I guess. Like, you can tell the commentary is rapidly dwindling after 5 hours of streaming. But, this is Yusun Julian Kim. They are technically a game designer, non-binary, of course, because she, but I'm going to use she because that's easier to do. What have they actually done, like, game-wise? So if we go here, interactive fiction horror novel, cool, I guess. They did a Battle of Boy Bands, a Kids on Bike Adventure, and Magical Kitties Save the Day, specifically Mars Colony. I kind of want to look at that because that's kind of a cool, fun idea. Cool. A lot of board games. They also did Hearts of Wulin, which I specifically did not want to do because it got recommended for the Wuxia RPGs. I specifically did not want to do it because it is a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Teens in Space. They did writing for, contributed. A lot of those just contributed. If anyone ever needs someone to write something for them, just yell at me. I'll fucking write it. Not that difficult. So, what is this one about? It's about vampires or monsters. It's monsters again. Pretty much the idea is that Waldron Hall is a nightmare, is a place where monsters are naturally attracted to because they are bad and evil, and it's a scary place. So it's lean into melodrama, mix terror with temptation, center on the monsters. It's the Bean Monster one, except done well. That's literally Dartmoor. Oh no, it's the Moss family. Inspire love, oh cause fear. It's actually kind of interesting. I'm down. You have some fun ones. If I want to play a vampire hunter, cool. That's neat. Die as lovers may. Yeah, apparently that's the good person we're supposed to root for. The murder vampire, not exactly the looks like 5-year-old vampire hunter. But the murder machine vampire woman. All right, I'm down. Do you like this? Do you learn about all the Moss family? I don't fucking either. Like, as a, I'm trying my best here, folks. Like, yeah, this is my longest stream yet. It's almost 5 fucking hours. They're baked in, it's like love and passion are baked into the game. Relationships aren't really core. You're supposed to be about those. Conflict is necessary, but fighting with or against the League of Hunters is essential. Because there's like, it is the most stereotypical grimdark gothic horror setting you can get. You know, it's zero need for to be a woman in this one, bar a few character quirks. And you can say you'll get a few sessions out of it. You'll get three sessions max, or 3-4 sessions if you take your time. You could probably get more if you kind of spread it out a little bit more, but like I don't really think you could get like a very long game out of this. It's, yeah, I know it's like, you know, Monster Hunter England is exactly the most new thing, but it has a few interesting ideas in the Devon area and the world. Like I'm interested, I guess. I mean, it's not. Does this setting exist elsewhere? Yes. Does it do it better elsewhere? Yes. I don't really care all that much for what's being presented, though. It's like it's there. It's like, cool, fine. It's like nothing too interesting. Nothing really jumps out. Our final setting, everybody. Our absolute final fucking setting is The Wastelands Roller Derby by Libby Horak and April Kit Walsh, the head honcho herself. Now, this one is the flimsiest fucking excuse I have ever had for a game. Like, this is a flimsy fucking excuse. And it's... Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Give me one moment. You can't kill me that easily, you bastards. So this is Libby. They like roller derby. Let me just remember this. They like roller derby. This is their thing. You can download the game right now, and it goes over how roller derby is played. And roller derby is a fun, interesting sport. I've seen one roller derby match. And roller derby is fucking intense sometimes. Like, you are, like, shit goes, like, hard sometimes. These girls are nasty to one another, and they're very nice people. Fucking horrifying, though. Like, I wouldn't want to fight them. Like, they'll beat the shit out of me. Yeah, she's a roller derby person. She's mostly a coder. She's done a lot of open source projects on GitHub and things like that. Game-wise, that's really her only game, as well as a one-page game called Bug Bounty, which is about being a possum. Why? I don't fucking know. I don't know why we're here. Are we here just to suffer? But yeah, that's Libby. And this is pretty much her thing, except in TSL. Is there male roller derby? No, actually. I think there's been attempts, but roller derby is pretty much female dominated. And I've always, again, it's been like, it's been one of those sports that's very female dominated, very, I would say counterculture sport. I find it fascinating. I find it a really interesting kind of thing to explore around with. I've seen but I'm also one of those people who are like sports games need to be exist more. So, what is this about? Something happened a long time ago. Fuck all, who cares? Literally, fuck lore. We don't need it. The principles: carve community. Weird wonders and perils. Settle your differences in the rake. Yeah, look everybody. Look at these heavily athletic women. Uh, what's the okay? What's the reason we have roller derby? All right, let's do it. Abundant resource, Eastern Reach. Authoritarian ruler controls an industrial city with an iron fist. Life is hard in the wasteland. Resources such as arable land and clean water are scarce. Man has changed and adapted. Mutants, additional limbs, superhuman abilities are common. Conflicts arise often. However, the wastelands are not a warlike place. The people of the waste have decided on another way to resolve problems: roller derby. No, no, that's not how this would work. Bitch, if I got 6 arms and I have, the ability to use metal or something, I'm going to make something big, violent, and I'm going to rip someone else in half to steal their food. Because I am a horrifying mutant abomination of Christ, and there is no God here except me bow before my horrifying mutated might. Isn't that right, Mr. Big Coat Man? Exactly. They're the flimsiest fucking excuse for roller derby. They could have literally just said, you're part of a roller derby tournament in this area, you roller derby. Cool. You could have had it being like, hey, the wasteland community has kind of come together around, this ancient sport that they've learned about, and it's easier to, instead of killing one another, it's easier to roller derby. Because if we roller derby, nobody has to die, and it's easier that way. But no, it's literally like, no, they exist, but no, roller derby. Roller derby. No, that's dumb. Shattered Waste, official roller derby. This wouldn't happen. Represented for each side of conflict, draft skaters one at a time, starting with a coin toss, first pick. For some reason, this is the thing. I don't know why. They go over how to actually play the game. And I respect that. It's, again, kind of weird, though. Like, why? Like, that's always the thing you always have to say. You just have to lean forward. But why? Private property squabble, 6 skaters, making it personal. Oh, no. Pirates! Oh, no! Josephine the pirate can attack the team van and attempts to steal the shipments of medical supplies. Can the team stop her? Can a bout force the Heavenly Oasis to stop using piracy to bolster their economy? Oh no! We need to roller derby to save our It's like one of those fucking, like, children's shows back in the day where they're like, oh no, something's gone wrong. I need to Beyblade or something. It's time to Beyblade. It's like, what's the fucking point? What are we here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? But, yeah, it's... Yeah, the Eastern Reach wants to stop using roller derby to settle decisions. You've agreed to one bout. Yeah. Oh no, we've agreed to a bout. Haha, you can't enforce your will. There's nothing you can do. What about these guns we have? Like, what are you paying? Or, hey, what about these swords we invented? Don't worry, I'll use my roller derby to fight. Stab. Like, yeah, it's like, wait a fucking second. Aubrey Simzo, like, needs, like, oh, Heavenly Erase roller derby ensemble. Josephine the pirate king. There's no fucking reason for her to, like, do this. Like, the this isn't a rule, by the way. This is just a description, and that's it. Like, you want to learn about, yeah, you want to learn about roller derby. This is an entire section about how to fucking play roller derby. Cool. Like, I'm tired, kings. I'm tired. I'm tired of being caught in the yeah, nothing. There's literally fucking nothing. Everything is roller aren't common, but it's a 90. You roller derby. It's only women. Men do not exist. Yeah, it's everything is roller derby. You roller derby to determine who gets the groceries. You roller derby if you want to roller derby. It's like fuck it, okay, cool. Like the boring, like the setting is boring as shit. Zero zilts to look out. Like again, I'm interested in roller derby because roller derby is a fun sport. You kind of fucked it up. I find it amazing. You fucked it up that hard. You roller derby. That's it. Like cool. That's it. That's it. Welcome everybody. We did it, everybody. We did it. Yay! We did it. We went through every single one of the 21 settings together. We all learned something about ourselves, and I'll go over the adventures, I guess. Fashion and slashing, kind of fun. It's kind of a weird idea. You pretty much are Ocean 8 in the Gala. Cool. Like, that's kind of fun, I guess. Kind of a weird idea, but all right. I'm down. Romancing the Throne is all about trying to seduce a murder empress. Cool. This could have been a setting, apparently, which this has... The thing is, this fucking setting has, like, 10 times better lore and better setup than the Era's End one. It had way better setup. For, like, one thing, which I respect whoever wrote... Well, who actually wrote this? Like, Misha Bushiaga. Let's actually... I respect you, Misha. You did your fucking work. Yeah, I know, I did. Yeah, Misha did her work. I actually like what she did. I actually like her quite a bit. I think she did pretty good on that one. Would I want to see a little bit more? Maybe flesh out that setting a little bit? Yeah. Because there's actually, like, stuff going on with it. And there's, like, obviously, like, some tension. And there's some issues going on. Like, okay, that's cool. Artwork's pretty nice, too. Starlight of Lunar Realm. This is literally, this is tied to the first setting we went over 5 fucking hours ago. A bunch of relationships, contain spoilers. Oh no, spoilers, everybody. Spoilers. This was another one of those fun, interesting ideas where it's, you got isekai'd. Yeah, you got isekai'd when you were teenagers. You came back, and now you're coming back, later, 10 years later. So it's like, cool, it's kind of interesting. You do fight the, where was it? Let me see. Where was it? A lot of setup to this one, though. Where was it? Perhaps the agents of heteronormia. Yeah, the villain is heterosexuality. What did Misha do? She's written a bunch of things. I like the setting I like the little adventure path she wrote. That's really it. Yeah, heteronormia is the bad guy in this one. Being hetero is. Now this is the little something extra. This is the 2-person play, which is just, here's like one rule change. That's really it. You like random tables? Hey kids, you want to roll in a bunch of random tables to determine who you are, your genders, and your pronouns? This just seems like a fucking parody. Being fucking honest with you, this seems like a fucking parody. And I thought it was. I thought it was a joke, like, because no real human being would write this. But then it's like, this is this fucking game. You have a 1 in 6 chance of being, assigned to your gender. Oh wow. Fuck it. I mean, who the fuck cares? Tired of these people. Yeah. Also, actually, there's a better one. These are just a bunch of like relationship stuff. All the authors. So, if these look familiar, apparently these are the Ensemble, and this is the Dream Mirror, as done by a different author. I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to do this. It looks ridiculous, but I'm like, I'm down. Fucking fuck. That. We did it, everybody. Advanced lovers and lesbians. I sit here in the dark 5.5 hours later after I start this stream, and I debate with myself, why? Why did I go through this entire thing? And I've come to the conclusion that my hatred of TSL is far more than just like a simple game bad. That's the easy thing of looking at it. Game bad. And it is. It's not a good game. It's dull. It's uninspired. There's literally zero, parts about the game that really inspires that beauty of what it means to be a tabletop game. It just appeals to this bizarre little aspect of it. But as I go through this, I realize one thing, and I realize that TSL and Advanced Lovers and Lesbians, it's indicative of a broader issue. It's indicative of this issue that people are okay with the least amount of work possible. Let's just shit out a bunch of these settings that are nothing. And I've gotten a few, on the video, I got a few things, people saying, well, it's not about the setting. You're supposed to kind of design your own or do your own thing with it. However, my refutation, my counter hit to that, the backhand of justice, is very simply, then why were these here? You could have done something with these. You could have made something interesting, but you chose not to. You decided to go for these low-hanging fruits. You decided to go for these non-settings. Come on, people. Well, why? You have all these beautiful things, and then you go through, and it's like, there was no quality control. I look at some of these, and I'm like, you bastardize this own thing. Oh, here's some knights in fucking medieval, pre-medieval Japan. No, guys, come on. I know you think your audience is fucking stupid, and anyone who would willingly buy Advanced Lovers and Lesbians is fucking stupid, but come on, treat the writing with at least a little bit of respect. And treat your audience with a little bit of respect. This isn't respect. This isn't even respecting yourself. This is just a bizarre look at a thing that is here, and that's it. But as long as I am here, but as long as Notepad Anon stands up and has the autistic power to make a 5.5-hour stream, sitting on my ass, talking about fucking thirsty sword lesbians, as long as I am willing to do this, I'll rant against shit like this. Because I care about you people. Every single one of you. I care about you and your dev work. I care about the games you want to make that represent you. Not this bland, corporate, fucking mass appeal garbage written by people who don't give a shit about you. I care about what you want to write. I care about the shit that you want to bring to the table. And I want it to be good. I want you to bring your A game every single time. And sometimes you're going to have shit. Sometimes it's going to be garbage, awful, and the game you're going to bring to me is going to be a barely functional disaster area. But you want to know what? You're going to learn from it. You're going to learn something new, you're going to learn something beautiful, and you're going to make it better next time. Because that is what development is. That is what art is. It's about kicking your own ass, trying to make something beautiful. Not pumping out the barest minimum quality for a maximum payout. $300,000 was spent on this game. And by God, it's great, isn't it? 5.5 hours
of a hell of a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna call it there for today. I'm not gonna go over Kickstarter itch.io. I might do that on Tuesday or something, just because I'm dying a little on the inside and my throat's killing me. So, Godspeed, good luck. I love all of you. There will most likely be a video where I like quickly summarize each setting. I don't know, but video will be on YouTube at a time. I don't know when. So thank you all. Godspeed, good luck, and I will catch you all on probably Tuesday, maybe Monday, depending on how I'm feeling. So, ciao.